而点内的选手已经买了3个，他们必须要突破进来的话，就是吃短枪嘛。那短枪的互相支持，毛奴来了，枪线1灌1，还不到那么多人。哇！结果超度你压1个人收了3个。斗龙，因为待会的 B 点才是所谓的真正战场。那战场那边看谁能够把 A 洞龙抢下来，那 B 点上基本上就没太大问题。哇，这边是一传3，
没有传，他刚打4个了
，4个
我没看错的话，累积起来4个，累积起来。他那边的短枪喷子啊，各种突破，真的是非常恶心，请原谅我用恶心2个字形容，因为我跟他们打过太多训练赛，他们真的很猛。哇，这边金鱼直接先带掉了西安跟邦哥哥，他用的是 MS9，一收2，然后来到1楼再收1个，现在点是 Eternally Love 抢下来的。他们所站下来的画面则是看到了白色带队的爆破猫来到了铁皮2楼，这点内刚刚是拉拉吧，结果拉拉后来死掉了。
可以看到像鲍勃猫他的大局的意思是非常聪明，而且他把有些铁2架座的时候，也不会做开枪，把人带走的时候就尽量赶快去做掩蔽一些动作，然后帮点内做好防爆。那这也是帮助整个队伍可能在得点上面一个优势，甚至是时间上面跟分数上面可以更多带相对点内的人，可能对枪没有对赢，他利用这个位置漂亮。他会给 NTR 选手的话 ，NTR 选手里面的结果鸡蛋哥大叔先狙到一个加藤鹰，
对，我开镜然后去找可能会有人出现的位置，看到人直接秒杀，成功带掉个，再带掉一个，前面才抢到鸡蛋糕叔叔的狙击发挥，这一把就把 NTR 打掉2个人了。
可大叔直接拿狙击进来到了 A 点，
这瞬狙
30岁的反应。直接突破过来，点的人没有发现到，完全放人，结果抽你牛赶快重生回到点上去做对打，使用了死亡机器。
是大师就回来，现在领先好多啊！而且抽你牛拿着自己的死亡机器又收了2个点内的，加油站这里的人也要被他直接带走，太扯了，一个人就扛全场，我的天，他到底杀了几个人了？目前2个人都是拿长枪的，长枪破点是有远距离的优势，但打狙还是要小心，这波穿点直接把 Momo 给穿死，将来玉开穿第2个亚瑟秒，不对，邦哥哥配合上队友拉枪线也把亚瑟给秒掉了。这一波打得漂亮，一波的双夹，同时 Momo 侧脑也是直接被打掉。充能呢是只要你连杀7个人就有了，但是你知道在游戏里面我们不可能一直连杀嘛，所以其实你杀不到7个人就得开1次，然后你也可以马上再来开第2次。这边看到是 M4一波的开镜转腰射，成功带走敌人，在下面这个点目前 DNS 卡的算是没有办法进到点内的感觉，
所以选择的短枪才是他们目前唯一在打这张图可以用到的一个时间点嘛，因为像人感这个位置，他其实他本身之前是有打长枪线的，可是他选择打的是 AS89的话，那变成说就是说他们的站点选手是偏少的，
是，就是枪就是这个属性吧，就你是架点或是突袭手，然后 A 点的部分目前是 Mountain Dew 出身嘛 ，DNS 拿 C。但在 C 点 DNS 守得很好，然后同时他们也突破到了中间的这个 U 字形的大楼，看到这边 iWife 冷感一波收多人，把 M4 跟 Momo 都带走，波克比也死，再收，完全掐住了前面 Mountain Dew 的路线。C 点的话是，对，有人去做绕背，感觉 DNS 在绕背上面是绕了很勤快，2次都有击到 C， 而且都拿到1半的毒条。
哇，这个 Momo 的枪法也太硬了吧！直接收掉2个人，这时候有人绕背，他直接抓他绕背，也是反打个人单臂一射，根本是一流。
对，连续收了3颗头，卡在这个红房2楼位，基本上对面是很难去做突破的，因为在这张地图最重要的卡 B 点的位置就是这里了，直接要再带
6颗头啊！
Now we're gonna see a 2-3 split by Phantasma. But
Hackney Yard, and they're stepping in there and giving it their all. Well, 3 versus Rihanna with a beautiful grounding spike kill. And it fell flat. RPL Esports, they stepped up, man. I mean, earlier with the Kenshi comeback there, they came back from no. Oh, come on, Kenshi. Don't do stuff like that, man.
Maybe towards the back alley of the B, but no, they're still trying to aggress here on the A side itself. But Lux will find an opening, pick up and close and personal. He's going to get a few tags and down. Trying to counter snipe as well here onto the A side. But look at this, Lux finding a second kill, a triple kill now for Lux in the round. Will he get the fourth? Yes, he will. He's one away from the A.
Players just hanging around the auto with that. The players at Bravo need to be careful though, because questions will be asked by Whoopi as he takes down Chizen, and he will go in for yet another strike. Goes in for a quick scope in there, blocks that shot, but he doesn't miss the next one. Wins gets taken down as well, and the Bravo side is fully opened up. So unfortunate, because my son is playing in there with that sniper.
Oh my lord, Whoopi.
now we're gonna see a 2-3 split by Phantasma. But iPhone was through the another one.
Why you do that like that? Why you do that like that?
Triple kill. iPhone, can he get the last one? It's Ntiki. Does spot him. The shorty will take it out. Misses that first one. Misses twice. Reloads. Tries to get it.
Masuk ke dalam basket. Tapi kita tidak dipercaya lagi. 2 lawan 3. ALMGHTY.
Untuk seorang Oksirin, Hilata dikeluarkan kita dari serang ayam. Dapat 1 kill, masih ada 1. Kita lihat dari arah ayam. Kena, tapi saya tiganya Pak. Itu dari arah domination B.
Mana Bapak tempat ini dan yang keluarin juga.
Ada 2 orang juga kamu dengan tidak seorang sepertinya 3 orang didapatkan. Mantap banget. I'm joking. Terus. Oh, kita pusing kan. Karena Rimo udah jauh poin di sini dan benar-benar dia itu udah nggak apa ya kan?
Berjaga, harus tumbang juga di sana. Sementara Skulzy masuk ke dalam basket. Jaya banget, kill, pentakill untuk Skulzy di sana. Oh my God.
Backup incoming. It's time for global event. Operators are on their way. They arrive without warning. They arrive in style and steal the show. Together with operators from all over the world. Let it begin. Ammunition is scarce, but there are more and more operators joining the ranks. The whole world is with you. The whole world together in this fight.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Call of Duty Mobile Singapore Championship. Now, I am looking forward to seeing exactly which squads will be flying through the battlefield today like feather as well, because so many of them have worked their way all the way up to this point lead. Only 8 now remain.
Absolutely dominate. Let's see exactly how long they'll be able to stand in here, because it's going to be
Guy
quite...
can actually just go in, clutch this up, and it's going to be
Wow! What a knife! And now,
Guy Burger B is going to be responding to that. But then Mickey again with a kill, having 10 already, will probably get another one if he actually get it. But then it's going to be so hard with 10 seconds left on the clock. But then gets one kill, needs to get another one. Oh, so many players of Gaijin. And just basically just solo holds A. Eventually, there's going to be one person right beside him that can actually go annihilating every single person. Whoa! Wait, Doomsday! Shut up! Takes rid of Chloe and Flash!
from Heaven itself to go in for the flank, and Heaven is just absolutely torturing them, and Hardpoint most definitely will be in the hands of the almighty. Predator missile comes through as well.
Heaven with a slice and dice! Now that is absolutely rude of him to do, but
Is most definitely not held on by the side of Cold Red, and they do that perfectly.
Castle actually doesn't know where it is, but then finally, just like that, gets that win. Goddess goes down.
Makes him pay. And this is perfection as well coming in from NATO. The fight most definitely is real. NATO
Bravo, and it just basically stopped that Bravo push as well. And here we go.
now waiting for flash. Sony gets a slice and heaven. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 5 more seconds. And guys in Rogue now have an opportunity to prove themselves. But it's going to be quite difficult for getting the impregnable defense down. Oh, ace. Perfection in terms of the play. Gets a double opportunity beef. And a beautiful opener. Shut up, Incendio. Let's go. Finally rising up to the challenge. Predator missile comes back through. How is that for gamer supremacy as the almighty brand Lion City representing the headmasters, the gods of Call of Duty Mobile Singapore? Almighty once again. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, my name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio. Thank you, man. Thank you so much, B, for joining me and bringing all of the hottest action for these greatest of community. You guys take care. We'll catch you at the Malaysian Championship.
Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021
Major Series Season 5.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Is in the convenience store. He's not going to be able to fight him. Eds on the other hand, whoa. Yet, but with that takedown, this should open things up. Backstab from Zia.
Pesan-pesan untuk tim saya, jangan menyerah, terus latihan dan satukan pemikiran.
ช่วยตัวเองครับกูเก็บไป28 คิวพี่บอลจะแตะได้30อยู่แล้วแล้วลูกตรงนี้เก็บเพิ่มไป
Rimo Sadewa 嘅呢個。
但打狙还是要小心，这个穿点直接把 Momo 给穿死。
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, he's able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin.
The one gets the second.
I do it when I cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other going out with a bang. How you like
Another one! Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
game over? You ready? How you like me now? Game over. That's how I do it when I move over. You know I'm taking over. Game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Garena Regional Qualifiers Day number 5, presented by Xperia 1 Mark III, the official smartphone of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Triple V Jericho. How are you doing today, Coach?
I'm doing really great. You know, we had such a great day 4, and now this is it, AJ. Do or die for all of these teams. Get that top 4 seed, and for those bottom 2, unfortunately, will be eliminated, AJ. Whew, it's going to be a great one.
Absolutely, man. I mean, it's do or die for some of the teams in here. I know exactly which one they are. You know exactly who they are as well. Some of them struggling. But, you know, if some miracle plays do come through today,
we might be able to see them survive. Who are these names? Raptors.DNS mainly. They've only been able to win 1 out of their 9 matches in total. But today, they've got 2 series ahead of them, Jericho, against Rimo Sadewa as well as ALMGHTY. If they can take 3-0s on both of them, maybe this hope can still stay alive.
Yeah, if they can do that, both 3-0s, I mean, they could do it. But here is the tournament format, AJ. We got 2 groups. We're going to separate all the best teams from Garena. And both from these teams, we're going to get, both from these groups, we're going to get 4 teams from each. 2 will get eliminated from each as well. So we're going to have that group stage. Round robin, we're going to play 3 games every single for the next 3 days. For the playoffs, it's going to be a single elimination, BO5. So everything's going to be on this line for this last day for Group A, AJ.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, this is that one final opportunity for a lot of these teams. For teams like Smart Omega, it's just going to be that one matchup in here today, right? Just that one series. So nothing much for them to worry about. A lot of that hustle had already been put out there. So perhaps taking that 1 point should just secure them their spot in here. They don't really have to sweat. But for RSG, the journey has been quite tough so far, Jericho.
Yeah, it's been really tough for them, I mean, they lost to Raptors. They lost to 1 game to the Raptors, and now they're fighting for their lives, AJ. But here are our teams from the Indonesia region. We have Rimo Sadewa and Dunya Games Esports. For the Philippines, we have Blacklist International Ultimate and Omega Esports. For Thailand, we have Sharper Esports and WDC Free Slot. Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau is going to be AFN Gaming and Raptors.DNS. For Malaysia, we have Sem9 and RSG. And for Singapore, we have ALMGHTY and M42 Esports.
Yep, the rule is simple. Each and every single one of these regions, their teams cannot be in the same group. So if Rimo Sadewa goes to Group A, then DG Esports has to go to Group B, so on and so forth. We were there during the draws, and both of these groups, man, it has just been a absolute tussle between the 2 of them. And this is that one final day for Group A to step in here and perform before we jump on over to perhaps just closing off the whole of the competition. Once again, do or die for a couple of teams in here, mainly Raptors.DNS as well as RSG. The teams that sit down on top, Sharper Esports as well as Omega Esports. Sharper, they do sit down on top together with Omega, but they've got 2 series in here today, so they should be able to pull away quite far, Jericho.
Yeah, they have 2 series. It's very important for them to at least secure that 1-3-0 at least, AJ, just to have that top spot. But I feel like they're gonna be coming up with a vengeance. They want to get that top seed, and just like you said, AJ, Sharper Esports and Omega tied at 1st place. ALMGHTY getting that 2nd place. Rimo on that 3rd. RSG 4th and 5th. If you're RSG, you pretty much have to win everything now, AJ. And also if you're Raptors, and then if you're Rimo, you can't lose as well. The 3 to 4, 3, 4, 5, and 6, they're not really secured right now, AJ.
Absolutely correct. Rimo Sadewa, that one series that they have in here is against Raptors.DNS, who have been on the rise, who have been improving ever so slowly. They've managed to take away 1 game so far. That is from RSG. So if they could draw a little bit of blood there, I think they should be able to get it done against Rimo Sadewa. And if Raptors.DNS are able to step it up against Rimo, that's just the opportunity for RSG, right? Because they've got 2 series in here, so double the opportunity in terms of picking up the points in comparison to what Rimo already has been given. So now against Omega Esports as well as Sharper, that's not going to be easy for the Malaysians at all. This is the schedule for the day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to set up the day. Rimo Sadewa takes on Raptors.DNS. After that, Sharper Esports steps up to the plate to meet the mighty Singaporeans, ALMGHTY. And then series number 3 will see Omega Esports taking on RSG, Jericho.
Yeah, I mean, that game number 3, that's a lot on the line for both teams. And for our 4th game, we're going to have ALMGHTY versus Raptors.DNS. And to close out the day, we're going to have a banger, Sharper Esports versus RSG.
Oh, it's going to be great, man. I mean, all 5 series in here, crazy, a lot on the line. But the very first ones to see will be Rimo Sadewa, because it's going to be a heartbreaker if Rimo Sadewa does not get this 3-0. That puts them in a very, very terrible position, because they're going to be nervous all throughout the day until RSG finishes off against Sharper Esports, because RSG, they're mainly the ones who are the biggest threat for Rimo right now.
Yeah, that is true. They're the main threats because, Rimo, I think they're in the 4th place, AJ. And if they drop at least the next 3, I don't think, and if RSG wins their matches, they're going to be the ones eliminated, AJ. And, they started off really strong, AJ. You can agree with that. Day 1, very, very strong. Day 2, something went wrong. I don't know what went wrong there, but I feel like this is where they have to step it up.
Yeah, you know, a lot of the players, they've been taking it to social media. You know, the players who have been having quite a bit of a tough time in here at the Garena Regional Qualifier for understandable reasons, Jericho. These are the best of the best of the best in here each and every single series, man. It's going to be crazy. If you are not showing up at your best, they are going to be drawing blood. The best ones to perhaps put in, you know, this particular example is Raptors.DNS against UDO RSG. UDO RSG could not show up 100%. Raptors were there to take it away, man. And, you know, these teams, they've got those challenges, but we've got some challenges for the viewers as well, don't we?
Yes, we do have our milestone for the day, guys. Here we go. For 30,000 viewers for that Weapon XP card, we're going to give that away. If we reach 40,000, we're going to get that Night Watcher crate. And finally, if we hit 50,000, it's going to be a Battle Pass tier card. So, guys, why don't share the stream? Like it. Call everyone that you need. Let's help each other get these so that we can get all these rewards, guys.
Absolutely, on all of the platforms, any of the platforms that you're watching this on, regardless of the language, just hit that share button. And once you're done sharing the stream already, jump on over to all of the other streams, all of the other languages, all of the other platforms, share it out there as well. Help us hit those numbers so that these giveaways can be unlocked. 30, 40, as well as 50k. Even the first milestone is quite far away, Jericho, so the hustle needs to start now. I mean, just like those domination matches, you can't leave it all the way to the end, man. You gotta go in for the hustle at the get-go, Jericho.
Yeah, you really gotta hustle, guys. So I mean, it's gonna be a crazy day, and it's the last day for Group A. So you know, gotta support your team right here, because if you do or die, it might be the last time you might be seeing them. So gotta support, guys.
Okay, so opener of the day, once again, Rimo Sadewa taking on Raptors.DNS. Let's talk a little bit about Rimo, Jericho. They have won 6 and they've lost 6 so far. Quite in the balance, and this is the lineup of that team. Tricksters, Masex, Keens, Ochards, as well as Aimer. We've seen exactly how Ochards has gone out there onto the battlefield with his KRM. This guy, he gets close to, you know, some qualities of Crush. We may even compare him, put him on the exact same tier. Whether or not, you know, they can join the ranks of Clove, not so sure just yet. Maybe this will be that one matchup where Ochards really pops off, because it's literally do or die time now, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true. He needs to pop off, you know. But you know, they've been playing really well, AJ.
Yeah.
I feel like it's those small mistakes that's happening, especially in S&D, Rimo. I mean, Trickster's been popping off, but every time they try to win the game, like trying to close it out, they're just struggling so hard. Yeah. And then after that, they get demoralized even harder, which ends up, you know, it plays a factor. You know, you get demoralized. Sometimes you don't really play on your A game. So I feel like, you know, Rimo, we need to see that day one Rimo.
Yeah, so for anyone who's wondering exactly what Jericho means, demoralized in terms of when they took that matchup against UDO RSG, they hit that 3-0, man. They started off this competition hot.
Very hot.
And then against each and every other team that they met after that, ALMGHTY, Smart Omega, as well as Rimo, as well
Sharper.
as... Yeah, against Sharper. They could not take more than one match. They lost all of those 3 series, so it must have been hard on them. And they carry not so great of a momentum into this matchup. But Raptors.DNS, on the other hand, with Allen, Bang, CC, Pei, iWife, as well as Zonglin, they have been on an upward trajectory from day one. They showed up, and oh my goodness me, they bombed out crazy, Jericho. But the second day when they stepped in, they showed us exactly what they have, and today it's practically do or die for them as well. If they are able to aggress upon Rimo Sadewa, hope and pray that UDO RSG gets destroyed by Sharper Esports as well as Omega Esports, they might have a chance.
Well, they have to get a 3-0. That's a must.
Yeah,
if they get 2-1, it's pretty much a done deal for them, unfortunately. But hey, never count them out. We've seen them rise. AJ, you are correct. Maybe day 3, this might be the one, AJ. If they do the upset, get a double 3-0 here, the standings are going to go crazy, AJ.
Yeah, and Raptors.DNS, they can't even risk this by taking a 2-1, because let's assume UDO RSG gets thrashed by Omega Esports as well as Sharper. They don't take any points. Then this, you know, potentially falls into a situation where both of them will be at the very bottom. So it's a no-win right there, right? Rimo Sadewa, they are already up at the top. So this is just basically a lifeline that these players have got. if Raptors.DNS are able to get this, they later on have to take on another matchup against an even crazier squad. That's going to be ALMGHTY from Singapore. But this head-to-head, does it paint a picture, and is the picture looking sweet for the Raptors, Jericho?
At the moment, it can be, but you know, Aimer with 17, 16, 5, and 2-6, he's been just doing a lot for his team. But those numbers, they need to go up higher, and his teammates need to do well as well. And for Pay, 12, 10, 6, 1, 7, not the best numbers you can have right now. But I mean, I feel like at this point, these numbers are just numbers, AJ. They just need to focus on this they just need to focus on this series, AJ, because, like you said, AJ, do or die already.
Yeah, do or die. They literally need to take 6 rounds.
Yeah.
All 6. Against Rimo Sadewa, against ALMGHTY. It sounds impossible, especially against the team of ALMGHTY, who have been super duper sharp in the competition thus far. They sit down in that 6th position. They've got 2 series to go on in here. And I think that the matchup against Sharper Esports is going to be quite a challenge for them, and we're not so sure how they're going to be able to pull it off in there. So they're definitely going to be gunning for the Raptors.DNS later on. So that's not going to be a great matchup. So they need to build that momentum, continue building that momentum up against Rimo Sadewa, because if they crash out here, I'm afraid it might affect their performance later on in that Series 4 as well. But it looks like Lady Luck is staring right into the eyes of the dinosaurs here this time around. They win the coin toss. They get to ban the first map, as well as dictate where we play at hardpoint, as well as domination, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. I feel like a takeoff wins coming out here. So Crossfire is still in the books. I feel like Rimo's gonna take that for S&D, but Dinosaurs doesn't want to play on takeoff, taking that safe pick already. Let's see what Rimo will ban here.
I think they'll take a raid out.
I think raid?
Yeah.
I think a raid, yeah. I think I agree with you. Raid should be the one here. And yes, you are correct, AJ.
Yeah, I mean, because that's the only map they won against UDU RSG. The Raptors Dinosaurs are already suffering, and if that's the only map that they have shown that they can excel at, why not take that off of the list, right? So Rimo Sadewa definitely gone in there, done their research already. Standoff is going to be the first map that we go in here to see them perform. We have seen the Raptors jump on into Standoff in the past. They took, Search and Destroy against UDU RSG. Not typically the kind of matchup, but they knew the rotations around the map, so hopefully they will be able to show up strong in here. Summit is going to be the place where we go in and dance for Search and Destroy, dictated by Rimo Sadewa for that matchup number 2.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen Summit S&D, AJ, and it's gonna be a little bit hard here because it's a very small map. Is gonna give you're gonna get that control for second floor, and finally domination on Crossfire. Okay, the Dinosaurs, they want that smoke. They want to bring it over to Crossfire. So I'm pretty confident with that first pick, but the third pick, not so confident on that one.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. It all depends on exactly how they start that matchup off. And, at Crossfire, if Rimo Sadewa now is going to be jumping on in starting at the Special Forces base, we are looking at the potential of them going in immediately, aggressing up towards the Guerrilla base, flipping that spawn, trying to control Butchers up. And, well, we've seen that play in the past already. Sparrow and Annihilator both coming off as a ban here. Once again, Jericho, do or die for both of these teams.
Yeah.
And it's no doubt going to be an amazing opener for day number 5.
Yeah, I feel like, AJ, if Dinosaurs lose that first game, I feel like, it's sad to say, but I feel like I don't think they can make it if that's the case, AJ. Like, I just remember that they can't get a 2-1, AJ. So pretty much they have to win every single game if you're the Dinosaurs. And if you're Rimo, you can still afford to lose a game, but at the same time, you're gonna be, RSG, they're gonna be hungry as well. They're right behind them, so they gotta, a lot on the line here for those bottom 3 teams.
Yeah, and we are talking about a worst case scenario 2-1, assuming they're gonna be able to take all 3 matchup against ALMGHTY. And Jericho, you and I both know it's not going to be that easy. ALMGHTY, they're a different sort of beast, right? They have jumped in here once again. They've won 6, lost 3. Their matchup in here today, the first one is going to be against Sharper Esports, where we know they are the titans of this group, sitting down at the very top, and they're not even done with their matchups just yet. And this is not even their final series, right? Sharper Esports performs twice in here. They take on ALMGHTY, and then later on at the end of the day, the ex-champions of Malaysia, UDU RSG. So they'll definitely be looking to be the dominant titans at the very top. Everybody vying for that number 1 spot at the World Championship. But before we can get there, we need to see the top 8 at the playoffs first. Who are these teams who will be making it? Do or die. Let's go, Jericho.
Yeah, here we go. Game number 1. Hardpoint and standoff. You do see Rimo getting control immediately, but DNS, they're trying to hit that spawner. They want that statue, but Okat is there for the trade. And all gold down for DNS. And Rimo Sadewa having that control. The reset is coming in here. Alan trying to make some pushes here. But if you look at this, Rimo not being that aggressive anymore, AJ. A little bit more passive here. Focusing on that teamwork here. And I like this from Rimo.
Yeah, I think I like this, composure from them as well. 25-0. The Dinosaurs don't seem to be able to exert any sort of pressure whatsoever. And now the rotation towards private backyard. To be the hunter-killer drone that goes in for the snuff. Raptors.DNS really struggling to step up onto that first hard point. And now Rimo Sadewa literally running away with this. I will be shocked if they reach up to that 55-point mark, because that will literally mean the Dinosaurs barely contested this place. And now finally they do go in. Scrap points being picked up by the Raptors.DNS, but mainly because Rimo Sadewa, they're already focusing in on that second hard point. It's going to be the dance at Warehouse. Let's see if they can control this as well as they did for that first hard point.
Yeah, AJ, that's scrap time, 8 seconds, but damage has been done, 49 and 8, but the contestant iWife does get that time here, and Raptors actually manages to break the Rimo hold. And here comes iWife, gets 2-3 more players in here, and here comes the positioning from DNS. I like this aggression, iWife starting it off for his team, but as soon as we say that, Rimo already breaks in the hill, but here comes the retake coming in from Raptors. Can they make a play here? Aimer goes down. iWife just making huge space for the team. Gravity spike, but doesn't matter anymore. Zonglone is there, and Raptors.DNS has control of this.
Oh, great plays, man. I mean, they make that entrance from the Gorilla Avenue through the window. It was iWife that opened things up first, and from then on, it has been a hole from the Raptors.DNS side. And finally, Rimo Sadewa breaking that hole to jump on in. Bang cannot get much done, but will survive this fight for the time being. Holger 26, but on the scope is just a little bit too slow. 31-50. Raptors.DNS with iWife once again winning this fight. Pei should be able to make a difference over at Granny's house. They are trying to win the third hard point already from the get-go, but they need to focus in on that spawn as well. They are jumping into the hard point before it unlocks, and that was the biggest mistake for Raptors.DNS. Rimo Sadewa, they step onto the spawns, they jump on into that window, and they get those wins, Jericho.
Yeah, that's true. And we do see Aimer here with the dead machine. Will spot 4 players here. Gets one as well. But Trickster is there. Bang. They actually take him out of the hill. No one's on the hill, AJ. Good shot coming in from Bang. But now Rimo gets control again. A push is coming in here. But the defense is at Allen. Gonna be the first one in. We'll take out one. Take out 2 as well. And just like that, Rimo just one more break to be there. Allen's gonna be the pitch coming in. And Raptors, they break the hill, but Allen's gonna get taken out from below. And here comes the teams with the death machine, but Bang takes him out as well. And Raptors.DNS, they need this time, AJ. A very huge time here. But their battle for rotations coming in. 2 and 5 for Raptors.DNS already on rotation. Rimo gets that scrap time, and it's gonna be a battle for that P4. I like this coming in from the Raptors. They don't want to use much of their operator skills. They're gonna bring it out for this one.
Yeah, I absolutely love what we're seeing from the Raptors at the moment, but Rimo Sadewa, they just seem too supreme with those gunfights, and now the rotation needs to come through a little bit early, just like what we want. Raptors.DNS already there. Death Machine being pulled out, but unfortunately, Me6 and that KRM will be there to clear up the area, and Rimo Sadewa opens up that hard point nice and easy, holding back the Raptors yet again.
Yeah, I like the early rotation coming in, but if you're not going to win your gunfight, this could be tough. Zonglone here, one more player to beat here. Aimer gets away with it. Me6 from behind as well, and the trades are just coming in for Rimo. Rimo getting the domination here. It's going to be 120 already, 120 to 43. They have one more push here if you are the Raptors here. Trying to find some time here, AJ. Rimo just trading it back and forth. Bang comes in with a death machine, but there is Trickster from the behind. Now we do see Raptors finally get the time here, AJ. Let's see if they make a comeback. Huge time coming here for the Raptors.
Oh, this is a double stack from the Raptors.DNS. Now 2 of their players holding off at the warehouse shortcuts. They should have been at Bakery holding on to the defense, and now finally they win back this gunfight, waiting for their numbers. The challenge will come through from the front and the back. Raptors.DNS fighting for their lives. 4 seconds in here. Scrap points definitely picked up. They are still in here fighting for each and every single point. Hotel Yard will open up once again. If Rimo Sadewa was given the chance to aggress just like how they opened up this match, it's gonna be all over. But Zonglone with the amazing plays back to back. MX9 really doing it well. Now Nade on towards the it's just not going to matter because the sentry gun's still up and kicking. The players from Rimo Sadewa challenging Raptors.DNS. They're not allowing them to pick those points up.
Yeah, but we do see Me6 here finally getting that control. 13 seconds left. Aimer brings out that dead machine, but gets taken out. This is going to be the final push for Raptors.DNS. They have to contest it. 7 points. Here comes the push. iWife takes him out, but Me6 is still alive. Gets 2, gets 3, and that should be a GG. Me6 getting that, bringing out the dead machine. But steps out of the hill. Not yet over, but here comes the contest. Someone's going to get near, and that should be a GG. Me6 getting that game-winning triple kill. 150-71. Rimo Sadewa 1-0 already.
Oh, that was an amazing game from Rimo Sadewa. We saw the effort from Raptors.DNS. iWife making a majority of those plays to open up the game, but they just couldn't capitalize, man. And the problem here with a majority of those situations is Raptors.DNS, they continuously try to stack their players into these plays. And by the time they wait for that backup, when those players die and then they respawn, it's just too much of time wasted just waiting. They could have just gone in there multiple times to make those plays. But I understand where they're coming from because earlier in the competition, that's exactly the play they were going with, but they just couldn't take on those 1-versus-1 fights. So this adjustment that they're bringing on in is definitely allowing them to pick up more points in the competition, Jericho, but they still can't find it in themselves to win it just yet. There you go. iWife actually picking up the MVP on the side of Raptors.DNS. Unfortunately, just not good enough. Aimer, on the other hand, for the side of Rimo Sadewa. Oh, goodness me. This guy was popping off all over the place. 31 crazy kills. And all of the other players, they were keeping up with him.
Yeah, you know, OCODs and Me6 are at 7 and 18, and Trickster and Keens 10 and 8. Even if they were 10 and 8, I think Aimer was just stealing their kills. You know, Aimer was just running around left and right, AJ. But you know, I do want to point out that the moment the Raptors lost was that 4th hill, AJ. We did see them rotate very early, AJ. But you know, the death machine came out, but it was just the communication. They were looking at the same area. And it just, you know, Rimo just became the better team at that point. You know, they were just pushing in there. And then once Rimo held it down, they pulled out their death machines, and pretty much it was a GG from there on.
Yeah, for me, it was the 3rd hill where they did go in for those early rotations in, but instead of just holding on to the spawn at the Special Forces base, they immediately jump on in towards Granny's house. The hard point wasn't even unlocked yet. There was nobody to clear off in there. And I understand if one player goes in there to just check out exactly what's happening in Granny's house to make sure the area is clear, but all 3 players stack themselves in, and that was just an absolute waste because right behind the area of Special Forces base, the Special Forces Avenue, overtaken by the players from Rimo Sadewa. They jump on in through the window. They win their gunfights as they have been all of the game. So, you know, I can see exactly where Raptors.DNS is going with some of this ideation in these matchups, but they just need to start winning more of those gunfights. And I unfortunately don't feel like that's something they can fix immediately right now, Jericho. So that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a problem. We did see some life there. iWife, you know, trying his best to will his team in it. But, you know, but if he can win those gunfights, I feel like S&D can be a different story. You know, iWife can be that playmaker for them. But it's gonna be in Summit, AJ, and that's a map pick for Rimo. So advantage obviously goes to them. So you know, it's gonna be really tough here. Rimo trying to get it 2-0, and Raptor trying to make it 1-1.
And Rimo Sadewa, in all of their rights, they have managed to show us exactly what they're worth in this one matchup. I think their rotations were almost perfect each and every single time. Their gunfights were perfect. They weren't really wasting any of their streaks. And in the Search and Destroy, we can pretty much expect about the same, but with a slower pace. Hopefully, Raptors.DNS, they are able to bring out a stellar gameplay here. They will be on the attacking side first, and it's potentially going to be a stack towards that Bravo side. It will be a push straight on in towards Control Room. But let's see exactly who wins this.
Yeah, Bang takes out 1 Aimer, and Oka takes out 1 as well. Keems takes out 1. It's going to be a 2v4. Pay on below. Allen takes out Keems, actually, and Allen gets 2. Me6 takes out Allen. It's going to be a 1v2. Pay on the bottom. He's actually below here. Bomb is down, AJ. And I don't think they know that Pay is there. Pay will get this timing. The timing, he just looked there a while ago, but no, Me6 takes him out. Call of Duty Mobile timing at its finest. And just like that, first round goes to Rimo Sadewa. AJ, it was a pretty fast round. You know, once we got in the game, everyone was already killing each other.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for the side of Raptors.DNS. I guess they did not expect a super aggressive Rimo Sadewa, but clearly that was the play that won them that round. Rimo Sadewa getting that surprise push onto Raptors.DNS, an early opener, and I guess Zonglun has gotten retired from this round. Allen taken down, Bang, the final player alive and kicking now. Oh goodness me, this is just a walkover for the side of Rimo Sadewa.
Yeah, that was just really, really fast. You know, a 4-man push on that second floor. Raptors, they were climbing the mantle. They were climbing one by one, AJ. One by one, they fall. And now 2-0 to Rimo. It's just going to be the same. They're going to be trying to do the same thing over and over again. If you're Raptors, try to go to A. You know, if you know that they're going to be going to B, might as well go to A or go for that delay push. I like this coming in from the Raptors. But just hold it down. Play for picks. Let them second guess. And just like that. That's the pick you need. And that's going to hold off the push.
Beautiful, man. I mean, you're absolutely right, Jericho. Just hold back. If Rimo Sadewa continuously wants to aggress, let them aggress on, let them make those jump mistakes, and then take those early frags, and then capitalize later on with those numbers. Zonglun with a very good position, but he has to be careful. Those numbers can overwhelm him really quick. Bang as well. He needs to be able to hold on to this corner. Tricksters with a quick shot. Keens takes down iWife. Gonna be very bad, but Zonglun immediately trades out another one. Pei drops Keens. The numbers look great for the Dinosaurs, Jericho.
Yeah, it really looks great for versus Tuna, and you do see Me6 and Trickster falling back, but Zonglun does spot one. Trigger Discipline not there. We'll tag him up. Trickster with that sniper. Ooh, if he was able to scope there, he could have gotten a kill there, but will frag it out. Throws the nade. Nothing, but here comes Me6. Tags up one. Zonglun takes out Me6, and now it's going to be a 1 versus 4. Trickster, it's all up to you. Bomb will go down. I think they're trying to hunt for them. Me6, the Trickster just find one, but will not tag it up. Gets away with his life. Will spot Zonglun on the left, and this should be around for the Raptors.
Yeah, I love this punishment that the Raptors are bringing in here. Rimo Sadewa, they wanted to take the aggressive push, and Trickster takes a 2-piece for himself before getting taken out. What a way for Rimo Sadewa to show that even when they are outnumbered, they still can aggress on fourth, but unfortunately for them, the numbers this time around will just be too much to take on. 4 versus 1, but hopefully they are able to show us what they can now pull off in response, because Raptors, as they pull back, Rimo Sadewa now, they need to chill out a little bit as well, because those aggressive rounds are not going to work against the Raptors anymore.
Yeah, that is true, AJ, but they're going to be doing the same thing, AJ, and here comes Fake, takes out Keems. A is open, and the Raptors, I think they're going to try to push right. iWife spots one more, tags up OCADs, gets that information, and now here comes the push for A. No one is going to be there except for Me6 is at the back as well. I feel like the Raptors, they're going to force this, AJ. They want to force this, and here comes the smoke, double stuns right here, and here comes the push coming from the Raptors.
And they go in here for the push. Oh, Taz right in front gets taken out by Pei with a double force himself. Aimer gets taken out of the equation as well. Bang goes down, but it doesn't matter. It's a 4 versus 2, and Raptors.DNS, what an amazing push in, and Trickster so low on his HP, has to back away. Pulls out the shorty all alone once again. Exactly what can he pull off? If he gets a 2-kill early on, does not get that shot. Unfortunate for him, unable to thin the numbers down, but he needs to now aggress on fourth because 30 seconds. Bomb has gotten planted already.
Yeah, bomb is down, and he's gonna get trapped. You see number 1 on your screen, iWife, just pre-aiming, holding that angle, and Trickster will try to do a miracle here, AJ. Does he have any tricks up his sleeve? We'll spot 2 players, gets taken out by Pei, and just like that, we are tied at 2-2, AJ. Raptors.DNS answering back.
Ooh, amazing plays from both teams here, and Rimo Sadewa, they are being punished for, just potentially bringing in the exact same sort of a play round after round. It doesn't work. Raptors are punishing them, and yet they still want to bring in that aggression, right? That early takedown by, I believe, Keens was the opener that Raptors.DNS needed, and now Bang looking for a shot. Will fight it on to Tricksters, and the side of Rimo Sadewa will not have their sniper anymore, but I believe a quick player just went in there, quickly picked it up, should be able to scope it out for the side of Rimo, who now back away, opening up that B bomb site.
Yeah, that's true. I believe it didn't get the bomb the gun anymore, AJ, because there was a nade that was thrown over there. So he pushed back. That's going to be number 4. Me6 is just the back. But the triple stack still coming in for Rimo here. They have A covered, but I believe it's going to be another B push coming in here. OCADs has that MX sign in hand, but the flank should be able to come here. But no one is moving. Second floor will be controlled here. And no one's actually below AJ. That's going to be very, very tough. If Okads can go for that flank, AJ, he could potentially make a play here. And bang, spots one but misses. iWife takes out Aimer. It's gonna be a 4 versus 3. But does spot one more. 5 versus 3 right here. Bang. Here comes the push. iWife takes out Keens as well. It's now gonna be a 5v2.
Oh, great play. iWife now with an amazing opportunity to shut down Ocharts as well, but should not take the CQC because Ocharts with one shot should be able to get that fight too easy. iWife backs away. Alan eliminates Me6 from this equation, leaving Ocharts all alone, and he shouldn't be able to pull off anything but the MX-9 in hand. If Raptors.DNS aggress upon him, should be able to pick off a couple of kills. Bang now, right behind. Ocharts goes in for the punish, but Alan immediately takes it right back. 3-2. Raptors.DNS with the very, very important lead.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. 3-2 on the switch of the sides now. Now let's see what the Raptors can do on defense, and if the Rimo, you know, they're very aggressive on defense. Let's see if they're super ultra aggressive on offense, AJ. And I like this, getting control of that second floor immediately in the Raptors. They just want to slow it down a bit, use their snipers, just spot a trophy, so they know there's gonna be enemies there. But look at the push coming from the Raptors. They know it's gonna be there. Trickster takes out Pay, and that might be the opening here. Okads just spot one. The hit mark is in for the grenade, but no one will be pushing. Delayed again. Nade's gonna be pulling out. Double trophy setup. I like this, AJ. But here comes number 2 right here. Zhonglu. He's gonna peek one, but Okads is there. Hit marker, he can keep some bullets. But Aimer is there for the trade, and just like that, it's gonna be a 5 versus 3.
At this moment, the players from Udu RSG all holding hands, all saying those prayers. They are hoping and praying for Rimo Sadewa to lose this matchup, because each and every single match that Rimo Sadewa wins, it just means that Udu RSG have to work and hustle even harder, man. It's not going to be easy for them at all. Aimer as well as Ocharts dropping the players from Raptors.DNS. Raptors not doing Udu RSG a lot of favors at all. Bang! Gets taken down. A little too easy for Rimo as they equalize.
Yeah, as they equalize 3-3, AJ. Oh, it's getting back and forth, AJ. You know, every time Rimo plays S&D, it's always a back-to-back. They always go they always go round after round, AJ. It always goes to round 11 here. But so far, Rimo's offense working really, really well here. But here comes the rush coming to A. There's gonna be one player to beat. It's gonna be Bang with that sniper. Can he take out the players? But the rush is coming in.
Now let's see if this is possible. Just eliminates Bang from the equation. Rimo Sadewa going in potentially for another round in here. Attacking side, the plan is there. And Raptors.DNS, they now need to make a play. iWife going in for the spot. Will be caught out by Me6 if not too careful here. Needs to check his corners.
Yeah, indeed, but Keens gets taken out by Zhonglu. Let's give one player at the back. iWife does spot one. Brings out the AMAX, but gets taken out by Me6. Here comes the push. Okads is going to be here. Gets double pushed by Zhonglu. Again, the retake's coming on. Zhonglu trying to take out one player. One more player to beat there. But Aimer is there for the trade. And just like that, 4-3 Rimo. Now leading by a round.
And you said it, Jericho. Back and forth it goes with these teams. I mean, earlier on in that hard point, it was pretty much like that at a certain point before Rimo just ran away with it. Raptors.DNS now, they just need to focus, man, because Rimo, each and every single round, yeah, they're just testing them. Yes, the hopes of making it through to the playoffs, you know, it has definitely waned for the players of Raptors.DNS, because even if they do take all 5 rounds, that puts them at 6 points. And if they go in with a tiebreaker against Rimo Sadewa, you know exactly how that's going to end up. So it's do or die in this matchup, because that head-to-head will get activated. And they both need to hope for Udu RSG to not win those rounds.
Yeah, and just finish the sentence, AJ. All the Rimo players go down one by one, and now it's going to be a 4-4, AJ. They're just trading rounds at this point. We got to see someone here pull off here. And I feel like the Raptors are going to be able to do that right here. They're going to send Bang again on the right side. But Rimo going to do that same second floor control. But let's see what happens here. Pate brings out the AMAX. This could be another stalemate, AJ. No one's going to make the first move. Someone has to make one, but B6 with that sniper. The spot, Allen. Oh, can he get that snipe? Allen. Jiggle peeking. But spots Allen, misses that shot, and Allen should be able to hear that shot, but I think he didn't hear it. Gets taken. Now Trickster, Me6 gets one for each other, and now it's going to be a 5 versus 3.
Unfortunate for the side of Raptors. Allen just not spotting that. Exposes himself. Zonglun gets taken down as well. Rimo Sadewa should be able to bag this. A 5 versus 1. The bomb has been planted, but bang! Takes a quick scope. Ochad's right in front. Shorty goes in for the pop. Gets the kill. Backs away. And Keynes just goes in. Unfortunate for him. Melee for the pop. 5-4. Raptors.DNS on a very, very thin line here now.
Yeah, very thin line indeed, but most of the S&Ds of Rimo always go to around 11, so I believe Raptors, they might do the same thing here, but let's see. It's going to be another defensive round. Rimo, they got one more round in order to get this game number 2. The spot one here, Trickster almost gets taken out. AJ eats a hit marker, but OCAD's already aggressive, already inside the base. There's going to be one player, but with UC iWife as well, hitting that flank, that long flank. This is going to be beautiful timing if you can get someone here. We'll spot 2 trophies, gives that information. Now just spot 1 on the left, but Keynes better with the Holger. 5 versus 4. Here comes the push from OCAD. OCAD spots 1 as well on the right. We'll try to shoot, take out 1, and it's looking pretty bad for the Raptors. It's going to be a 2v5. Keynes trying to push to the right. Bomb will go down already, AJ, and the Raptors trying to get something here, AJ.
Yeah, and I don't think they will be able to get anything, man. It's a 5 versus 2 now. Bomb on the ground. It's all left to Zonglun as well as Pepe. Opportunity takes Tricksters out of the equation. But Keynes with the corner, not going to be able to catch him. A double push coming through, but the response good. Keynes takes a double. Raptors.DNS fall again.
And, 2-0 already. It's looking really, really bad for the Raptors. And, that's so unfortunate, man. They were so close, They just lost a lot of rounds that they could have won, AJ. Just small mistakes. But Rimo being on their A game today, AJ, and they're not looking to lose any games right now.
Yeah, man. And, I don't think they will be able to, take it as easy on the next matchup. Raptors.DNS, they have been able to to a minuscule point, match up to Rimo Sadewa in some of these plays. But to a majority of those situations, it's going down to the gunfights. Rimo, just a little better. Even with that last contention, we saw Keynes with that 2-on-1 situation. He bags both of those kills. A little too good on the side of Rimo. And when we move on in towards domination, I'm afraid it's going to be pretty much the exact same result. Raptors.DNS, they've tried, man. They've tried really, really hard. But I think they shouldn't give up just yet. They might be able to help out their friends over at Udo RSG by at least punishing Rimo Sadewa in this domination match coming up.
Yeah, if they can at least get that one game for them, I think RSG could breathe a little bit lighter, AJ. But let's see. Momentum's on the side of Rimo. They're just really struggling right now, and it's gonna be Crossfire. And Rimo, we saw them in that hard point. They were really on point, AJ. But we did see also the Dinosaurs doing a little bit of damage there. 71 points. I mean, it's not a complete domination there. They still managed to do some damage there, AJ. And they were winning their gunfights. iWife really popping off even in the S&D as well. So I believe it might be a close game, AJ.
I hope it is, man. I mean, based on that first matchup at standoff, they were showing up quite well in some of those circumstances, right? But if we take a look right back, the decisions were a little poor at times. But I have to compare them to day number 1, Jericho. They have made those improvements. They have looked at those games and they have patched up whatever that was required. But I don't think this is the time to be making those adjustments. I don't think this is the time to be making those patches. This is the time where you come out and you show us exactly what you've got. And I don't think Raptors.DNS have exactly what it takes to deliver yet again. But look, they've always had this attitude about them through all of the competitions that we've shoutcasted. They never know when to give up, man. And I don't think they want to start now. Let's see them put up a great fight against Rimo Sadewa here.
Yeah, here we go. Game number 3. Do or die again for DNS. But here comes Rimo pushing in already. And B is captured in the first 15 seconds, AJ. But here comes the push coming in from Raptors. They can get this Teams one more place to beat here. Teams takes out 1. Can he take out a second? Pace gets to trade. But you see the flood coming in from Rimo. They're just pushing in one by one there, and it's working so far. But here comes Okas with the boxing glove. Takes out 1. And just like that, B is still controlled by Rimo.
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of Raptors.DNS, they don't play butchers. They don't, hide behind any of those plays, they drop in towards middle lane, they take such open fights against Rimo Sadewa, and in circumstances like that, it's going to be way too easy for Rimo. And yes, Raptors.DNS are able to pull that B flag back, but it's only because they piled up their bodies in that particular domination point, right? And if they can continue to navigate through this map together, they should be able to continuously pull this off. But the moment they start getting pressured by a split push on the side of Rimo Sadewa, those plays are going to be breaking down Jericho, and they need to watch out for that.
Yeah, they need to watch out for that indeed. So now we do see Rimo. They, Raptors, they got the flag a while ago, but it's going to be 28 to 25 here, AJ. And now it's not looking really pretty. But, Rimo, early lead coming in here. They still have control. OCAD's trying to do everything he can to defend it. Moment big defeat. IY gets taken out, but the nade is there. Good nade coming in from Rimo, and they get to defend B here. And, if you're the Raptors, you're doing well. You're trying to make that team push. Try to get some 5 downs. But here comes Van, missing the shots, but Aimer, triple kill with the Hunter Killer, AJ, and that will just stop your momentum.
Oh, that definitely snuffs out your momentum, man. But they're taking way too much of a straightforward fight. Yes, they're waiting to stack these players. Oh, but the gods of RNG, they give them the spawn off at launch, and this is that perfect opportunity for Raptors.DNS to pull that A flag and then go in for the cap at B as well. They do have one player at Butchers, so they should be able to control this mid lane fight. They go in with those gunfights, they take a couple of kills, but they need to now step onto that B flag. They've got the numbers in here. They need to win their gunfights. Over at middle lane, yes they do, but the save comes through from Ochards at the very last moment to save it for Rimo Sadewa.
Yeah, they saves it indeed, and Oka's just punching everyone right here. The disrespect is on point. Oka, I don't know if he's trying to play seriously or do something here, but Alan, it's working so far, AJ, getting those 2 kills here. Alan trying to make a play on the left, will get shot up here, and the lead is slowly growing for Rimo and Dinosaurs. They have to get this B flag just to try to slow down the lead. Here comes Zonlin with the push, takes out no Rimo players there, and here comes the cap coming in from DNS. The death machines are coming out, one more pick to beat. They need to help each other here. B6 takes out Zonlin, stops the cap here, and Alan again, and DNS, they're just slowly, they're pushing one by one here. You got to push as a team here, AJ, if you want to cap B here. But 25-point lead, not really huge here. Let's see if Raptors can make a comeback.
Yeah, and taking fights down middle lane, bro, that's just not gonna be a great idea, man. I mean, that's just gonna fall flat on its face again and again. I think Raptors.DNS, they've got the great ideas here to stick together, to stack up those players, and very clearly, whenever they do get those stacks, they are winning over those flags, but they need to consistently go in for those stacks. They need their conversations as well as communication to be as strong as ever. Predator missile dropped in here by Rimo Sadewa. This is a little heartbreaking because each and every single attempt by the Raptors.DNS side seems to be breaking down, and now they're just spawn capped here. They're not able to move anywhere past dead end. Even through corner building, the players are not able to step out from. Rimo Sadewa just locking them in, Jericho.
Yeah, Rimo Sadewa just, from start to finish is now just dominating now. Here comes another Hunter Killer. The dead machine comes out. IY, they're trying to do anything here, DNS, but the damage has been done. The Rimo just holding down all the angles here, Butchers and all the left and right.
Yeah.
All the lanes are being covered, AJ. And Rimo, look at the central building. It's full of Rimo players, just pretty much just holding down angles with the Holger, and DNS has no answer.
Yeah, it's just a little unfortunate for Raptors.DNS. I think Rimo Sadewa's outplayed them, and I do not agree with the stacking meta, right? I think they could have gone in here with a little bit of distraction because obviously they are going to continuously lose their players. So even if you do want to go in for the stack, you can't take a too straightforward of a fight. You need to pull in a distraction, and the player that goes in for the distraction needs to be your craziest damage dealer who will be able to hold on a 1 versus 2 fights over at Butchers, and maybe the distraction at the seed flag can give them access to cap that B flag at shortcuts. But no plays being done. They're taking it all straight forward. Ochards jumps in, melee after melee. They are just going in here for the Juggernaut victory, and they'll get exactly what they want, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true here. Rimo just, trading left and right. 122 to 76 here. AJ, it's looking really, really bad for DNS, but if they want to make a play here, they got to go for it now. The trip cap is a must here, AJ, but Rimo just a little bit too strong. The gunfights, they're just really winning everything, and Oka's here with the death machine. Trying to make find kills now and everything. But here comes the cap, A and C. A being captured already. But let's see what happens here. Can they get B, AJ? But here comes the push from Aimer and Keeps. Allen has 2 kills here. Yeah. But no, it's going to be shut down, AJ. And just like that, 137 to 84, it's looking really, really bad.
Yeah, so that's the kind of stack that I was talking about. Each time they go in there with that stack play, they are able to win some of their gunfights. But unfortunately for them, they're not pulling in any distraction whatsoever, right? One of those players did go in there for that B flag, but it was just too weak of a play. They're not winning their gunfights, and it's just not going to be a situation where you'll be able to step into a matchup with Rimo Sadewa and win. 150 to 90. Unfortunately, Raptors.DNS, they fall again.
Yeah, hot 3-0 coming in here, AJ. But, I mean, it was, I wouldn't say pretty close. It was close, but not as close as we wanted to, AJ.
Yeah.
You know, they were just really having their time. You know, Rimo, from the start to finish. You know, Raptors, they did capture B at the start, but Rimo just really too strong, AJ. The way they were pushing together, it was all perfect from start to finish, AJ, and they get that 3-0, and now they could breathe for a while. But for RSG, I mean, they were hoping for at least DNS to get a map, but unfortunately, they have to work even harder, AJ. And if you're the Raptors, you know, at this point, it's really hard to call it, AJ.
Udu RSG now, they have to go up against Rimo Sadewa, who have got 9 points in here. Rimo Sadewa capping this at 9 actually already decides the fate of the Malaysians, because then we go and get pulled into a head-to-head. And the question is, have Rimo Sadewa taken on Udu RSG, and what happened there? Because even if Udu RSG, from where they are now, go ahead and win all 6 of their rounds, they will end up on the 9, my friend.
That is true, AJ. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's really hard to call. It's like you want both teams to go through, but you know, it's due to the tournament rules and everything, and with players not playing the best as they can, you know, it's gonna be really hard. And I feel like if that happens, you know what? I feel like, you know, RSG, the reason why they're gonna lose is because they lost that one game against Raptors, AJ.
Yeah,
and that's it really haunted them in the end.
But of course, that's best case scenario.
Yeah, best case scenario.
That's best case scenario, assuming Udu RSG takes this game up against, you know, Omega Esports as well as Sharper, and they win both of it 3-0, 3-0 back-to-back. And you and I both know, although Udu RSG, they are a squad that's capable of delivering, I don't know if they can deliver 6 rounds against 2 of those supreme teams, right? Maybe they can deliver 4 out of 6, but 6 out of 6 is definitely asking way too much. But who knows, man? When you push the Malayan Tigers all the way into a corner, they might just strike.
Yeah, they might just strike indeed. But then again, you're going up against Omega and Sharper. The name alone strikes fear into your eyes, AJ. And if you're RSG, you need that RSG that reverse swept Almighty in the MYSG invitation. You need that kind of team now. So, I mean, it's going to be really tough, AJ.
Yeah, it's definitely tough, man. I mean, my heart goes out to Raptors.DNS. Amazing fight in here today. But unfortunately, Rimo Sadewa just showed up better. And of course, in order to close off their run in this competition, Raptors.DNS, they will be looking to take on Almighty later on in that 4th series. I hope and I pray they are able to at least take a win there, man, because at least it's a good run for them throughout the competition, right? But it's once again not going to be easy. Almighty, the team, the champions of Singapore, they went on a 12-0 run to qualify all the way in towards the regional qualifiers. So yeah, good luck to the Raptors.DNS, because let's take a look at this matchup once again, right? Those rotations were all right, but just a few mistakes tagged along with those rotations, didn't they, Jericho?
Yeah, a lot of, I mean, mistakes, especially that third one. AG called it out a while ago. They were first there, but they weren't going for the hill. They were already inside. They weren't going for the spawns, AJ. They were going for inside the hill already. I mean, you don't do that. You have to go for the spawn story, because you want your teammates to spawn there if they die on the old hill.
Yeah.
And then also on that 4th hill, just pure up gunfights. Rimo just really took it home. And then here in the S&D, it was just a battle of who had a better guns fight, you know, who had the better gun skill, AJ, honestly. Like, it wasn't even the strats anymore. It just really came down to gun skill, because everyone was just going in one by one. Yeah,
and Rimo Sadewa, they did underestimate the side of Raptors.DNS early in that matchup, and they got punished for that attitude, right? I mean, 2 of those rounds back-to-back, Rimo did take it, but then Raptors hit immediately right back. They knew those plays. They were expecting it. They slowed down their play, and they started catching off Rimo Sadewa. But the problem is, Rimo, they know how to adjust to their opponents as well, and when they adjusted themselves, it got that much harder for the Raptors.
Yeah, it got much really harder, AJ, especially here, you know, the S&D here getting meleeed here in the last round right here, trying to get some kills here, but Keen's just a little bit too strong there. And then finally for the domination, Okaz was just having his time with the melee right here. This was a good push coming in for Raptors. They got the early B here, but there was just no help coming in from his teammates. They were getting killed by number 3 there, Trickster, in Butchers, getting control of, which is not his spot, AJ. Like, that should be the Raptors spot, but they were just getting over, picking up all the lanes here, and Rimo just playing the best that they can right now.
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of Raptors.DNS, you know, multiple mistakes they made. They did get the favorable spawn on the side of Gorilla Base, but they don't go in there, like you said. They don't control Butchers, and on top of that, they take such open fights all in middle lane. And they've got no cover whatsoever. There's no way you're going to be able to duck away from those gunfights. Raptors.DNS, they get snuffed out way too easy. Rimo, Sadewa, they just aggressed on that final domination, right? Soldier of the game, the one and only aimer. This guy, he's quite the god at aiming.
Yeah, he is pretty good, AJ. You know, we saw his numbers a while ago, but now it's spiked up to 19, 11, 5, and 2, 3, AJ. You know, he's doing a lot for his team, but you know what? I feel like the MVP should be the whole team. It was a complete team effort, and we saw a different kind of Rimo, AJ, much more composed, much more tactical, and much more deadlier, actually, AJ. So we expect them to do well in their next series, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that point, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Rimo, Sadewa, they jump up to the very top of the board with 9 points in the bag. But they've already had 15 games played. That is the very final series from them. They will not be performing anymore until the playoffs. If they make it there, technically maths says they will definitely make it there.
I feel like they're gonna make it there. I mean, as long as they don't lose anymore, and if RSG loses one game, they're pretty much, it's secured already, AJ.
Yeah, exactly right. I think Yudu RSG, they now are in a very sticky situation. That is going to be Series 3 as well as 5. Yudu RSG, they've got 3 points on the board so far. So even we are asking the impossible from them, man, to take 6-0, right? 3-0 against Omega Esports, 3-0 against Sharper. If you guys think that is possible, Malaysians, you guys are watching over the ESL page as well as the Call of Duty Mobile page on Facebook. Please comment down below and let us know if you think Yudu RSG will be able to take all 6 rounds. I mean, I want them to win. I want them to represent Malaysia. But this sort of a fight, it just seems to be a little bit tough for them. And above and beyond everything else, they were the only team that dropped a round against Raptors.DNS. And I think that kind of paints a little bit of a picture as to how the rest of the series are going to go in here for them, unless they come in here totally different with a brand new side of Yudu RSG, Jericho.
Yeah, I mean, if we do see the old RSG, it just might change the scene of Group A.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the kind of, Yudu RSG we want to see. Now, I missed exactly what production said in my ear moments ago, Jericho, so I'll have to depend on you. Okay, we're gonna jump on over to a quick short break, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We will be right back with series number 2. Sharper Esports takes on ALMGHTY.
เป็น Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021
Major Series Season 5. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Is in the convenience store. He's not going to be able to fight him. And on the other hand, whoa. Yet, but with that takedown, this should open things up. Backstab from Zia.
Pesan-pesan untuk tim saya, jangan menyerah, terus latihan dan satukan pemikiran.
ช่วยตัวเองครับกูเก็บไป28คิวพี่บอลจะแตะได้30อยู่แล้วแล้วลูกตรงนี้เก็บเพิ่มไป
Rimo Sadewa 嘅呢個
Top kill 但打狙还是要小心这个穿点，直接把 Momo 给穿死。
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Regional Qualifier Group Stage. I am VV Jericho here with Mustachio AJ. We had a hot 3-0 AJ coming in from Rimo Sadewa versus Raptors.DNS. Guys, but before we get into the action, we want to show you guys something. The Sony Xperia 1 Mark III, the official mobile device of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, and it's the best device to play COD Mobile in any FPS game.
Oh, absolutely. If you're wondering why you get to step up and share your victories with the Game Enhancer, control all of your gaming experience for your best performance.
Yes, and not only that, it has a fluid motion 120 Hz refresh rate display that we only have on monitors, but now it has been possible by Sony. It is now in a tiny device, AJ.
And of course, if it's not just that, you guys get the 240 Hz touch scanning rate as well with your 10-finger claw playing. You guys get everything registered, right? Because it's 4 times higher than the previous model, meaning the action can happen exactly as you intended for precision control.
Yes, but not only that, you can also strike first in the dark with the low gamma razor, enhancing image details in dark areas. It highlights your enemies without overexposing bright areas of the screen. So guys, all those dark areas, if you shoot first, you're probably gonna win first.
Absolutely. And of course, not just see, but you also need to hear well. So heighten the sounds and outsmart your enemies with the audio equalizer. You can hear footsteps or gunshots louder so that you can react even before you can see them coming.
Yeah, very, very helpful indeed. And not only that, this phone is by gamers for the pro gamers. You know, Sony, they recorded the finger moves of pro gamers, then performed touch response tuning while reproducing those finger movements with the robot for position control. So all those movements you guys do with your phone, it's all in the Xperia. So it's the Xperia 1 Mark III. And with that being oh, okay, you go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. With that being said, right, all of these teams, they are using this one particular awesome phone to play this competition. It has not been easy for teams like Raptors.DNS so far. They've gone in there. They have not been able to, rally on. But teams like Rimo, Sadewa, they have been able to thrash 3-0. Will ALMGHTY be able to pull something like that off and, stop Sharper Esports in their path and take that #1 spot instead? Because we know Sharper Esports sits down at the very top. But they've got 2 more series in here, and so does ALMGHTY. And the difference in terms of points is just 1.
Yeah, that is true. That's going to be 1 here. But if you look at the schedule, AJ, you were right. Rimo Sadewa versus Raptors.DNS, first series. And the second one's going to be very important, AJ. I agree with you. Sharper Esports being that top dog and ALMGHTY placing that third one. If ALMGHTY can pull off a 2-1 or probably a 3-0, it's going to change up the scene. Sharper Esports, these 2 games are going to be very important for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to paint a very clear picture for us as to how the playoffs are going to be looking like. So these matches are important for us in that way. Once again, the matchups have already pretty much been decided based on simple mathematics, but Sharper Esports, it's just a playoff dominance for them, man. They have been trying to jump on in here and show each and every other team that they are the dominant ones. So far, they've only lost 2 out of the 9 rounds that they've dropped on into. Only Rimo as well as Smart Omega managed to pull matches off of them at domination standoff as well as search and destroy raid. And apart from that, they've won each and every other match.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. And with that being said, Sharper Esports, we have Soy Bad. Yeah. And now with C1, Sergeant X, and Vixer, these boys are ready. And then, I'm waiting for a moment, AJ, and when he's not playing, AJ.
Well, okay. Before we... Okay, you know what? We'll leave the predictions after those map picks. But even if that's the case, right, Jericho, now that the playoffs have already been decided, here's my question to you. Do you think both of these teams will be showing us exactly what they have, or are they going to be holding back? Because there's absolutely no reason to aggress in this matchup and look for those Ws.
Yeah, that is true. I feel like we're gonna see the best of the best right here. You know, two of the top teams here. They're gonna go all in here, AJ, and they need to, because you know, I think Almighty they need it as more as Sharper Esports need it, because they have another game, they have another match later. They can afford to drop a game, but I feel like they wouldn't try to do that. But it's not gonna be as easy as it looks. It's gonna be against Almighty, and Almighty, Kings of Singapore, AJ. It's gonna be very, very difficult here. So let's see. Are we gonna see Sharper keep the top spot, or are they gonna go down and give it to Almighty?
Yeah, Sharper, they need to win this series, because if they lose, they're potentially going to allow Almighty to overtake them on the leaderboard, because Almighty's next series, that's going to be up against Raptors.DNS, and we've already seen exactly how they performed against Rimo, Sadewa, Irfan J, Adapt, Incendio, Heaven, as well as Shut Up, jumping on in to represent the Lion City, and I think they're about to have an amazing matchup in here against Sharper Esports. Whether they'll be able to pull that W, it's all going to be depending onto those map picks, the coin toss, exactly where does Lady Luck look and who she smiles at.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. You know, these boys actually they're I don't really like their spot, the third place, because if they lose this next three, I think Rimo's gonna take over with them, because you know Rimo 9-6 at the moment, and Almighty 6-3. So very, very rough waters here, AJ. So let's see what's gonna happen here. You know, we see the boys Adapt, Incendio, Heaven, Irfan J, Shut Up. We've seen them play, but you know they lost some matches that we thought they should have won that, AJ. So we need to see the best of Almighty in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're gonna get exactly that. I have never seen Almighty show up and not try to show up at their best, right? I mean, let's take a quick look at the Almighty side of things in here, because their stats within the competition, it looks quite strong, right? They are 6-3 at the moment, and they've only dropped one of those matches in each and every single series to Smart Omega, Rimo, as well as RSG. But before we get into those numbers, let's take a quick look at the head-to-head, Jericho.
Yeah, we have Vinxer here versus Heaven. Vinxer with 15 kills, 9 deaths, 3 assists, and 2,200 average score. But Heaven, though, AJ, 24 kills, 12 deaths, 7 assists, and an average of 3,200. Numbers are very absurd here, and Heaven just showing why he is one of the best players in this region. Let's see if he can keep up these numbers, AJ.
Yeah, KD 2.0, and Heaven is just that sort of a guy who will be able to take those kills. But, you know, Sharper Esports, they've been able to show us really, really strong wins. And I mean, whenever teams have stepped on in here and they've been able to get those victories, they've dominated those teams. And I'm talking about Hardpoint at Raid against Rimo Sadewa. They beat them 150-76. Against Smart Omega at Takeoff, 150-54. So Sharper Esports definitely dangerous, and they win the coin toss, blocking out Crossfire. Almighty's not going to be able to play there, and Almighty strike back by removing Takeoff from the list. And I think this is a great idea, because just like I mentioned, Smart Omega got beaten there 150-54. So great idea coming in here from the Smart Almighty from the Almighty team.
Oh, finally get him firing range. Yes.
Let's go, man.
All-out war. No one gets his advantage, AJ. Honestly, it's not even a coin toss anymore. It's just like, hey, what map do you want to play, Almay? You want to play on Fire Range? Let's do it.
Yeah,
I like this. You know, I like that ban also from Sharper. Takes out that no more S&D Crossfire. So we might be seeing a raid S&D or even a standoff, AJ. And you know, Almighty, they want that Gorilla Squad side, and there we go, raid S&D. I like this pick coming from Almighty. Comfort pick, because you know Sharper, they're good in raid Hardpoint, but we don't know if they're good in raid S&D. You know, we did see them. I think they lost in the raid S&D, if I'm not mistaken. Even though Soybad with that MVP for performance, AJ. So I mean, I like this. I like these map picks, AJ.
Standoff Summit. Oh, they bring it into Hackney. Yeah, this was... I didn't see this coming. I thought they would bring it into Summit. Standoff potentially, but Hackney Yard is just going to be an all different gameplay altogether. Almighty might be able to pull the victory here. So Sharper Esports might be assisting the Singaporean. Sparrow banned out by the side of the thighs. Death Machine taken out by Almighty. Annihilator for the... That's interesting as well, Jericho.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite interesting. You know, I feel like AJ, is it just me or Sharper and Almighty just talked about it? Like, hey, let's just play on these maps. You know, it's not even a coin toss anymore because that Hackney Yard, I don't know if it's gonna throw off Almighty or maybe just Sharper just like, you know what, we can play on this map. But I mean, let's see what happens. Remember what happened with Dunya Games against M42? They brought them to the takeoff, AJ. And they lost.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think this is going to be a crazy matchup. Clearly, both of these teams, they want to go for blood, and they want that #1 spot. Whether or not the Singaporeans will be able to do it, they've got 2 chances in here. But, you know, what better way to decide this? I want to see if or not Sharper Esports can beat Almighty at their best, because that is the form that these boys are in. I mean, you compare the Malaysians against the Singaporeans, you do RSG, they've been tanking quite a number of losses in the competition. Almighty, on the other hand, you know, from the Singapore Championship down in here to the Garena Regional Qualifiers, they seem strong as ever. And against Sharper Esports, they might get dulled down, but let's see exactly what burns out, right? Adapt holding on to that mid segment here. White Warehouse just being won over by the Almighty players. Beautiful nade dropped in straight to take Adapt out of the equation. The first hard point won by Almighty, a few points, but the backstab coming through right now all the way from Warehouse #4, and they managed to take it with those spawns.
Yeah, we do see that. You know, the spawns did flip already. Sharper spawning at the bottom of the map, and they have control of that. Irfan J here trying to make a play on his own. Will take out to Hill control given to Almighty, but C1 still on that tower, AJ. Just trying to do some damage. Sharon X gets taken out as well. Irfan J can get the 4th one. One shot, runs out of ammo, and Sharper gets control of that, and now Almighty, they're spawning way out of the map here. Let's see if they can get this time, but Sharper finally getting some points here, AJ, and just like that, rotation is going to be key here.
Yeah, I think Almighty should just go for that second hard point. Command center's wide open, but they still decide to pick up a few scrap points, which I think is a brilliant idea too, because none of the other players from Sharper Esports is there. Yes, they do take out that Almighty player, but it doesn't matter. The setup for hard point #2 is going to be the point of contention here. 2 more seconds for the unlock. Adapt, getting all of the work done with that MX-9, opening it up for the side of Almighty. Team Red now picking up those points.
Yeah, Adapt just making huge plays here, and I really love Adapt doing that. He's just putting so much pressure against Sharper at the moment. Instead of a Holger, it's all Almighty in the kill feed, AJ, and now it will get one, but no help from his teammates, and now it's another flip coming in from Almighty. Almighty getting control. I like this. The pressure's coming in here for Sharper, and Sharper not really having the best of time right here, but Dead's taken out. As soon as you see out of Vinkster, manages to break the hill, but his teammates need to step it up.
Yeah, let's not forget Sharper Esports, the newly crowned kings of Thailand, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They jumped on in here. They took it away, just like some of the other teams have managed to replace those kings. And now Sharper with the hard point, looking to pick up all of these points, but I think Almighty will allow them to do exactly that. They're not going in for the contest. They want to set up the 3rd hard point. White Warehouse, yeah, stepping on in, getting shut down, and those players will get pushed all the way back in towards Branch Road. On for the reset, and now it will just be Heaven shutting them down one by one as they make their way through. They're just cutting off these entry points from afar. Sharper Esports can't get near to the hard point.
Yeah, you can't get near as well. You are right, AJ, but here comes the Annihilator from Heaven. We'll get one as well. Heaven on fire with 12 kills. Make that 13. Make that 14. Can he make it 15? Yes, he can. Heaven, but not missing a single shot with the Annihilator. Vinkster gets taken out. And just like that, Predator Missile already in hand. And Almighty leading it with 30 points. Predator Missile does get one. All Almighty in the kill feed, AJ.
Oh, beautiful plays coming out from the Singaporeans here. And now they should be able to get it done. Stacking 3 men once again into the White Warehouse. 20 seconds to go. And now in winning is one gunfight, but they need to be able to pull in both. Yeah. Going in, getting that assistance, winning his gunfights, but unfortunately for him, Shut Up is there to shut him down. Basaro next jumps on in with the shorty, wins his gunfights, a couple of them, and he will be able to win this hard point, but 6 points in there, just too little for the side of Sharper Esports. Even the scraps picked up by the side of Almighty. And now the setup needs to move on in towards the 4th hard point. Barracks Hut with just 1 player from the side of Almighty. Steps on into a Gravity Vortex, gets taken out, and Sharper Esports opens up this one this time round. Let's see if they can make the comeback here, Jericho.
The precision coming in here, 2 players in the hill, but Adapt opens things up with 1 kill. Can he get a second one? No, gets taken out. And Sharper now making this comeback. Sentry gun is in. Vinkster making his teammates feel comfortable here. Vinkster right now on a 4 kill streak. Can he get his streaks going, AJ? Vinkster right now just holding down, but Almighty struggling right now on the hill, and just like that, Sharper Esports slowly making the comeback here, AJ. Can they do it?
Yeah, in this hard point, it looks like this is just absolutely possible to make that comeback, to take over in terms of those points. Almighty, they don't want to go in here for the challenge, and I think that's absolutely fine. 15 seconds to go. They need to be able to set up the rotation right back in towards mid square. That's just going to be the reset. 9 more seconds here for the side of Sharper Esports. I don't know if or not this was the right decision coming through from Almighty, but I guess it was all right because they don't allow Sharper Esports to continue streaking up, and that was a case they had to worry about.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. That was a perfect hole coming in from Sharper. 60 seconds in there. They now lead the game. Resets coming in. And remember, Almighty, they managed to get some time here, but now C1 is still on the tower again. And just like that, it's going to be able to stop the push from Almighty. They got to push from the left side. Trailer control will be important here. And we do see Shut Up already on that trailer. Can he get these kills? He's going to get pinched by 3 players. And just like I love that. Kills coming from the Pred here, and just like no one is near the hill, but Almighty gonna get that time here. Huge time coming in here. They have to win all these gunfights here.
Yep, opportunity for them. Adapt picking up a couple of points, winning the gunfight as well. It's gonna be the best opportunity just to find out all of the positions for the players of Almighty. And now that they have been spotted, Sharper Esports, they can just jump on out and go in there for the absolute tyranny of a gunplay. They are taking these fights. Almighty stepping back in there, but it's just way too little of bodies to throw into that hard point. 7 more seconds. They are still keeping up with the pace of Sharper Esports. They catch up in terms of those points. 1-1-2, 1-1-3. They take the lead and they open up command center as well. The play now needs to come in from the thighs. Sharper Esports, they get shut down by Shut Up, who opens up the hard point for the Singaporeans. But a 3-man stack comes through. Sharper wins the hard point, and this might just be the final stand.
This might be the final indeed. Bingster brings out the gravity vortex. Shots one on the right side. Will take out one player, but here comes the push coming from Sharper. One coming Almighty at the back. He's gonna get that one kill. Adapt takes out. Shut Up takes out 2. And just like that, Control's giving to Almighty. Gets that 3rd player. Shut Up on the chair right now. Single-handedly winning this game for his team right now. And Almighty getting control of it. Sharper Esports firing from far, very far here. One good push can be able to get this comeback, but Shut Up brings out the Annihilator. Now it's gonna be really hard for Sharper to make this comeback, but Saru next gets one. No help coming from his teammate. It's gonna be a back and forth. 140-25. Here we go, AJ. Incendio with the Annihilator takes out 2. 5 more seconds. Can there be any place to contest? But here comes the push. 1 more player to beat. 1 second left. Almighty takes it. Game number 1. 150-125.
Jericho Shut Up won that game for the side of Almighty. If he did not win that final gunfight, and the way he won that gunfight was absolutely beautiful, man. I mean, he spots 2 players running towards him from the side of shooting range. He backs away, goes in for a quick slide, catches that player off guard, shuts him down, backs away yet again, and then sets up the play for the second. And by the time he is in a position where the players from Sharper Esports were about to overwhelm him, the rest of the players from the side of Almighty, they drop back in there for the assist, and they take game number 1. What a play. 150-125. The Almighty squad proving themselves even at the regional qualifier.
Yeah, that was just a case of, honestly, a little bit of lady luck, because I feel like the Sharper Esports play, they didn't notice that Shut Up was going to be there. I feel like they trusted their teammate too much. You know, they wanted to watch 2 sides there, AJ. And unfortunately, Shut Up just a little bit too better there. And then that last player, though, should have been able to know that their Shut Up was going to be there, because the call was going to be given there, AJ. You're going to call that out, that there's going to be Shut Up's going to be there weak already. But unfortunately, Shut Up just better. And, you know, 150-125, it did not disappoint, AJ. And that was just an all-out war. You know, no advantage at all for Sharper Esports.
Yeah, and let's acknowledge the fact as well that Almighty actually won that game with the bans of the operator skills, right? Because they banned out the Death Machine. They left the Annihilator open for themselves. And the Annihilator is what gave them such a crazy hole for that final hill.
Agree.
Yeah, and it was just perfection, man. You know, every single time we talk about Singapore, we always say the same thing. In terms of population, in terms of bringing in the numbers for the world of esports, sending in the number of teams, they don't have those numbers, right? But quality, they most definitely have. Those IQ plays were perfect to take this first game against Sharper Esports, and I think they will be able to keep it up in the search and destroy as well. But what's going to be changing here is Sharper Esports, they are really, really good at SND, And the only one where I believe we've seen them lose was to Smart Omega. And even that went out into round number 11, Jericho.
Yeah, it went out to round 11. Very hard game indeed, AJ. But, Sharper Esports right now, yes, you need to win that game too, but obviously it's kind of the momentum's not going to be on your side because you already lost your map pick, AJ, and you're coming into game 2, which is the map pick of Almighty, AJ, and we know Almighty's S&D game, it's on top. If you have this kind of Almighty on respawns, you're definitely gonna have the same Almighty on S&D, AJ.
Yeah,
so it's gonna be very, very tough, AJ, for Sharper trying to make a comeback here. But then again, they are the top dog in this Group A, so never ever underestimate your opponent. And this is going to be really hard.
And we've seen Almighty jump on into Raid in the past. They take on, I believe, Udu RSG, where they beat them 6-4. So that was not an easy matchup as well. So I think Sharper Esports should be able to ask more questions of them. I think we've seen Sharper on Raid in the past. Just once, I believe, not in this competition, but they have been able to prove that it's not going to be very easy for Almighty to catch them, off guard, right? They should be able to be clear with their rotations. It's all going to be how Almighty takes the aggressive first half. And now in with a beautiful opener with that sticky, and then a dab gets dropped by Soybad Snipes. And this is going to be putting Almighty on the back foot, 5-3 from the get-go.
Yeah, I feel like, just to put the touch on it, AJ, Soybad, he is going to be the player to watch here for Sharper. He needs to make the plays to shut down, shut up, and Heaven, AJ. And with that, 5 versus 3 already, good opening kills coming in here. Almighty stuck on the back foot here. But A is clear, AJ, but you see 2 players in the middle. Yeah, and Anawin. This is going to be timing right here. If Incendio, I thought he was going to go for that, AJ, but instead pushes in because he remembers he has the bomb here. But Soybad at the back of A will spot one. We'll give the call out, and here we go. Here comes the call out. Also will be nade out, but they don't know. Irfan J is going to be able to push up. They're not even going to plant the bomb. I like this from Almighty, but C1 takes out Incendio, and Irfan J unfortunately will miss the shot. Soybad misses the shot actually. But we'll get that information. Stunts are out. Yeah. Takes out Shut Up. 1 versus 3. And Irfan J gets 2. Runs away with his life. Will get shot up at the back. And let's see what happens here if we can clutch it up.
Okay, and now Irfan J with the play of the competition maybe backs away at that very final moment, but he needs to rotate round through. Is he going to be able to jump back into Kitchen and then trick the players of Sharper Esports or get the backstab on them? Sharper Esports not aggressing forth. They are holding back. 30 seconds to go. And Irfan J, he now needs to decide and make a play. Very dangerous, this play that he is taking on for himself. The players from Sharper Esports sticking beside each other. And Nawin as well as check your corners. Irfan, yes, he gets the first shot, but the bait and switch. And Nawin moves out. Shuts down Irfan J. Beautifully played by Sharper Esports.
I feel like it was just a matter of it all came out of mechanical supremacy there, AJ. If Irfan J hit those first 3 shots, the multiplier of that ammo, the large caliber ammo, could have taken out but bait and switch coming in from Sharper Esports gets them that first round. Now let's see what happens here. Push is going to be the same thing for Almighty. Going to be an ace push here, but number 3 Heaven being alone, try to get those picks, but look at the defense coming in from Sharper Esports. 5 players on B, giving up A, but takes out Heaven. No more sniper coming in from Almighty, but actually Shout Up still has one here. Double sniper setup here, AJ, but they give it up. Here comes the retake number 2. Incendio's gonna be the first one in the fight. Can he get something? Gets the info he needs, and that will stop the retake for a while, AJ. But all the Sharper players know that he is here, and Incendio will just try to take a player down.
Yeah, Incendio's just playing time here, distracting the players, and goes in for the push. Shuts down Soybad. Shut up from the back. Takes down a Nawin. Sharper does manage to shut off Incendio's threat. Sarun X as well as C1. It is the numbers game that's being played against them. Irfan J drops C1 out of the equation. Sarun X now, Holger in his hands, should be able to take all of these shots, but on towards his right. He spots the other player, takes a 2-piece for himself. And now one final player on from the left. Adap exposes himself. Sarun X doesn't have the time. And unfortunate for him, Almighty takes that shot and wins that round.
Yeah, Almighty. Very good answer with that, AJ. I feel like Sharper Esports, they gave up B too much, but it was just a little bit too hard. They already knew Incendio was going to be there, but, you gotta get that kill, AJ. Like, you can't lose that gunfight anymore. Try to double push him or something. But here comes Heaven, open things up. Soybad, no more sniper for Sharper here. It's going to be a 5 versus 4. Stunts are coming in, nades as well. A is going to be clear here. And here comes the plan coming in from Almighty.
Yeah, I think the previous round, it was played very smartly by Almighty as well, because Heaven was the one that got the information at first. He was scoping out over at Gallery, looking at Square Center. He saw those numbers, man. He saw those bodies. He immediately called it out. Almighty bravely took round number 2. They stormed basketball court, and I think it's all about the communication for the Singaporeans, right? They are trying to get it done. Shut up with the hit marker. Has to back away. Heaven shuts down. Yeah. Number still not looking good for the thighs. And now Sharper Esports with just one final player left. And now in MX9 gets shut down by Shut Up. And Almighty pick up point number 2.
Yeah, 1-2 good rounds coming in from Almighty. I like the push coming in here now. They're letting Heaven stick with them instead of going in to go for a pick for B, because Sharper, they love stacking B here, but this time it's gonna be a split coming in for Sharper. It's gonna be another mid control map, but you do see with the Almighty just try to slowing it down, play for picks again. Shut Up will spot one, will not get it taken out. But now it already pushed up in the middle already. This could be a good play coming in from Sharper.
Yeah, let's see exactly what they can pull off in here, because it's a good setup from the side of Almighty. They back away. They don't want to allow any of those early takedowns by the side of Sharper Esports. The defending side, they're getting very aggressive up on Central Garden. A well-placed nade should be able to take out the bomber. Adapt. Oh, not close enough, but almost there. You are right, Jericho.
Yeah, it was almost close there, but now we know that's going to be information given actually to Almighty, because they know someone's in the middle with that nade. So not going to be an advantage for Sharper. It's just going to be a stalemate. We do see number 4, Heaven. I was Shut Up, actually. Trying to find something. Instead of putting some shots down, we'll know that Yeah is going to be there. And it's just a 1v1 for each player here. It's going to be really hard, but the spot one, Incendio, he's going to get called out, but no, Sharper trying to get the kill, but now it's there for the help, and just like that, Incendio goes down. 4 versus 5, AJ. That's going to stop the push, but if you look at number 1 and 4 already, Irfan J and Shut Up already made their way to an A, but there's going to be a person on Money Room. Shut Up. It's there through the wall! Takes out C1. Beautiful shot coming in for Shut Up.
That was a play made by Shut Up, because Sharper Esports, they were holding on to Central Garden so well, and it was just an impregnable fortress over there. Shut Up now shuts and now out of the equation. Has another one to go in for, but out of the equation. Sharper Esports only have 2 more players left in here. Heaven should be able to take this. Shorty in hand goes in for the pop, but yeah, a little bit too quick with his own Shorty. Hit marker for the side of Shut Up. He gets hit as well. Has to survive this for a little bit more. Adapt takes Zarunax out of the equation. Yeah, try to make a play with the Shorty in hand. Goes in for the jump, but gets stacked. Manages to shut down. Sorry, manages to shut down Shut Up. Goes in for yet another shot, but Adapt punishes him 3-1. Well played by Sharper Esports, but Almighty smarter all the way through.
Yeah, it's Almighty just getting the smartest, the IQ plays, AJ, as you mentioned, just really taking advantage of this S&D. I mean, they picked the map. They know what to do here. They know your tendencies, and Sharper, no answers right now at the moment, but the rush is going to come through. Yeah, and now when Heaven takes out already. Adapt, that's one. Soybat, that's Shut Up, and Adapt is stuck in the 1v1. Trying to make a player, brings out their Shorty, will not hit anything. C1 is there for the trade, and just like that, even if you have IQ play, Sharper, they're just going to be up in your face, AJ.
Yep, and now should be able to take out Irfan J, but from the back, Soybat finishes it off. Beautifully taken by Sharper Esports. And now we switch sides. The bomb falls into the hands of the boys from Sharper. Let's see exactly what sort of magic they can show us now.
Yeah, let's see. Switch of sides. 3-2, AJ. Almighty's on the defensive, and we do see the rush coming in from Sharper. No one's going to be splitting here. They're just going to go in there as fast as they can. The stuns are coming through, and Shut Up in a world full of pain. Stuns are coming. Incendio in a corner. Will try to take out one player. Yeah, takes out Shut Up. Incendio trying to make a play here. Gets taken out as well. And just like that, side is clear, AJ, and bomb will go down.
Opportunity now for Sharper Esports to just run away with this game. Soybat shutting Heaven out of the equation, leaving only Adapt as well as Irfan J in here. Irfan J out at open stairs. He needs to be careful because Sharper C1 is right there to ask those questions. Gets spotted out by C1 now, and it shuts out Soybat from the equation. One final player from the side of Singapore. It's going to be quite impossible to make a comeback. Hit marker, unfortunate. C1 survives.
Yeah, I feel like if we hit that, give it a better chance here, but it's a 1v4. Irfan J just trying to make a highlight here. C1 finally takes him out, and Almighty struggling on that first defensive round. But look what Sharper did. They just went in there. They didn't wait for anyone else. They just wanted to bash their heads in, and I feel like this should be another delay push, or they might even go for another rush, AJ. And if you're Almighty, you might want to stack that A side now.
Yeah, and it looks like it is going to be exactly that. Sharper Esports now going in with a double, triple stun. Soybad catching out a player, not able to take that shot quick enough, and now it's already in with the entry, and it's going to be putting on so much of pressure. Shut up with the scopes, not going to be able to find anyone with those beautiful smokes coming out from the side of Sharper Esports. Goes in with the toss of the nade, but the bomb plant is going to be coming through. 1 minute 35 seconds, down to 45. Heaven shuts out C1. Yeah, gets dropped by Shut Up, and this is that opener Almighty needs.
Yeah, it's opening they need. Shut Up takes out 1-3 versus 5 down, but the push is coming in, and now it takes out 1. Can he take that second one? And now in 2 huge kills coming in. Heaven in the middle. A-Front J takes out Saru next, and it's all up to Soybad. In a 1 versus 3, has the sniper, has bombs, has the eyes on the bomb. But he's gonna get pushed up on the right. The spot 1, but Heaven is behind, and just like that, 1 versus 3. I thought Sharper was gonna win that because now when 2 huge kills coming in there, but the pressure from Almighty was there. The trades were in there, AJ, and now it's gonna be 3-4.
Great plays coming through from both of the teams in here, and it looks like Irfan J is really hitting each and every single one of his shots. Yeah, picking up the bomb for his team this time around. Moving on towards that B side, they are gonna be stacking up in towards Gallery first for those openers. Aggressive hold by Almighty, and it pays off. Irfan J shuts down, and now in Heaven with a pop on the shot, he does not get it. Yeah, shuts him down, and the plant will be coming through from Sharper Esports. They've got the game in here with the numbers. Incendio, stun falls onto him, but it affects him absolutely not. Sarun X in here. Incendio drums up, takes down C1. Sarun in front of him does not get the kill. Unfortunate for Almighty, and now they only have 1 player left. Shot from Soybad does not go right. Shut Up surviving with the shorty in hand. Needs to make a play. Picks up the MX-9 from the back now. Sarun X head glitch, not taken. Soybad drops him with a shorty.
Yeah, that's just a matter of 1 versus 2, AJ. Really hard, but Sharper in this S&D, they never held back, AJ. They want to go in. They're gonna force their way in, and I really like this coming in from Sharper because I feel like they just want to go in and rush everything that they can. Look at the amount of stuns they're putting out, AJ. It's a stun galore coming into B side, but we do see a triple stack in the middle.
Oh, nice.
And the retakes coming in here. That forces the defense to push back a bit, but here comes the push.
Yep, the defense backs away. The double smokes on towards the entry from the side of Laundry. Beautiful takedown. Adapt shuts down. Yeah. That number's going to be forcing Sharper Esports to back away a little bit, but they don't. They still want to hold on to that aggressive stance, winning their gunfights, and Nawin shuts down Incendio, spots out another player, goes in for the slide. Beautiful play from a Nawin as he makes that number go up, but unfortunate for him, it's just him and his partner, Sarun X. He gets taken out of the equation. It's all left to Sarun, who goes down. Almighty on match point now.
I thought that was going to be around for Sharper, AJ. Like, I just didn't know what happened there. They let Adapt get 1. No trade for yeah. They went in there, and Nawin gets 2. But they just lose their gunfights on the blue van, AJ. And now they're going back to A. And let's see if they can string 2 rounds here, AJ.
Yep, and it's just going to be Shut Up with this hard scope. Not going to be able to find anyone just yet. Yep, you are right. Gets the information. It's a quick stack in towards basketball court. Plays from the side of Almighty. We do see Incendio. He should be able to go in here with a push, but he holds back because of those smokes. And now Sharper Esports, 40 seconds on the clock. A lot of pressure trying to push this into round number 11.
Yeah, a lot of pressure indeed in Heaven at the back already at C1. That's spotted, but Heaven just a little bit better with that sniper. 4 versus 5. Open things up here, but bomb is down already. AJ, 25 seconds. They got to move here. The timing is going to be impeccable. Heaven takes out 2. Soybad does go down, and Adapt there to make a play here. Here comes the push, and Nawin is there as well. And just like that, we end the round at round 10, AJ. Almighty takes 2-0, and Sharper not looking very sharp.
You see, I think Almighty is an amazing team. I think Sharp is great as well. I don't know if or not both teams were giving it their all, because once again, Jericho, there's nothing much in here in terms of them getting those top points, right? The play is to make it through to the playoffs, and I think they've got enough of those points to get exactly that done. So I'm a little bit worried to say that, maybe this is that matchup that definitely puts Sharper Esports in a position where they can't take the games against Almighty, or they don't want to take those games against Almighty, right? But we did see them go in a couple of those rounds. Whenever they wanted it, they got it. But Almighty definitely seemed much, much sharper, no pun intended.
They just really look better right now, AJ, especially from the hard point of the S&D. The S&D just really, it just really went down with Adapt making those huge plays in Irfan J. You know, Adapt was just really being sneaky all over the map. You know, he gets away with his life. That's all you need. That's all you need. And if you're Sharper, no trades coming in here. Yes, you have Soybat with those snipes, but if you're just gonna keep on pushing there and not even trying to challenge that gunfight, you know, Adapt's just gonna make you pay for it. And they were playing on the pace of Almighty.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, I love the plays coming through from Heaven and Incendio as well. 6-4. Almighty bags this one as well. What a performance in here from the Singaporeans. And the question is, can they actually take 3-0 against Sharper Esports? We move on into Hackney Yard, and this was the shocker of a pick for us earlier on as well, Jericho, because when Sharper went in there for the pick, I was just wondering, why would you do that? Because it's like handing the match over to Almighty, and now looking at the fact that Almighty's already bagged the first two, the momentum bringing it into Hackney Yard match number 3, I think they should be able to pull this off. But that being said, Sharper Esports not the kind that you know, will smile at a 3-0 loss. So I think they're going to be putting everything on the line here to get a W for Hackney Yard.
Yeah, I feel like everything is gonna come here, AJ, and you know it's gonna be really hard in this in this domination, AJ, especially in Hackney Yard, AJ, a map pick that Almighty would really love to play on.
Yeah,
and we don't know if Sharper, if they have that same mindset coming in here in this last day for them, AJ. It's going to be really hard to call it here. But, you know, Almighty, I feel like I'm going to give them the edge here. But Sharper, you can never count them out, AJ. They're still the top dogs, as we keep on saying that. Top dogs in this group. So,
yeah,
it's going to be...
I think that's exactly why I'm going to go with Sharper Esports in here this time round, because they've already dropped twice. Once again, they are the top dogs. So I don't think they will be... you know, looking to take a 3-0. They've shown us that they do have exactly what it takes to push back against Almighty, but just not all the way just yet. Let's see if they can get that done at Hackney Yard. It's going to be an opener for Almighty on the side of the Special Forces base, moving in straight with a 4-man push towards Warehouse. They lose 3 of their gunfights, but held on by Heaven. Heaven going in for the final one, gets shut down, and it's an early cap onto that B flag by Sharper Esports.
Yeah, and Sharper, they're going to be in that favorable side, and now it's already pushing up into L wall. Let's see what happens here, AJ, because if you're AMT, they already have control of B. You can go for that early extension, or you can try to fight your way in, and they want to fight for it. Let's see what happens. 3 go down for Sharper, but AMT, they also need help here, and now it takes out Irfan J. Trades are coming in here, and that top AC control, top L as well. It's going to be very important here. They tried to go for the overextension, AJ, but AMT still trying to force it.
Let's see exactly what they will be able to pull out with Windsor and the KRM. He is keeping a good eye, holds a great position. Incendio spots him out. Oh, hit marker double onto Incendio, who takes him out with one shot of the shotty. Absolute unbelievable. It's going to be Incendio now with the opportunity to take on the shots against Windsor. Goes in, beautiful nade, and it's just going to be back and forth. Almighty losing the hold onto that B flag. Sharper Esports with an amazing play.
Yeah, you know, they managed to cap it for 2 seconds, Almighty, but just as soon as they destroy everyone, Sharper, they break it, and here comes the push. Heaven and Shut Up trying to make a player. Heaven gets taken out by Bingster as well. No more hit markers this time, AJ, and then now setting up for that spawn trap. Will get one, but gets taken out by Shut Up, unfortunately. And Irfan J just trying to make a play for his teammates, but gets set up by C1. Here comes Sergeant X with the Dragonfire. Will spot Heaven in the middle, AJ. And Sharper Esports 38 and 24. They're looking to control this B, and they're doing really well. And if you're Almighty, overextend as soon as possible.
Yeah, in Hackney Yard is that one place where I do agree with the use of the Dragonfire, right? You get that information, you know, far off towards that office side. Just spot out any of those rotations, see if or not you have to pay attention. If you don't get any of that information, you focus in on your objectives. Smart play coming through from both of the sides so far, but Sharper Esports just a little bit better, winning a majority of their gunfights in that warehouse, and they're keeping a great eye. And I love, above and beyond everything else, C1's not getting involved in this gunfight, so it's a 4-on-5 matchup pretty much over at that warehouse.
Yeah, C1's just really holding down an angle, AJ. But now we do see, here comes Almighty trying to get that overextension in the middle. But C1, 6 kill spree, AJ. He's just earning his score streaks, and Almighty's not even noticing that. But we do see Yeah on scaffolding, and here comes the Almighty push. They got to use their smokes, dude, AJ. They have to use their smokes here if they want to try to make this push. Because, yes, you can try to go for the 1v1 gunfight, but here comes the trades, and there's going to be more players coming in from Sharper since they're spawning really near, AJ. you gotta use smokes here.
Yeah. Just holding on to the scaffolding there. Unfortunate for the side of ALMGHTY. They get shut down crazy. And the Dice, they pull it off 75-42. ALMGHTY, they took the weaker side. And now, let's see if Sharper Esports will be focusing on flipping those spawns, making sure they move on to cap that A flag, push ALMGHTY over towards the side of Special Forces base. And now it's a good hold. It looks like it's a good flank coming through from Sarun X, moving down towards office. He is able to get the climb on in here. Sharper Esports, the rest of their players moving straight in towards warehouse. Yes, they do want to flip the spawns, and they are moving straight in towards the tire shop. It's going to be a 2-on-1 situation. Yeah, with the hold. A double player hold now coming in for that hard point. They should be able to pull it. A double now. The rest of the players in that warehouse, and they've gotten the play done. They should be able to run away with this game now.
Yeah, the triple cap is inbound. A double cap, I mean, AJ and C, not yet being captured by ALMGHTY. They're still trying to force their way to A here, but yeah, with the Annihilator takes out two. Fully streaked out AJ. Sentry gun, Predator Mess already. Vinkster as well takes out one more, and he's just going off Adapt, trying to make a player on his own. Gets taken out by the Annihilator, and just like that, AJ, Sharper Esports controlling this game.
Yeah, so this is the main reason why I was quite skeptical in terms of, that 2-0 win. I'm not saying that ALMGHTY's not good. I mean, you and I both know, bro, following them for the past 2 years. Amazing team coming out from Singapore. From the inception of Call of Duty Mobile, they've dominated the country as that #1 brand, right? But Sharper Esports, we know they are worth way more than those first two matchups. In Hardpoint as well as Search and Destroy, they showed up, but they didn't show up 100%. This is them at 100%, and ALMGHTY, they seem to be on the back foot. But the question still then falls back. Maybe ALMGHTY's holding back right now, right? Because Hackney Yard is a map that they really get to demolish other teams. But look at them not winning any of those gunfights in that warehouse.
Yeah, they're just really struggling. They're forcing their way in too much, and they're just getting taken out by now. Like right here, he's taking a double kill right. Finally, Adapt takes him out. It's gonna be a full push. No one's gonna be on beat, and this could be the start of the comeback, AJ.
Oh, look at that Hunter Killer going out for the pop, and now the KRM in for the back, and no hit marker.
No.
This guy, one shot, one kill, wins absolute perfection. KRM, it's going to be 1-2 to 63 now. ALMGHTY still struggling to make a comeback, but it's going to be a triple cap onto the B flag. They are going to be able to get it. Irfan J solo in here, and he manages to cap the flag before getting taken down, and it's going to be a solo response from the side of Sharper Esports. Vincent now with the play, sends out the Hunter Killer drone. Anyone for the time being. Incendio with a beautiful nade onto C1, takes him out of the equation, and Sharper Esports pulls back that B flag just to run this game to the end. 135-74. I think this might just be over, Jericho.
Yeah, that should be a GG right there, AJ. Sharper just really turning up, especially Vinkster, AJ, just really just changing the game with that shotgun, AJ. And now in putting more damage here, takes out Adapt. Can he get the third one? Yes, he can.
Oh, Lord.
5 kills spree for now and brings out the Annihilator. Make that 7. Make that. Misses the 8, but no. Okay, well, you just broke your own highlighter now.
That is all right, man. Great plays coming through overall. 150-81. That's more like it from the side of Sharper Esports. But ALMGHTY, I'm not buying it, right? I'm definitely not buying it. Both of these teams, they're cheeky. They don't want to show us everything that they have. And we definitely have got so much more to enjoy at the playoffs that I can definitely guarantee the viewers, Jericho.
That is true, AJ. Sharper Esports, they are still a top team here. Nothing too fun here for them. They did drop 2 maps, but at least they didn't get the donut, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we discussed, there's no way a team like Sharper Esports would allow the donut to be taken up against them. I still think this is a game of mathematics. I mean, look at Smart Omega. Even they don't want to take those 3-0s. They will not allow themselves in any circumstance whatsoever to get 3-0'd. And, ALMGHTY is a similar team like that as well. So I think we are seeing exactly what we came in here for. Sharper Esports, they take one, but it's not going to be something that is terrible for them. They still have another opportunity against another team called Udu RSG later on to close this day off. And that should be, to a certain degree, a easier matchup because of how much Udu RSG has been struggling in the day. But Let's see, because series number 3 is the first one where UDRSG will be jumping on into, and Smart Omega, they are the ones who take them on. If the Malaysians can build up that momentum there, maybe we might be able to see an upset at the end of the day on Sharper Esports. But overall, 150 to 125, 6-4, Almighty take this series. Sharper Esports just staying alive for that one match, 150-81. It was quite an amazing Hackney Yard matchup.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. Very, very fun Hackney, especially the hard point, AJ. Crazy hard point. Went down to the wire, AJ, but shut up. Just much better with that clutch gene, AJ. Clutches it in the end. But in the raid one, I thought Sharper was going to take that raid one, AJ. I really thought Sharper was going to take that, but it came down to those small plays like Heaven flanking on his own and getting at least 2 or 3 kills. And then in the Hackney Yard, it was a whole different story, AJ. Sharper, from start to finish, wanted to control the game. They had it. They wanted that A side, and I just didn't like that pick coming in from Almighty, starting from the other side. You know, the C side, not really the best one, and they were just really struggling from the start.
Yeah, and they picked it, right? I don't know why they wanted to start on the side of Special Forces base. It clearly was not the smartest of ideas that came from their end, but maybe they just wanted to make it a little bit more tough on themselves. Very clearly, it was super tough to overcome the starting on that Special Forces base side, right? Early on, they tried to step on into Warehouse. They stacked that 4-man in there. They just couldn't win their gunfights. And we saw Sharper Esports pull off a similar thing as well, where they were leaving one player to stand by at Forklift just outside of office to cut off any of those rotations coming through from the side of Almighty. And the rest of the game, Sharper Esports just took a handicap matchup in their Warehouse, but it didn't matter now, did it, Jericho? They still won all of the gunfights.
Yeah, it didn't matter. It didn't matter early rotations or not. The gunfights were just coming in here. I mean, like, the third hill, it was all Almighty, but then the comeback came in that 4th hill by Sharper. It was such a perfect hold, AJ. 60 points on Barracks Hut, AJ. You don't really hear or see that often, but, you know, Sharper, they pulled it off, but in the end, it just really came down to those last gunfights, AJ. I mean, you can agree with me. It's all about the gunfights and firing range.
Yo, absolutely, man. At firing range, it was just all totally different. White Warehouse totally dominated by the side of Almighty. Sharper, this time around, game number 1, Hardpoint, Almighty played like how, Sharper was playing in game number 3, and vice versa, if you can agree with me, Jericho, or do you disagree? Because, Sharper Esports, they weren't winning a lot of their gunfights, but I guess the major difference here is the points were much closer in Hardpoint.
Very, very close, AJ, indeed. It just really came down to small mistakes right here. Like, right here, Almighty, they brought out everything. Incendio at the perfect time, brought out that Annihilator, and no one else was near from Sharper. Was just really, I feel like if Shot Up didn't make that play, maybe Sharper would have won that, or maybe it would have extended to that trailer hill. And here in the S&D, AJ, I mean, back and forth until the 9th round, AJ. Once it hit the 9th round, it was all Almighty.
Yeah, and, Sharper, they did try to take a couple of these good rounds. Soybad, he was hitting those snipes, but Heaven as well as Shut Up. This double snipe combo was just a little bit too much to stop, right? And, especially after they dropped the shorty into the game, the snipers are just so much more dangerous. Yes, the quick scopes, when you take those CQC as a sniper, it got nerfed very recently, but the addition of the shorty just immediately bumped up those snipers' gameplay. And Shut Up has just been such an annoying guy all throughout this search and destroy. Sharper Esports didn't have much of an answer for him.
Yeah, no answer at all. Right here again, Heaven, the flanks are just coming through. I mean, and that was pretty much S&D. But here in the domination, AJ, whole different kind of sharpness are we seeing here, AJ. Just very, very sharp, very edgy. They know what they're doing. And Vinkster, unfortunately had a rough first half, but the second half, it gave him life to not get any hit markers anymore, AJ. That second half, pretty much start to finish, Sharper didn't even want to cap C. They just want in and go for A immediately, AJ.
Yeah.
And I like that coming in from Sharper.
Oh, I love it, man. I mean, they were playing the more powerful side. A and B flag capped immediately from the second half, and it was just a matter of running away with the game from that point on. I mean, earlier in that half, they had already shown exactly how well they were able to dominate that warehouse. And, the second round, because of the score streaks, they were able to get a little bit of the backup of that sentry to prevent any of the flanks. But they didn't really need to worry about the flanks at all, because Almighty barely went for it.
Yeah, pretty much C1 was just waiting for enemies there, and every time they went there, he would win his gunfights. The streaks were always there, and I feel like also it played a factor, AJ, that not banning the Annihilator, it kind of costed them in the domination, in my opinion. Maybe
Yeah.
if it was a death machine or an equalizer, it would have been much easier to take him out. But you know, the Annihilator just can destroy everyone. But here is the MVP. We have Heaven with 15 kills and 15 deaths, 5 assists, and an average score of 2,000. Not doing a lot because his teammates are there for him. You know, just pretty much a lot of teamwork coming in from ALMGHTY as well as Sharper. Actually, both teams really just played out.
Yeah, absolutely. This time around, as they take on a very, very sharp team in the competition, they find it to be a bigger challenge, but overall, ALMGHTY still doing very, very well. They managed to take these 2 points, and where does that leave us overall? Because ALMGHTY, they were at 6 points, with Sharper now getting that 1 win, they move up to 8, and ALMGHTY just equalizes on the number of points. Now they sit down at the top, but Rimo Sadewa still maintains that number 1 spot with the 9 points. Rimo Sadewa has got no more matches in here, unlike the side of Sharper Esports as well as ALMGHTY. ALMGHTY takes on series number 4. Sharper Esports comes back in for series number 5. But now we move on to the most awaited series, where Malaysia, they might not be able to make it through to the playoffs, but they still can come in here with a huge upset and perhaps take it away from Smart Omega, because it is the Filipinos who jump on in right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Smart Omega taking on U2RC. Jericho and I will be right back.
เป็น Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021
Major Series Season 5. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Is in the convenience store. He's not going to be able to fight him. Eds on the other hand, whoa. As yet, but with that takedown, this should open things up. Backstab from Zia.
Pesan-pesan untuk tim saya, jangan menyerah, terus latihan dan satukan pemikiran.
ช่วยตัวเองครับกูเก็บไป28คิวพี่บอลจะแตะได้30อยู่แล้วแล้วลูกตรงนี้เก็บเพิ่มไป
Rimo Sadewa 这里的
Off field pass， 但打狙还是要小心，这个穿点直接把 Momo 给穿死。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Garena Regional Qualifiers Day number 5, presented by the Xperia 1 Mark III, the official smartphone of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021. My name's Mustachio, AJ, down here with Triple V Jericho. So far, the action has been quite hot. We have been able to see some upset. Raptors.DNS, they could not make it against Rimo Sadewa, who defeated them 3-0. And ALMGHTY taking on again, the matchup against Sharper Esports. Sharper actually went down 2-1. That was a little unexpected, but the domination match was quite steady for them to pull things back. Now, moving on to the series, which quite a number of the COD community has been waiting for, Jericho.
Yeah, it's gonna be a hot one, AJ, and this is pretty much do or die for RSG and Omega. Just another match, in my opinion. They just have to win at least one, and I feel like RSG is gonna get booted out of the tournament, unfortunately.
Yeah, let's see if or not that happens, right? ALMGHTY, they have managed to step it up already. You do RSG. They take match number 1. Okay, let's look at another circumstance here, right? ALMGHTY, they've taken 2 matches. They sit down at 8 points. You do RSG. If they can pick up 6 points from the next 2 series, they'll get a maximum of 9. They make it through. ALMGHTY does not make it through. That's the story. In fantasy land that everybody wants to, wish comes true. But unfortunately, that's going to be quite tough because ALMGHTY still has a matchup based on our schedule here against Raptors.DNS. So they still might be able to make a comeback here.
Yeah, they're going to be able to make a comeback, definitely. They're going to have, we already saw what happened to the Raptors a while ago. They had a hard time against Rimo here with that first match. For our second match, Sharper 1-2 versus ALMGHTY. And for our match now, it's going to be Omega versus RSG. But you were right, AJ. ALMGHTY and the Raptors. 4th match, and to close out the day, is going to be Sharper versus RSG, if RSG still needs that. But here is the lineup of the Omega Esports. We have Crush, 6ix9ine, Jay-Z, Whoopi, Candy, and Idra, the former kings of the Philippines and former kings of Garena. They are looking here, and they're looking to assert their dominance, AJ.
Yeah, in the Philippines, they can be replaced as the kings, but it's going to be quite hard to replace them from the hearts of thousands and thousands of fans out there who are still waiting for them to achieve this on the grandest of scale, move on to the World Championship and bag it for Garena, right? They're doing it for themselves. They're doing it for the whole of Philippines. More importantly, they're getting this done for Kia Jericho, and I think the boys might be able to deliver here against Udu RSG. Once again, it's do or die for Udu RSG. Taking a 3-0 is it's not up for discussion at all. They cannot afford to lose even one match here, but against a lineup of this stature from Smart Omega, it's gotta be quite tough. ALMGHTY, Eds, Ranger, Derp, as well as Raven represent the Malaysian flag in this matchup.
Yeah, and RSG really just been struggling this whole tournament, AJ, from day 1 to day 2. Just having such a hard time, and this is their final chance for them to actually make it to the top 4, AJ, or are we gonna see, it's just gonna be the last time we're gonna see RSG play?
I hope that is not the case. I hope Udu RSG is able to pull off a miracle in here. I want the Malaysian flag over at the playoffs as well. Yes, we do still have an opportunity with Sem9 over in Group B, but it'll be quite the sad moment for all of the Malaysians if we do not see the Kings who have held that throne for such a long time within Malaysia making it through to the playoffs, right? We do have ALMGHTY, Eds, Raven, Ranger, as well as Derp up on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Everybody, let's go in here with a hashtag UduRSG in the comment section, and let's see see a little bit of hashtag Smart Omega for Kia in the comment section as well. Let's see if we can not just reduce but eliminate any toxicity at all within the comments. Just full on love from start to end. Head to head, take it away, Jericho.
Yeah, here we go. The head-to-head MVPs. We have Idra versus Raven. Idra with 18 kills, 13 deaths, 7 assists, and a score of 2,800. Raven with 19, 9, 4, and 2, 5. Very, very good numbers here, AJ. And these, watch out for these players to make these kinds of plays. This is why they are the MVPs for your teams.
Absolutely, man. I mean, I'm looking forward to both of these players step up. But on the side of U2RSG, I want to see if or not Raven is the MVP once again, or we are going to see Derp as well as Eds step it up, right? Eds, one of the frequent faces on that MVP board. Derp as well as Ranger, these two players have not been showing their faces around that MVP stature for quite a while now. And I think if they do show up in this matchup against Smart Omega, we might be able to see the Malaysians bag all 3 matches, man. Smart Omega wins that coin toss, which throws a little bit of that hope out the window. They ban Takeoff from the list and do U2RSG a huge favor. Let's see if or not U2RSG returns the favor in here by banning off Hackney Yard? No, they take Crossfire.
Yeah.
They want to punish.
Yeah, I think I already know what's going to happen here, AJ. It's going to be hardpoint on... I'm going to call it hardpoint standoff, raid S&D. And then we're going to go to a Hackney or domination, if I'm not mistaken. So, okay, Summit Hardpoint. I got that wrong already. But I like this. One-sided map. They want to go for that kill already. Though 3 and 4. AJ, we've been saying this. If you get 3 and 4, you're pretty much going to win the whole game, AJ. And that is what Smart Omega, they want to do that. And RSG taking that Guerrilla squad. Want to get that early spawn control. But, RSG, SND on Hackney Yard. I was expecting a raid, but then again, Smart Omega, they like S&D raid as well. So I like it. I like this.
Okay, so friendship all out the window. This is just gonna turn out into an ugly fight by the map picks here. Hackney Yard, U2RSG just picking their absolute best. Let's see if they can deliver. Over at Domination, Smart Omega has the opportunity to close this off. This could be a standoff game perhaps, and yes, it is gonna be that. Domination at standoff. We know exactly how the rotations go. U2RSG, they show up at standoff, but not as hard as Smart Omega, and I'm worried for the Malaysians here. Let's jump on over to the operator skill bands. Hopefully, the Annihilator is taken out of the equation together with Sparrow. Omega takes out Sparrow. No, U2RSG leaving the Annihilator in. So just like Almighty, it could either do them in for one match and potentially take them out, or it can just help them out all the way. It's a 50-50 on this.
Yeah, I feel like, then again, remember, AJ, Summit, if you have that death machine, you're pretty much a walking sentry gun.
True.
And I feel like that's why they wanted to secure that game 1 first if you're RSG. But the Annihilator, though, if you put in the hands of like Whoopi and Adra, I mean, it's technically like a Sparrow.
Yeah.
But it's like a 50-50. You just have to choose the lesser evil here. And I feel like RSG, they want to use the Annihilator. It's just gonna be who's gonna be better on that one, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think this is that match where we can both go crazy, Jericho. Let's kick this off, man. Smart Omega starting from the Special Forces base, making a beeline towards that second floor. But all of those stuns coming through from the side of U2RSG. They miss a couple of them because Whoopi's already in with the invade. They win their gunfights. Smart Omega open up this hard point well. But the Malaysians, they strike back really good. Derp takes that gunfight right back. Malaysians in for that hard point. They manage to sweep it around real quick, and now it's going to be all about that second floor now, Jericho.
Yeah, all going to be that second floor, but we do see Omega controlling that first hill, and RSG, they did get much points there, but they have control of that second floor. They have the spawns, AJ. Let's see if they can hold that. Candy just going on a rampage right now, back and forth, finally gets shut down. One more player to beat. It's going to be crushed, but with that shotgun, it's going to be difficult. Finally gets taken up by Alfari, and RSG gets control, and Omega has to spawn, so they can destroy it on the board.
Oh, now let's see exactly what U2RSG can do, because 10 more seconds in here. It's very important for U2RSG now to take the flank over from the cable car platform potentially and go in for the backstab at the green radar station, because they desperately need the spawn that Smart Omega is holding on to. And as we can see, it is Idra holding on to the green radar station. Flank finally coming through from the players of U2RSG. I think Captain Ranger goes through and they manage to get that spawn reset. So maybe the Malaysians now can set a absolute defense in here and run away with this matchup until they can set up the third hard point. Good plays coming in from Captain Ranger. They have to win their gunfights in for the setup, but Smart Omega just a little too quick, slides away. JC drops Eds out of the equation. Whoopi with the questions. KRM for the pop. Goes in for the third piece, but the gravity spikes will not hit accurately.
Yeah, nothing accurate as well, but you know, Whoopi did the damage there. RSG did not get the time. Now Omega getting that time, but here we go. RSG getting that control again. They set up spawns to AJ and Omega. They're still trying to force this. They want to get this scrap, a huge scrap time here, as well as RSG. But here comes the rotation. If you look at the map in the middle, JZ and Idra just pushing on the bottom. They want to get that side, but you see number 4 and 5, Alfari and Raven. It's going to be the 2v2 battle at the back. Let's see who's going to win this. One guy goes down, and here comes the push. Candy brings out that Annihilator. Does miss 2 shots, unfortunately, but one more player to be at the back. It's going to be Idra there. That's all going to be RSG, but Idra actually takes out the player at the back, and just like that, they are trapped. It's going to be a pinch coming in from Omega, but here comes Zerp with the Gravity Vortex. It's going to be huge here. 55 seconds. No. Can RSG hold this down?
Oh, no. Idra kills Raven off twice, and the gods of RNG actually allowed Raven to spawn right beside Idra, but he got punished yet again. JZ popped out from the back, and this was just the gods of RNG giving the matchup over to Smart Omega. Unfortunate for the side of Udu RSG. 3 players in the third hard point, and they could not win their gunfights. They get smashed out, and they have to now pull that long flank over. Yes, the play is being made by Alfari at the back, but there's no distraction coming through at all from the direct road, and they get snuffed out. One final play taken down as well. Smart Omega with the strong comeback at the cable car platform.
Yeah, huge time there, AJ. You are right, and with that, they're going to take the lead here with another 9 seconds. They're trying to fight it, but there is one more player there. But the rotation is here, AJ. Crush, maybe the first player takes out 1. Will spot 2 more, but he's just going to go in there, trying to make a play on his own. Waiting for his teammates. Predator Missile out. Takes out the player at the right side. No spawns for you, but finally gets taken out. But that gives enough time for Omega to make a comeback here and push in. And RC, they have control, but here comes the push coming in from Omega.
Yeah, smart plays. Whoopi. Oh, the stun catches him off guard, and he gets taken out of the equation. Ed's now preparing with the Annihilator, looking for those players, but they're not going to be stepping up just yet. Smart Omega perhaps wants to stave off the fight until control room number 2, but it's going to be too much of a risk to allow the Malaysians to run away with the points. They need a minimum of 10 seconds on this hill to make sure they can set it up and perhaps just finish it off at the edge platform. 82 to 88. Smart Omega picking off that hard point now. Talking about the 10 seconds, they should be able to pull it off as they set up a stellar defense. A 5-man hole now coming on the side towards the Gorilla base, and the stack from the side of Udu RSG from the edge platform. They go in towards the Gorilla base. They try to take the flank as well as the backstab. They fail at each and every single one of those attempts. The stun's getting tossed in though, Jericho. This might be the break, but time runs out.
Yeah, they just wanted to contest that, but we do see that's a little bit of time, lost time right there. And Omega's already set up in the new one. Raven trying to fight some time here, gets taken out. And RSG a little bit struggling on the rotation, but Candy takes out 2 RSG members, and just like that, Omega gets control. Now leading on that 120-point mark. Slowly but surely, they're about to take this game, AJ. And if you're RSG, you gotta win every gunfight here in order for you to make this comeback.
Yeah, if you're Udu RSG, you should have won all those gunfights from the get-go, man. But the problem is, that's asking for a lot. Smart Omega's arrived, and they are at 100%. 123 to 93. Udu RSG holding off. They're trying to fight this back. They have the hard point. JC coming in with the prevention, gets shut down. Ranger goes in for the pop onto Crush as well. Crush's KRM does not hit, and the Malaysians trying to play catch-up. 101 to 123, and it looks like it might just be possible. 15 seconds left in here. Candy with the play, but gets eliminated either way. What a hole by Udu RSG, which finally gets broken.
Yeah, it's gonna get broken right there, AJ. They did manage to get some time there, but 133 to 108. Here we go. This is gonna be the final hill for today. If Omega can get this, if RSG can get it, it's gonna go to the next hill, AJ. No more mistakes if you're RSG and Omega. One good push, and Crush is just taking over. Gravity spikes, no one at home there. Not the damage, AJ, but RSG has control. Crush gets one. Can he get the second one? No, he does not. And just like that, Omega has control, but they're going to be able to push that. RC still has spawns here, AJ, but the stack is coming in here. No more mistakes here. Omega just need one more push, AJ.
Oh, and you do RSG picking up the point, but Smart Omega immediately taken away. The Malaysians, they've got the right spawn. They're taking out all of these players from the side of Smart Omega from the Green Radar Station, but Smart Omega now bringing out the Predator missile will be able to go in for the defense. 150 to 116. What a victory. Both teams showing up 100%, but only one team stands reign supreme. Omega Esports.
Yeah, and that just shows the way that they're playing, AJ. It's not even day one. It's not even day two. This is like final form of Omega really just showing up. In RSG, they did their best, AJ, but Omega just a little bit better.
Yeah, and from the get-go. From the get-go, they had a great hold onto all of those sites. I mean, when we played the first hard point, it was all out gunfights in for the edge platform battle as well. We did see U2 RSG managing to flip that spawn out. They did take Green Radar Station, but, you know, they were getting fought out. You know, the gunfights weren't really won well there, but they did manage to put up a great fight. It was the setup at the third hard point that kind of just broke the play, because an early rotation by Raven, he stands at the Special Forces base. Idra had the same exact idea, but the problem is Raven was already there 3 years before Idra. So much of time wasted. Idra takes his time, steps on in there, snuffs out Raven, and by the time that is being done, 3 players from the side of U2 RSG just held on to the cable car platform. Hardpoint not activated yet. And Idra, he just kept clearing out the Special Forces base. He secures the spawn for the side of for the side of Smart Omega. And from then on, the boys take over the map all the way through.
Yeah, it was pretty much not a wide victory, but I agree with you. That was the one mistake the RSG would have loved to fix, AJ. That P3, remember there was a 2v2 at the back.
Yeah.
One RSG member goes down, another one goes down. Idra just making that huge play. It could have gone either way. I feel like if RSG got that, they could have won that map, AJ.
Yes, I do agree with you, man. It was that third hill cable car platform. If they had gotten that spawn, I think they would have been able to run away with that matchup, because over at the edge platform, when they won that spawn at the Green Radar Station as well, I think things were going really, really good for them. But it's just at that very point, Gods of RNG just not on their side, man. Idra, who got spawned really, really close to the Special Forces base there, he holds on to it. And Raven, the unlucky part for this guy is, yes, he got taken out by Idra. Right after that, he spawns right beside Idra yet again.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, unfortunate.
Yeah.
Miscommunication, whatever you want to say. It is what it is, though. But now we're going to move on to game number 2, AJ. SND on Hackney Yard. And let's see, this is a map pick by RSG, and they're going to take it. They're going to take the fight. The offensive is going to be pushing here really fast. 3 go down for RSG, 1 go down for Omega, but the damage has been done. Bomb will go down here, AJ. And let's see what's going to happen next.
Interesting push coming in from Raven from the back. Should be able to put on a lot of damage now, but a couple of grenades being tossed his way will make him back away for the time being. Candy should be able to ask a couple of questions, but the corners that are being held on here by the side of Omega Esports, just a little too tight. Raven and Derp, they just can't find an angle.
Yeah, they can't find an angle. Indeed, Idra takes out Raven. Derp all alone will get 1. 1 versus 3, though. Bomb is down, 15 seconds. We'll find the second one. Misses that shot. Misses it again, and this should be a round for Omega. Let's see what happens here next. But Derp still gets 1. But Candy is there for the trade, and round 1 goes to Omega.
That sort of Derp, we need more in this competition, and I think we will start having a little bit of fun, Jericho. I mean, Derp has always shown us, his capabilities, but he's blown hot and cold. He's just not hit his stride in this competition just yet, and I think that's just absolutely unfortunate, right? Because when he does start hitting his snipes, these teams, they won't be able to hold him back. Ed's now getting a 2-piece for himself. JZ snuffs out Ranger. It's going to be a 3-2. U2RC now left with 1 final player. Raven has to make this play. He usually is the MVP for the side of U2 RSG, but 3 versus 1, Jay-Z, Whoopi, as well as Idra holding down this side with the bomb now planted. This just looks like it's an impossible takeover, but Raven now, if he checks his angle, he should be able to get this kill a little bit too late.
Yeah, but Idra, just a little bit better. You're asking too much for Raven, AJ. And, RSG struggling on the defensive end, AJ. Remember, this was their map pick. I feel like they should stop trying to, face them head on. And if you're Omega, just keep doing it. But again, another 5-on-5. Here we go, AJ.
Oh, wow.
It's going to be a war here. Crush gets one. And Crush will try to get one, but gets stunned. Now going to be holding down. Eds will push up as well. Eds gets one. Crush gets another one. It's going to be a 3v4 AJ. Ranger gets one. Indra gets third. It's just trades on trades. Candy gets Ranger, and it's now stuck to in a 1v2.
Yep, it's just Raven once again all alone. But this time around, 2 versus 1 is a situation Raven can perhaps turn around, right? Bomb getting planted once again by Candy, and the spot coming through from Whoopi, from scaffolding. This is going to be a very difficult decision, and Candy just finishes it off. It is 3-0. Smart Omega really showing up, and Yudu RSG struggling at this Hackney yard.
Yeah, they're just struggling. It's very hard to see this, AJ. Like, you don't see this from RSG, but then again, they haven't been playing up to their level, AJ. And Omega finally finding their stride, AJ. That's so a little bit of sign of that former NRX. And now it's going to be a B-push. Eds will take out one player. Does not take out that player. Brings out the shorty, but misses as well. Jay-Z takes out one. Can he get the second one? No, Alfari's there for the trade. And Raven will get it as well. And here comes the push. Finally, RSG getting some life, but Crush gets one. Gets two!
My lord.
And now it's a 1v3. You can't let that happen.
Yeah, Crush, the god of KRMs, the shotgun god, just absolutely bursting everyone through. And Yudu RSG, this time with Captain Ranger. Oh, he does spot a player with the shotty. Hit marker, backs away. He can't make mistakes like that. The MX-9 should be able to help him recover here, but he does not go in for the aggressive play. And the rest of the Smart Omega players, they back away. So Crush as well as Whoopi. Nade being cooked up by Captain Ranger. Goes in for the pop. Not going to be able to find anyone. Crush rushes off. They want to go in for the plant.
Yeah, I thought Ranger was gonna kill himself again there, AJ. But oh, shades of yesterday, AJ. Now Bomb is gonna go down. Whoopi with the DLQ has that mid control, AJ, and Ranger hasn't really rotated back. But then again, Sniper does spot him. Whoopi will spot him. Ranger does not have any information, but I think he knows he's gonna be there. Ranger on the sneaky side, but Whoopi just a little bit better with that sniper.
A little bit better, a lot more better. Whoopi is just untouchable every single time he pulls that sniper out, and the quick scopes seem to be hitting absolutely well this time round, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Maybe I have to start warming up my vocal cords to start screaming out who exactly is the best sniper of the Philippines. And now JC with a clean setup comes in for an early push and a plant, putting on so much of pressure yet again onto the players of Yudu RSG. Smart Omega, they take all 5 rounds potentially on the attacking side. And now Yudu RSG, they can prevent it. 35 seconds to go. Let's see their play.
Yeah, they made it to slow it down right here. One player to beat. Kennedy shoots him through the smoke. The one-way smoke works. And now Alfari takes out one. Jay-Z takes out Whoopi, takes out Raven. And one day fall. And last player alive, it's Derp. Shades of the first round. We're gonna hit marker. Whoopi. Try to do something here. But this should go. Send it to the next half. 5-0.
Can we get a 6-0 Omega Esports? What a stellar performance in there. And you know, it's been all about the stack into its warehouse, get those early kills, early shutdown. But a majority of those plays came through mainly because of the scaffolding assistance. They were able to aggress on top there. Ed's coming in for the quick opener, quick scope on Whoopi. Sorry, by Whoopi, does not get pulled off. Jay-Z drops Ed's beautiful takedown by Ranger on Captain Jay-Z. The numbers don't look good for Omega Esports. Get immediately thinned down. Ranger shuts Candy out of the equation, and it's going to be now Alfari. Bomb plant from the side of Yudu RSG. Let's see what Omega Esports does about this.
Yeah, Bomb is going to be down now, AJ. Idra, bottom L. We do see Crush on top L as well. Double Holger setup. This is going to be a push for it together. Here comes the nades. Nades are coming out here. 30 seconds left. Crush throws his nade. Will take out. Does remove Ranger. Idra takes out Ranger, but Alfari takes out Crush. But Idra gets taken out. Alfari. Good plays coming in here. And finally, RSG can breathe for one round, but they need to win 5 more in a row. And if you're Omega, you just have to close out.
Yeah, excellent plays by Alfari, man. I mean, in that split second, he manages to take 2 people down, and obviously expecting the communication to flow through, does not hold on to the exact same position for both of those fights. Perfect place. But can Yudu RSG now keep this up? They take over warehouse. Jay-Z, early opener, 2-piece for himself. Dubs takes him out with the FHJ. It's going to be a snipe by Whoopi. Ed's taken out of the equation. Yudu RSG now 1 more player. Once again, all up to Raven to finish this off. 4 versus 1. Can the guy get it done?
It's gonna seem impossible here, AJ. A miracle, and as soon as you say that, timing hits him, and send it to game number 3, AJ. 6-1, RSG. I feel like that's just unfortunate if you're RSG. Down 2 already, AJ. We're gonna see another hot 3-0 here.
I don't know if we're gonna see a 3-0, because Yudu RSG, they don't like taking 3-0s against them, but it's not like they'll have much of a choice. If they do bring in the exact same performance as what we just saw, perhaps it might be exactly what they suffer, right? They have lost to Rimo, Sadewa 3-0 against ALMGHTY, Raptors.DNS. They didn't fall that badly, but now against the side of Omega Esports, it seems to be that's gonna be the inevitable end. 8 kills here by the side of Jay-Z, picking up that MVP. Captain Ranger for the side of Malaysia, but unfortunately for them, just 1 round out of the 7 that they managed to play.
Yeah, it was just really dominating from the start. Omega, yes, you did pick the map if you're RSG, but Omega, they wanted to end the game fast. They wanted to get that offensive round, and that's why offense beats defense in Hackney Yard. I mean, if you're RSG, yes, you won 1 round, but at that point, you're pretty much demoralized, AJ. The momentum's not there, vibes aren't there anymore, and you had to accept your fate. 6-1 in Hackney Yard. Unfortunate if you're RSG, but it is what it is, AJ. And for domination, Omega, they even picked this map too.
They did. And, it really doesn't matter what's the map pick or who goes in there with those map picks. As long as it's not takeoff, I'm pretty confident that Smart Omega will be able to get the W. Even if it is takeoff, I still have my doubts. I think they are holding off. And I think they're just teasing the other teams with that map pick. And they're not just they're just showing us that, all right. Maybe that's the IQ plays before moving on towards the playoffs. But standoff, as they take this matchup against Yudu RSG, you've made your call. You think it's going to be a 3-0. I'm thinking it's going to be a 2-1 here. Hopefully, Yudu RSG manages to, make me sound right. They desperately need this. It's not going to be making a huge difference, but it's better than getting knocked out 3-0 at this stage of the competition, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. It's better than going out high than going low, but I mean, it's just unfortunate. I'm pretty sure they're not going to be able to make the top 4 anymore, AJ, but it's better to get a dub, at least not getting a donut, AJ. But let's see what happens here. Maybe Archie can do something here, but Omega, just riding on that momentum, I believe they're going to be able to get this game.
I think Yudu RSG should be able to bag this. Let's see what's the setup coming through in here. It's a 2-man flank coming through onto Private Backyard. They immediately make the access, but they fall. It's going to be wins. It's beautiful setup by the boys from Malaysia, and now they step in for the mid-square cap, but it's just a little bit too early. They get punished by the side of Smart Omega. Raven now opening up. He wants to take over Private Backyard, and he gets the 2-piece for himself, and that's the sort of opener Yudu RSG needs if they want to win this domination matchup.
Yeah, that kind of initial gunfights, they need to do that, AJ. They need to win more of them. So they need to go with the vibes running, AJ. And I feel like the vibes aren't there for RSG. Yes, you did lose 2, but you still have to do and show your best here for the 3rd one. And if you're Omega, just keep doing what you're doing. Stick with your teammates. And this is what's happening. Whoopi and Crush, the dynamic duo with the KRM, doing the damage that's been done. And let's see if they can catch it. Shyly hopping on B. No RSG players in sight. And just like that, it should be a cap for B. No, the prevention comes in. Raven with the holder takes him out, and now it's gonna be a stalemate.
Yeah, great plays coming through. Smart Omega not capping the B flag just yet. Candy trying to finish it off, but unfortunate for him, he get taken out of the equation as well. The hole from Yudu RSG breaking down 1 by 1. This is the perfect opportunity for Smart Omega to cap that B flag, but none of their players on point to get exactly that done. And now Derb tries to make a play, removing all of those caps from that B flag. Whoopi trying to prevent him. Derb gets taken down. No, Derb doesn't get taken down. He backs away from that position. Well played by the guy. He goes in for the rotation, but unfortunate for them. Both sides fighting over this, but that C flag stolen away by Yudu RSG. What a setup. Yes, they will lose that A flag, but that has just given them enough time to clear off that Marcus from that B home. Yudu RSG making those plays. The strats are paying off.
Yeah, the strats are paying off indeed, AJ. And now we're going to see right here, AJ, that Omega, still no one has captured it, AJ. It's just a back and forth, just a gunfight galore, AJ. 26-31. And both teams are struggling to find something here, AJ, because both teams are just playing out of their minds, AJ. RSG always on that rotation, you know, but Omega always has answers and picking up all those lanes. It's just a back and forth gunfight.
Yep, as long as RSG just keeps a hold on this. Dub still struggling to cap that B flag. Might be able to do it. Prevented at the very final moment by JC. What a fight between the two. Captain Ranger finally gets it done himself. Whoopi comes up with the challenge. Alfari gets the trade. Candy tries to go in for him, and he will not be able to take him out of the equation. Finally drops Alfari. Opportunity for Smart Omega now to pull that B flag back, but it's going to take way more than just Idra there. But he does have the Annihilator in hand. This might be enough time, but he gets shut down. What a play by RSG. And now they clear off those markers. This is exactly what the Malaysians need.
Yeah, this is what they need indeed, clearing it out. One more play to be, but Crush takes out 2 players, and now it's trying to cap B, but gives him time. But Raven gets a triple kill. Huge plays coming in from RSG, 55-41, and now they have that lead. But if you look at Smart Omega, the overextension is coming. Here comes the C push. Candy and Idra trying to cap C, and but you see RSG as well, trying to get that A flag. One player to beat. Jay-Z pulls out his Annihilator. He can make that play. One player to beat Alfari, but it's just a back and forth, and RSG still has control, but Omega gets A and C.
Oh, beautiful plays coming in from Smart Omega. They managed to go in there for the cap. But as long as RSG can hold on to that B flag and then fight Granny's house back, pull that A flag into the bag. Annihilator from the bag. Jay-Z takes him out, drops the bread in as well. Should be able to protect himself. Smart plays coming through from Captain Jay-Z. And a triple cap now from Smart Omega, stopping RSG from reaching that halfway point. And an unexpected turn of events here. And now Smart Omega running away with the matchup. The point from RSG stagnant, 68-69. Finally RSG pulls back that C flag, but Smart Omega in front and should be able to hit that 75-point mark first. What a turnaround, Jericho.
Yeah, what a turnaround. Change that round, 75-70. We thought RSG was going to get it, but this is such a close game, AG. 75-70. Now it's going to stretch the sides. Let's see what happens here. We do see Raven with that Predator missile. 15 kills for Jay-Z, 13 for Idra. And for the other side, Raven with 18 and Ranger with 17. It's going to be a close fight, AJ. So here we go. Control for Statue. Let's see what's going to happen next.
Yeah, Derp needs to step up in this match. And if he does, this is just going to be a GG. RSG will be able to win this. But the guy needs to be able to find that momentum. Beautiful takedown from Crush from the back edge. And Alfari eliminated from the equation. Crush still cracking it with the KRM. Backs away. Goes in for the slide cat and mouse game. But Raven catches him off guard. Beautiful place on the Holga. And now Smart Omega trying to cap that B flag. Raven with the prevention. With the Holga, it is going to be possible and easy in that midsection, but he needs to be very careful with his trigger. Steps up onto the tank, gets taken out. Crush drops in with the gravity spikes. A little too easy. The cover from that smoke will allow them to tease that B flag now, but Crush, he doesn't want that. He wants to make his way all the way towards that A flag and tease the boys from RSG.
Yeah, Crush right here, just being annoying, just being a nuisance. But RSG, with that being said, they actually managed to capture B because they put down all the members of Omega, and now the setup's coming in for RSG. But let's see, Omega can still try to make a push here. See number 3, Jay-Z still in their spawn, waiting for his teammates here. That's going to be Raven trying to defend that on his own, but RNG gods make Derp spawn and over at A. It's just a back and forth. Everyone's all over the map trying to win their gunfights here, but Whoopi takes him out, and now Omega hopping on A again.
Oh, Whoopi with the KRM. He is as solid as when he pulls out the DLQ. Brett drops in by Raven. Misses Whoopi by a mile. Ed's trying to take him out. Whoopi trying to punish him. Ed turns around. Goes in for the final shot. But Whoopi and the KRM absolutely crushing it. And now Smart Omega caps an A flag. Going in for the B as well. Triple cap's not going to come through. But RSG trying to run away with the game. 102-98. Smart Omega hard on their heels. Go in for the triple cap once again. But Ranger with the smart play on the Brett. Drops it on the Idra's head, and that gets prevented immediately. RSG goes in, but unfortunately for them, they lose that B flag, and they get triple cap once again. Prevention with the Pred, a double Pred, in fact, being dropped onto the heads of RSG. Smart Omega, yes, they make that comeback, and yes, they are literally running away with this, but it is still possible for RSG to fight their way through as well, Jericho.
Yeah, they can still make this through. Crush takes out one. We'll try to take out the second one, but there's the trade coming in. 120 to 108. AJ, if you are RC, need to get that double cap right now. And that's what they're doing, AJ. The C flag is coming in. Dragonfire will not do anything. Whoopi brings out the Annihilator. Here comes some highlights. Takes out one. Can he keep on going? Takes out the second one. No, misses the shot, actually. Unfortunately, but RSG, they can manage to cap this. But if he's the center gun, AJ, it's going to be on that top red. But Crush gets that. A flag, 128 to 150. They just trade flags here. And RSG struggling right now. And Omega, just a little bit more. They're going to be able to win this game.
But if Yudu RSG can capture a triple for themselves, maybe they can turn things around. But then a 4-man push coming through from that A flag should be able to prevent that B flag capture by Yudu RSG. Smart Omega actually going for the 3-0. They are ending the run of Yudu RSG. The hope for the Malaysians absolutely crushed. 141 to 122. And maybe those plays can be made now. A 3-man stack in towards Hotel Yard. They are going in for the plays to capture mid-square. The players are getting capped one by one. Omega Esports running away with this matchup. Those points really don't matter now. Yudu RSG needs to win each and every one of them. 150 to 126. What a play by the Filipinos.
Donut is serve, AJ, and that will be the last time we'll be seeing RSG. Oh, wait, they have another match later.
They
but
do.
Yes, they do, AJ, but unfortunately, that will end the run in Omega. Still hot from day 2, AJ, and now I am seeing the NRX. I can see it, AJ. I can see it just a little bit more, AJ. And we're going to see the former Kings of Garena just keep on hyping up and just getting better and better and better, AJ.
Absolutely, man. I mean, once again, I have said it before, I'll say it again. They've been holding back. Sharper Esports have been holding back. Almighty, they've been giving it their all in these matches. I expected Yudu RSG to be one of those teams that rises up at the very end to the occasion and then snatches it all. But I guess the quality within the Garena regional qualifiers just too good, just too tough to take down. And at the end of the day, Omega Esports just way, way, way too good for the Malaysians. 3-0, they take this series. Yudu RSG, they could not do anything at all. And yes, there is another opportunity for Yudu RSG later on in the final series to close off the day as well as the group stage for Group A. But even if they do win a 3-0, which is quite impossible against Sharper Esports, it will mean nothing.
Yes, that is true, AJ. We already know who's going to be our top 4, AJ. But, I mean, just look at it was a close game in that hardpoint and domination. AJ 150 to 116 in Hackney Yard. S&D wasn't as close as we wanted, AJ 6-1.
Yeah.
And for standoff, 150 to 136. We did see some life there from RSG. But Omega, just the better team, AJ.
Unfortunate, right? That's all we can say for Yudu RSG. Yes, you are right. The 2 maps that they don't pick, they almost made it through. The 1 map that they did pick, they just got absolutely owned over at Hackney Yard. And I think that's going to be a huge blow for the boys for Yudu RSG, because if you ask me, that's their best map in this whole competition. And they just got 6-1 at that search and destroy. So a lot of questions will be asked by management. A lot of questions towards Captain Ranger, but hopefully they will be able to answer them, strengthen their squad, and continuously bring back so much more into these competitions in the future. For the time being, it's just gonna be the focus on Omega Esports as they make it through to the playoffs. This was the final series within the group stages for this team.
Yeah, this is first the highlights here, AJ. We did see a very, very competitive hardpoint. And this second hill right here, AJ, that was all about Crush and Whoopi right here, the dynamic duo of the KRMs. But we'll see that hill on the third, AJ. If you look at the map right here, it's the 4 and 5, 2 and 5, AJ, the 2v2 at the back. That's really changed the game. And then here in the 4th hill, I mean, pretty much all Omega streaks were coming in. Yes, RG was getting time there, but it didn't matter because the body language of Omega, they were just so confident they were going to win every single gunfight.
Yeah, and it's just crazy to see Whoopi just pop off on those KRMs, right? I mean, if we look at the trajectory, about a year ago, he mained that sniper. He was absolutely killing it out there. But I guess in a few of those matches, Smart Omega, they managed to figure out the fact that if Whoopi can only dominate out there with the sniper, they are going to be struggling on this respawn modes. And coming in with the dynamic duo, holding on to that KRM with Crush, Whoopi absolutely kills it, man. They are just going in and out, sliding everywhere, taking down players one after the other, allowing Idra to play the Holger, so much of support being given. And when they take those shots, they always manage to hit. And Whoopi is as accurate in these SNDs because even if you get up close and personal to him, the guy just pulls out the shotty and snuffs you out.
Yeah, that's true. It was in the way that RG was playing SND, AJ. It was like they didn't even know what to do in that map, AJ. Like, it looked like they were struggling on SND. But I mean, yes, they love Hackney Yard, the respawns, but for SND, it looked like they don't even know what they were doing.
I think this was definitely, the wrong choice for them, right? Please refresh my memory. We did not see the side of Smart Omega ban Raid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would have preferred perhaps, dancing this little tango at Raid. I think RSG would have been able to make slightly better plays there. Derp would have been able to get a multitude of shots. We've seen them master that map and absolutely crush it at Search and Destroys. This Hackney Yard, I agree with you, man. They showed up quite poorly in there. And, the exact opposite can be said for Smart Omega. They showed up really, really good.
Yeah, they showed up really, really good from start to finish. All 3 games, Crush was the same, AJ. We remember that Crush that's just super ultra aggressive. That will take anyone. And, Candy, Idra, Jay-Z just doing everything here. And, it was just shutting down every single player. Every time RSG had a play, there was always going to be one player from Omega that can shut them down. And the MVP, I can say that this guy is the best player in the Philippines. Idra, 15 kills, 10 deaths, 8 assists, and an average score of 2,388. Yes, he only has 15 kills, but the kills that he get in the games are the most important ones, in my opinion, AJ.
Yeah, no doubt at all, man. I mean, this is the spam god Idra. You let this guy get his hands on the LMG. Bye-bye, good night, sir. You are going to sleep, right? He knows each and every single wall bangable spots in Call of Duty Mobile, and you won't survive the shot against him. He's one of the best supports you can have on your team. And Smart Omega, they definitely are able to take those aggressive plays with Whoopi and Crush up front because they know even if they fall early, Idra's going to be holding down, anchoring that spot for them. And he's done amazing at each and every single one of each and every single positions he has tried to play. They have never been able to snuff him out.
Yeah, he's just a man on a mission. Does well with everything individually. Just a god. He's that man, AJ, and he does deserve that MVP.
Oh, absolutely, man. And I'm very, very pleased to see that, Smart Omega took this 3-0, but at the same time, super sad and disappointed to see that RSG just could not make it through and pick one matchup for themselves. But we know, what sort of competition we have on our hands in here. It's friendship out the window, man. Each and every single one of them for themselves. And Omega Esports, they want to prove themselves as well. They have taken way too many losses. Remember, Almighty shut them down in this competition. And we also have, Almighty just absolutely aggressing on and making sure that Smart Omega does not get too confident in the competition. So that is the challenge that RSG has to face. You guys had a challenge as well. The challenge was to hit 30,000 views. The question is, did the audience manage to hit the challenge?
I think we hit that challenge? And yes, production with that sweet, yes, we hit that first one, AJ. The Weapon XP card down below. Take a screenshot. Tell your mom, tell your dad, your sister, your brother, your dog, your cat, whoever wants and plays Call of Duty. Here is your code. You guys deserve it.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much for those likes. Thank you so much for the shares. Thank you for bringing in all of the audience to watch all of these shows with us, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We still have 2 more series left in here, so don't go anywhere. Almighty takes on Raptors.DNS for the 4th series, and then to close the day off, to end Group A's group stage, we are going to be going in with a Sharper Esports versus Udo RSG. That's going to be series number 5, Jericho. Can I get your prediction, early predictions? Do you think Raptors will be able to pull a match off of Almighty?
I mean, I want to say, I want them to win one, just one. No, any game mode, hardpoint, SND, or domination. But it's looking I highly doubt it because the way that Almighty was playing against Sharper, they were just on point, honestly, AJ. And you know, it's gonna be really tough. And you know, AJ. With that being said, I hope the Raptors are ready because we're gonna go on a short little break, and we'll be right back.
เป็น Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021
Major Series Season 5. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Is in the convenience store. He's not going to be able to fight him. Ants on the other hand, whoa. As yet, but with that takedown, this should open things up. Backstab from Zia.
Pesan-pesan untuk tim saya, jangan menyerah, terus latihan dan satukan pemikiran.
ช่วยตัวเองครับกูเก็บไป28คิวพี่บอลจะแตะได้30อยู่แล้วแล้วลูกตรงนี้เก็บเพิ่มไป
Rimo Sadewa 这里的
Off kill first， 但打狙还是要小心，这个穿点直接把 Momo 给穿死。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Regional Qualifier Group Stage. I am here, VV Jerko, with Mustachio AJ, and we just saw a hot 3-0 from Omega versus RSG.
Yeah.
Before the next series, AJ, we have a special message for you guys. That the Sony Xperia 1 Mark III is the official mobile device of Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. It is the best device for playing Call of Duty Mobile in any FPS game.
Yeah, if you're a if you are a pro gamer or you're a content creator, you get to step up your game and share your victories with the Game Enhancer. You get to control all of gaming experience for your best performance, Jericho.
Yes, not only that, you're never gonna miss your best moments with the RT record because it automatically pre-records 30 seconds of your game footage. So anything that you shoot or you get a triple kill or quad kill, it's gonna be automatically recorded.
And that's not low quality recording because it records up to 120 frames per second. Now you can relive all of your winning moments in all of the glory thanks to this high quality setup in the phone itself.
Yes, and not only that, AJ, you can charge smart, play longer with the HS power control, powers the phone systems directly rather than charging the battery. This reduces thermal stress, and this has been a big problem for all those gamers now. Xperia 1 Mark III has a solution.
Oh, perfect. Absolutely perfect. And now, what else do we have in the phone? This is yet another solution by Sony. No audio latency at all with a 3.5mm audio jack. It lets you plug into your favorite gaming headset and enjoy in-game sound and chat with no audio latency whatsoever.
Yeah, that's super helpful. And not only that, the last one, superior gaming performance. The Xperia 1 Mark III is powered by the Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 5G mobile platform to deliver the premium experiences you deserve. This is the best of the best, the top of the line, and that is the Xperia 1 Mark III.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Now, I want to get my hands on this phone permanently. Unfortunately, after this competition, I've got to return it back. But let's see if or not I can gather up a little bit of extra cash to purchase it, Jericho. I've been having fun playing Call of Duty Mobile on the phone. I wish, man. I wish maybe I can secure another job after this. But so far in here today, bro, the action has been, like you said, quite crazy. We saw some upsets. We saw some expected results. When we opened up the day, Rimo Sadewa, they took on Raptors.DNS, and that was a 3-0 upset for the Raptors. And then ALMGHTY, they met Sharper Esports, and just when you thought the Thais were about to take it, ALMGHTY beat them 2-1. And Omega taken on U2RSG. We all saw exactly what broke down. U2RSG suffering a 3-0 defeat, which brings us to series number 4 now, Jericho.
Yeah, and with that being said, the schedule, you are right, AJ. Our next matchup is going to be ALMGHTY versus Raptors.DNS. And to close out the day, we have Sharper Esports versus RSG. And AJ, ALMGHTY versus Raptors.DNS. We did see Raptors play a while ago. They were not playing to the best that we could see. I mean, they had some moments there, AJ, but Rimo Sadewa just being a stronger team. And now we did see ALMGHTY. They were playing on top of their A game. They only lost that one game in domination, but their hardpoint and SD are on point, AJ.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, they are with 8 points now at the top of the table. Not in the number 1 spot just yet because Rimo Sadewa sits there with the 9 points. If ALMGHTY are able to pick up a few more points here, then maybe we might be able to see them jack themselves all the way up to the top. Sharper Esports have suffered way too many defeats, and ALMGHTY at the very moment sits down, equaling Sharper Esports with the number of losses that they have tanked for themselves. So let's see, because this is a fight for the top, and the final 2 series will decide exactly who holds on to that number 1 spot when we close off the group stages for Group A.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. I feel like, Omega, they already won that last match, AJ. They're just hoping that RSG, beats Sharper at least like 1-2. It makes Omega secure that top spot. So, huge games. You're right, AJ. ALMGHTY and Sharper, they got to win these next matches here. A hot 3-0 would be great, but let's see what happens here. We have the ALMGHTY lineup. We have Irfan J, Adapt, Incendio, Heaven, and Shut Up. These boys, you saw them a while ago, take down Sharper 2-1, and now let's see if they can do it again.
I think they might be able to pull this off, right? Because Raptors.DNS, throughout the whole competition, they have not been 100%, especially on day number 1. But in day 2, they managed to show up a little bit stronger. Day 3 today, they suffered a 3-0 defeat at the hands of Rimo Sadewa once again. So that would have been quite the heartbreaker. I'm not so sure exactly how their mental health is doing right now. They must be a little down because they've already discovered they're not going to be making it through to the playoffs. And this, even if they do manage to get a 3-0 win, which I do have to say is quite difficult, it's not going to be making much of a difference. But if you know, the Malaysians have a saying, it's in Bahasa Melayu, kalah tak apa, style mesti ada. It doesn't matter if you lose, you need to go out in style, man. And I think that's exactly what Raptors.DNS need right now. They need to go out in style.
Yeah, they got to do something here, you know, probably just get one game, you know, one game. And you know what? It's going to be a great run for the Raptors, in my opinion. You know, they showed up, and now they're proving why they are in this tournament, AJ. But it's not going to be an easy task. Almighty, top team, but this is the Raptors.DNS lineup. We have Allen, Bang, CC, Pei, iWife, and Zonglun. We've seen them played a while ago. They were struggling, but they still have one more chance here. Their final chance to prove something here in the tournament, AJ.
Yep, absolutely, man. And you know, how will this chance span out? I want to see, hopefully we get to see CC perform in the final day of the competition. We've seen iWife make a lot of those plays, but unfortunately he needs that backup, which we have seen CC be able to provide in the past. Allen's great, but he's just not able to hold down the fort. Zonglun is absolutely amazing if he's able to find his hits this time round. I think they should be able to at least pull one match away. And if by some miracle they manage to win some extra gunfights, pull even two from the side of Almighty. But it's going to be quite the mountain to climb here. Almighty, the ones that have, struggled, strive for that perfect streak within the Singapore Championship, coming into this, qualifiers now, taking on the head-to-head. Even with the numbers, we can already see perhaps a little bit into the future, Jericho.
Yeah, a little bit to the future, AJ. The head-to-head, we have Adapt versus iWife. Adapt with 14, 13, 6, and 2-2. And for iWife, we have 11, 12, 4, and 1-6. Not eye-popping numbers, but we know that both of these players, they're always the ones first in the fight, AJ. They always make those huge plays for their teammates to pick it up. So expect a lot of these players to just be running around, trying to make some plays here, and that's why they are the MVP.
Yep, absolutely, man. I think I love iWife's play each and every single time. He opens up the game for the rest of his players. But that's going to be my main concern here, because iWife, he usually drops in there without that backup as the playmaker. The rest of the players from the side of Raptors.DNS, they stack up the positions, their objectives time and time again. We saw them doing it over at Domination earlier on. And that was their winning strategy. At the very same time, their losing strategy. With Almighty winning the coin toss, the hopes for the Dinosaurs get dimmed even further, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. Almighty winning that coin toss. And now we do see Raid being taken off. As we all know, Dinosaurs did beat RSG and Domination Raid. And let's see what the Dinosaurs are going to ban. It should be a Crossfire, AJ. And it's a takeoff. Okay, so... No, it's not going to be Crossfire, but Almighty, let's see what they're going to pick for hardpoint.
I absolutely love the fact that the Raptors.DNS team listened to us after day number 1, where we told them you should never ever take takeoff. If, as a matter of fact, you should ban takeoff whenever you jump on into any of these matchups. And I think they've learned that lesson quite well. They take that off of the list. Almighty's not going to be able to dance around and punish them there. But Summit might just be the place where we get pulled into. Standoff is similar to akin to that place as well, because Almighty knows this map in and out. It's all going to be about the rotations and the control of those spawns for that hard point, which Raptor.DNS, they've not been able to aggress at much so far in the competition, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. Standoff, hardpoint, and S&D is going to be firing range. Dinosaurs, they love that firing range S&D. Let's see what's going to happen there. And finally, to close out series number 4, Almighty wants to bring us back to Summit Domination. I'm liking the map picks, but this is, Almighty, they just want to do business here, and I like the picks here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Standoff Summit, 2 master picks from the side of Almighty. Recently Hackney Yard as well, but that's a conversation for another day. Death Machine banned out by Almighty, opening up the Annihilator and Sparrow, but the Sparrow immediately taken off the list by Raptors.DNS, which means once again, Annihilator's gonna be at play here. So we might be able to see that dominating performance come through yet again from this Almighty side. If they could take down Sharper Esports 2-1, the probability of beating Raptors.DNS 3-0 definitely is there, and it's going to take a lot for the Raptors to aggress on this matchup.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot. They need to start off really hot from the get-go, AJ. just gotta, you gotta show something here. But it's gonna be standoff. Almighty, they love this map, AJ. I think most of the pro teams, they just live and breathe in standoff. So let's see what's gonna happen here, AJ. And we already saw what happened a while ago. Dinosaurs faced against Rimo Sadewa in Almighty. They have the advantage knowing that information, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think even if Almighty went into this game blind, even if they did not know exactly what are these strats that Raptors.DNS is going to be playing into, they should be able to take a 3-0, mainly because of those gunfights. We've seen time and time again, Jericho. Once again, I have to touch on the point whereby Raptors.DNS, a majority of those plays, especially in respawns, when they want to grab onto any of the objectives, they have to stack. If they don't stack, they can't win those objectives. And when they stack, they always get caught out from the back. Either the backside. In domination, it's even worse because when they stack, they don't have any of the defense. They can always grab onto one flag maximum at a time. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. Hotel Yard's going to be crazy. Let's see how the Raptors handle this.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Irfan J opens thing up with a triple kill, but Shut Up seals that. But 4 down immediately. Bang does get 1, but Heaven gets the trade. And now the Raptors are in the Raptors are actually struggling now to start. Allen not hitting anything there. Incendio takes him out. Bang with the trade there. Almighty getting that early lead, and the spawns are going to be split for Raptors. One player to look for, which is iWife. No one has spotted him yet, but he's about to get taken out. And just like that, reset comes in. And Almighty has control of the map.
Yeah, so this is exactly what we're talking about. Early on from the matchup, we can see Irfan J showing or proving exactly what we were just discussing, right? Gunfights, Raptors.DNS, they're not going to be able to cut it that much, but they should be able to take it with the stacks. And now a 3-man body throw in towards that Hotel Yard grabs them the hard point for the time being. Bang holding on to the scaffolding from Granny's house, not going to be able to find anyone, gets the backstab onto Shut Up. A beautiful setup from the side of Raptors.DNS, and now they're holding on to this, but the players from the side of Almighty, they're not aggressing for that at all. They want to set up warehouse already. Hard point number 2. Let's see what the Singaporeans get done this time round.
Yeah, they gave it up, AJ, and now we do see Shut Up in bottom round. We'll spot 2 players, take him out, trying to jump on that jump up. But we do see here Heaven with the AS foul making some plays here. Will get called out as well. It's still alive. Heaven on the 2-kill spree here. Can he get his streaks here? But we do see Almighty getting control. Even though Raptors has the spawns here, they're spawning here. It's very open, AJ, and it's very likely that they're going to have a hard time breaking this.
Oh, absolutely. Zonglun, beautiful takedown onto Heaven. Now this is the approach that Raptors.DNS need. They're going to throw the bodies in once again, but too frontward with the attack. They don't wait for those numbers, and unfortunately for them, Heaven takes out Bang with a hunter-killer drone as well. The Raptors.DNS, their plays are just being foiled time and time again. Heaven now going in for the aggressive defense all the way up towards Bakery, not getting taken down, but pressuring the players of Raptors.DNS to make sure they don't step up. And Almighty once again giving away scrap points to the side of Raptors.DNS, but this time round it's not as as much as they gave up earlier on. I feel like that first hard point they could have played it a little bit more.
Yeah, I could have played a little bit more time there, but Heaven with that lighter gets taken out. Rotation is in though. Almighty always on the rotation fast, and let's see if DNS can break this. But Irfan J with the equalizer takes him down, and now Raptors they're going to be spawning in gas station, and that is what Almighty wants, and that is what Almighty is going to do. They're just having their time here right now, AJ. Raptors struggling right now. They need to do something here, maybe use some smokes here, or even just try to push together as a team.
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite tough for them to start pushing in solo as they have been doing so far. We did see them going in for those stacks against Rimo Sadewa earlier. Those were the plays that were working. And if anything, in hardpoint, that's the exact strategy you are supposed to be playing, right? Go in for the stack. Beautiful. Finally, they win their gunfights with the numbers that they throw in. And they've got to the spawn as well. Raptors.DNS should be able to pick up the final 13 seconds in here whilst Almighty goes in to set up Bakery. And now they just need one player to hold on to these points, and they play it real well. Bang is going to be hanging back, whilst the rest of the players from the side of Raptors.DNS, they take the frontward approach, and the backstab coming through from iWife. He might be able to make the play. Needs to go up towards the second floor. If iWife can get this shot and get this completed for the side of Raptors.DNS, they will be able to win this. Spots the player in for the kill. iWife gets it, and he opens up this map for the side of Raptors, but they lose it yet again.
Yeah, I mean, he can open it, but no teammates are there for the help. You can't kill everyone on your own. And here comes Incendio with the Annihilator, just doing a lot of damage here. split spawns coming in for DNS. This could be a good pinch here, but the push is going to be stopped here. Here comes the play, actually. Bang coming in here, trying to make a play here. Will try to find enemies here. One more player to beat, misses his shots, and Heaven finally gets shut down. Shut up, gets shut down. Let's see if they can make this push. 10 more seconds. They have to get this contest.
Yeah, absolutely, man. If they don't, it's just going to be a runaway train for the side of Almighty. They win their gunfights yet again, and it's all over. 149, 150. The Raptors.DNS get thrashed. Unfortunate for them, those gunfights just did not work out, and Almighty just too good.
Yeah, just too good from the get-go, AJ, from the start. You know, they could have, yeah, you were right, AJ. They could have gotten more time from that first hill, but they decided not to. They just wanted to get it done from start to finish, and now we are seeing Almighty getting that first game, AJ, 150 to 55. Not the one that we would love to see from DNS, but we did see some gunfights that they were winning, but the teamwork, the coordination, Almighty just too better.
Absolutely, man. And, you know, we did see the rotations coming through from the side of Raptors.DNS. But once again, the weakness from the side of the Raptors, you know, got shown through and through yet again, right? They were waiting to throw those bodies in. And in order to throw those bodies in, as they kept dying all around the map, they had to wait. They had to wait for their players to respawn back, meet up at a specific undisclosed location, and then come up with a plan, and then move on in towards the place where the players of Almighty have already been holding. By the time they get that done, Almighty's already ended the matchup. So that's pretty much Hardpoint in a nutshell. Search and destroy, firing range. This might just be the place where the dinosaurs make a comeback, but we all know what happened in Jurassic Park.
Yeah, we all know what happened there back in CGI, AJ. It was really tough for them, but let's see. Maybe that we're gonna find something else here in the dinosaurs in firing range. But let's see. They're going up against Almighty. It's not gonna be easy. The double sniper setup, Shut Up and Heaven. That's gonna be really tough to face, AJ. But let's see. Maybe we do see a different kind of dinosaur that they want to fight in the firing range. They did pick this, AJ. So let's see.
Yeah, and I want them to be able to get the victory here. At the very least, push us into a round number 11, maybe. I mean, we've seen them be able to take a match away, albeit from only due to RSG. But if they were able to get it done to the ex-Kings of Malaysia, they should be able to get it done against the Kings of Singapore as well. Or is that sort of a comparison not really right, Jericho?
I guess you could say, but RSG not playing to their best ability at AJ.
Yeah.
You know that, AJ.
Yeah.
And you know the Raptors, they were just a better team at that game. But you know, here against Almighty, it's highly possible. But I mean, anything can happen. Let's see what happens here, AJ. Game number 2, fire range on S&D.
Oh, let's see exactly what's the setup here for firing range. It's gonna be a 2-man stack towards shooting range, and a beautiful opener. iWife shuts down Irfan J after Zonglun is lost, and therefore that trade just equalizes the numbers. Space just gonna be looking out for the backstab. Nobody stepping out just yet. And from the white warehouse, Shut Up now might be able to get Allen out of the equation. Goes in.
Wow.
Oh, too easy for Shut Up. Shuts down iWife as well as Allen. And now the plays opened up for the side of Almighty. One final play. India bang with a final stand, but bang bang the return to shut him down.
Yeah, that was a quick scope right there coming in from Bang, but a little bit too much there. 1-0. Now we do see Shut Up getting 3 kills in that round. Let's see if he can keep it up. And oh no, if you are Raptors, you might want to do something here. You might want to let your sniper get a pick here, but then again, it's against Heaven and Shut Up. These players know what they're doing. Shut Up takes out Zonglun yet again. You can't be leaving Zonglun alone there. You need to send another person for the trade there. But so far, Incendio in the middle, being annoying here. Incendio takes out iWife again. Spot one more, takes out Pay as well. It's going to be a 5 versus 2. And here comes Almighty just trying to push in. 1 by 1, DNS falls. And just like that, 2-0 go to Almighty.
Almighty's just punishing Raptors.DNS right now. We talked about this in the past, Jericho. All of these adjustments, all of these strats, you need to plan them out before you jump on into the competition. And yes, you will be forced into a corner where you have to, you know, react there and then against some of these strats that the teams are able to pull into the search and destroy. But if you can't win your gunfights, then the strats just go out the window. Even if you bring in the best strats in the world, you're not going to be able to take these rounds. Incendio shuts down Bang yet again. Allen stepping up. Incendio looking to do the exact same thing. Let's see if or not Allen can turn things around. At the moment, 5 versus 4, still not looking good for the Raptors.
Yeah, still not looking good as well, AJ. Pay takes out Shut Up, and now it's going to be a 4 versus 4. This is still winnable. 4, if you are DNS, you're up by 4 and 3. But Zonglun pulling back. Bomb is near now. There's going to be one player here. Irfan J can make the play here. I don't think iWife knows it's going to be right there. It's going to be impossible. Is he going to take the shot? Irfan J not being seen through that wall, but will get shot. Irfan J stock gets one. Can he get the second one as well? But right, unfortunate reload takes him out. But no, Alan takes out Irfan J. Now it's gonna be a 2v3.
Now Bei going in for the final play. Perhaps Zonglun shutting Heaven down from the back. It is a 3-on-1 situation. Almighty might get shut down finally. Raptors.DNS, this is the perfect chance for them. Incendio, if anyone can get this clutch done, it's gonna be this guy with the CR56 AMAX. Goes in for the approach, cannot spam those shots. 20 bullet in each and every single mag. He needs to go in for the quicks in and out. Spots Allen in the equation first. Oh, such trigger control. 3 bullets to take that player down. And now Pei from the corner. Zonglun's going to be inside the white warehouse as well. Pulls out the shotty. And Incendio gets shut down. Well played by the Raptors.
Well played indeed. 1 and 2. Just like that, they are slowly but surely adjusting to whatever Almighty is doing. But let's see if Almighty can adjust back. But I feel like I like what's happening from DNS. Grit and grind, AJ. You know, let the sniper do the thing first before we make a push.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Now, let's see if or not the side of Raptors will be able to pull off the exact same thing yet again. This time around, Incendio drops iWife. Zonglun gonna be alive and kicking in that white warehouse. Should be able to put a lot of pressure onto these players, but the wall bangs coming through from the players of Almighty, putting pressure onto Zonglun. Zonglun going out, overextending, and Irfan J punishes him for that, and will be able to spot yet another player, but he backs away before Bang can take that shot.
Yeah, before Bang can take that shot, you are right, AJ. It's going to be a 4 versus 3 now, but Bang, they're already inside the site, AJ. And Almighty looking for that retake from the back. Irfan J is going to be that first player to try to pick one or get some information coming in here. But Bang preempt in the middle. Let's see what happens here. Jumps inside, but no one's in trailer. They just gave up trailer control, and DNS, you shouldn't be doing this if you want to win this round. Incendio trying to find a way. Irfan J gets 2, and just like that, it's going to be a 1 versus nope. And it's too late. Heaven takes out Allen. This next round will go to Almighty.
Just too easy, too quick. Almighty is all the way through, man, outclassing the side of Raptors.DNS. Yes, they did manage to take 1 round, but I am afraid with the way things are going, it might be the only round that they take, but unless they can step it up in here for the next round, maybe pull in a cheese strat, go in for a 5-man stack, and I think this is a good setup coming in from Raptors.DNS. They are stacking 4 men towards the side of warehouse number 4. They might be able to catch the other players from the side of Almighty, but Heaven opens up well against Zonglun, shuts him down with the wall bang, and now with the shorty in hand, iWife gets punished. Shorty goes in for the reload. It's gonna be Heaven going in for the punish. This is that bed gaming that everybody is talking about. Nobody needs a gaming chair when you are Heaven. Goes in for the slide. Bang takes him out with a shorty. 3-3. The numbers look good on the side of the dinosaurs. Bang shuts down Incendio as well. Maybe they can take this. Pay with the quick scope. Doesn't take Irfan J out of the equation, but they've got the information now, Jericho.
Yeah, they do. Bang takes out Irfan J. Now it's going to be a 1v3. Shut up gets taken like that. 3-2, AJ. Switch of sides. Let's see how Raptors do on the defense and offensively. Let's see how Almighty does it.
Yeah,
AJ. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Raptors, they're going to like this defense more once they know how Almighty plays in this first round. This could be all out fast. If they've been doing the research, this is going to be really fast. And here it goes, AJ. Let's see what happens here.
Oh, beautiful takedown. iWife shuts down Heaven. It is going to be Adapt aggressing forth towards the bomb side. And he manages to take the shots up against iWife. Double nades should be able to snuff him out of this equation. Irfan J already going in to cook it up. And it's going to be a beautiful pressure play onto Allen. Incendio takes Bang out of the equation. Zonglun shuts down Irfan J. A 2 versus 2 Incendio with a quick smoke. Manages to take Pei, but he takes him down. 2-1. Almighty perhaps going to fall once again. One final play from Shut Up now.
Yeah, one final play. Can he make the play? 1 versus 2. Very, very winnable, AJ. We'll spot one player. Misses it, but finally gets it. Pei gets taken out. And Bomb is down on A, but that's going to be Zonglun on your screen, AJ. In the middle. If he knows that nade spot, will not. But here you go. Side-by-side comparison. Incendio versus Zonglun. Zonglun hitting the flank. This is going to be timing. This could be timing. This should be a round for DNS. Starts shooting. Gets away with his life. Yes, he does. And just like that, it's going to be a 1v1. 40 seconds left. Has the MX9 in hand. Zonglun trying to find him, chase him. But the timing is just not going to be there. But this is it. 30 seconds. You got to look where you got to look. Here we go. That's that Holger in hand. Send you. Trying to find a spot. Will spot him. Here comes the 1v1. Gets shot first. Will get taken out. And Zonglun plays that perfectly. Shuts down, shut up, and just like that, we're tied 3-3.
Yeah, smart play coming through from Zonglun, making sure he does not make a mistake by running exactly behind Shutup, repositions himself, knowing that Shutup will come in to defend that bomb either way. Smart plays coming through, but Raptors.DNS, they need way more than that, man. They can't be depending on those one-on-one situations. They can't be depending on Zonglun all the way through. The rest of the players, they need to step up. Bay needs to find his shots.
Yeah, Payne needs to hit those shots indeed, AJ. But I mean, right now it's looking very good for the Raptors. They're clutching up in the situation where they need to. And Almighty, they're having a hard time right now after winning those 3 rounds. But the stun is in, stun check by Heaven. We'll be able to hear something there. But it's just gonna be a stalemate. 1 minute and 30 seconds. A lot of time to work with.
And of course, the setup onto Barracks Hut on the second floor. Still not giving them the opening, but 3 players now from the side of Almighty aggressing down shooting range, opening up the space for them. But Zonglun takes a 2-piece for himself. iWife shuts down Incendio. Zonglun still going in for the spams. And Pei steps up in front. Heaven goes in for that punish. Unfortunate situation for the side of Almighty. Raptors.DNS finally aggressing on, stepping up. And now, one final player, Adapt with the bomb in his hand, should be able to scurry off towards that B bomb side, get the plant. Let's see if or not he can get the clutch as well.
Yeah, let's see what happens here, AJ. If he can get the clutch, AJ. Bomb is going down. Adapt in a very good position. No one from DNS is going to be near there. 1 versus 3. Has an MX9 in hand, AJ. And you just have to play this perfectly. Just got to play very, very campy here. But look at, I like what DNS is doing. They're going to stick together. If one goes down, we're going to be there. The 3 Musketeers going in here. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, let's see exactly what happens because they, like you said, the 3 Musketeers together attacking. And they managed to take him out. Beautiful plays. Raptors.DNS pick up the 4th point. They take the lead, Jericho.
Yes, they take the lead. Very good play. I like that. You know, that's what you have to do in these kinds of situations, AJ. Like if you have that man advantage, 1 versus 3, stick together with your teammates. Get ready for that trade and adapt. I mean, there's nothing else you can do there. You know, it's 1 versus 3. It's gonna be really hard.
And now let's see what's the play going to come out from the side of Raptors.DNS. They've got the defending side, a 2-1-2 stack. But look at this, Almighty stacking up all 5 players towards the warehouse number 4. B bomb side, Bang takes that immediate push, beautiful flash. And now Shoddy goes for the pop. But unfortunately for Bang, he gets taken down by Irfan J. Shut up with the miss aim in there. And Pei makes him go punish. It's going to be Zonglun who takes that shot up. Unfortunate for Adapt as he gets shut down. One final player on the side of Almighty. It's gonna be Heaven and his heavenly snipes. Let's see if he pulls this off. Bomb is not on him on the ground. And of course, Pei and Allen looking to punish Heaven. Let's see if or not this ultimate sniper from Singapore can finish this off.
Yeah, let's see what happens. It's gonna be 1 versus 2 again. We'll spot 1. Heaven will not miss that. And now it's gonna be a 1v1. Allen versus Heaven. Bomb is down on side, AJ. Allen, I believe he does have an MX9. Yes, he does have a side-by-side right here, 1v1. We'll be pushing on that right side, AJ. This is just going to be timing at its finest. Allen walking down to the middle again. Does not want to get in that crosshair because it's a sniper, AJ. He's going to be wrapping back towards the middle.
Yeah, and of course, we do need Heaven to pick up that bomb and go in for that plant. 40 seconds on the clock means Heaven has got so much of time to waste, but he's not taking any chances whatsoever, not underestimating the players from the side of Raptors.DNS. And that's exactly what I love about Almighty. Regardless of who they take on, they always show up 100% and they do not ever make any mistakes. But of course, Raptors.DNS have managed to go in for the punish, and Heaven, what a beautiful wraparound, gets punished by Allen. Beautiful plays. I'm so impressed that Allen did not aggress up 4th and get killed prematurely. He punishes Heaven, who actually gets a little nervous, detecting the fact that Raptors.DNS have been missing for so long.
Yeah, that's true, AJ. And now Raptors.DNS 1 round away from winning game number 2, AJ. And it's just gonna happen here, AJ. Is it gonna close it out? And finally, Wife takes out Heaven. Incendio trades out Zonglun, but Bang takes out Incendio as well. It's gonna be a 3 versus 4 here in Irfan J. Adapt takes out Pei. It's gonna be a 3v3. Wife takes out Adapt. Irfan J takes out iWife, and it's gonna be a 1 versus 2. 1 versus 1. This is it.
Come on, Alan.
Will spot one and bang takes it out. And just like that, Raptors.DNS take game number 2.
What a play! And finally, bang, with the opportunity to shut it down, they managed to pull it away from ALMGHTY. Amazing, stellar performance in here, and they held it together all through to the end. And what better way than to get bang to get that final shot off, man. ALMGHTY did not see that coming, and Raptors.DNS, they managed to pull it off. Pei always looks surprised when they get a victory, but I understand where he's coming from. It's been a struggle in this competition, but what a best they've managed to get it done, and I'm looking forward to seeing more from the Raptors.DNS. Can they take a final matchup in here? Once again, Jericho, kalah tak apa, style mesti ada, and I think they are showing us their style, man. They are exiting this competition with some flair. Bang picking up that MVP, 9 kills this time round with the one defusal in there, even beating the score of Incendio. What a stellar performance coming out from this team.
Yeah, what a stellar performance indeed, AJ. And they took one from RSG and they took one from ALMGHTY. Again, they take another one, AJ. You know, Bang with 9 kills, Zonglun 7, Alan with 7. Alan, you know, honestly, AJ, the 1v1s that were happening from ALMGHTY, they were struggling a bit there. It was all calculated by DNS.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And at the very end, even the previous round, Alan, what a play. We've seen Raptors.DNS go in and make so many chump squad mistakes time and time again, aggressing when they're not, overextending when they're not supposed to. But that one final play from him kept it alive for the side of Raptors.DNS. And for that very final moment, it was quite chaotic and I was very nervous. It just went back and forth, leaving us with a one-on-one at the end. And bang! Thankfully, this time round, in this search and destroy, the guy was on his A form. He takes that shot, he gets the kill, and we get a 6-3. Can they actually secure Summit as well? If they can, I am going to go to sleep tonight a very, very happy man, Jericho.
Yeah, I mean, same, AJ. It's going to be a great day to end if they actually take the Summit again. Well, you know, 150 to 55, 3-6 here, but now we got to switch it up, AJ. Now we go to Summit again, AJ. Going to be very, very different, AJ. Summit domination. We did see what happened in hardpoint standoff, but this time Summit domination. Remember how DNS played it? Is you know, they're not the best team in domination, but once they did take one from RSG. So if we can find that team again, just like in versus RSG, they could take this one.
Yeah, I'm hoping for, you know, Raptors.DNS to be able to stack those bodies in there this time around a little bit better, because earlier on when we were going in for those domination plays, when we saw Raptors.DNS take the fight up against Rimo Sadewa, yes, they had those plans, but they were falling quite flat. Hopefully they managed to detect exactly what went wrong in that matchup and do those fixes against ALMGHTY this time around, because they've set up quite an amazing opportunity for themselves now. If they can take this, I tell you, going out with style, they get exactly what they want.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. We do see the start of the match. You know, DNS actually struggling to cap that C flag, but they have control that mid control, AJ. Map will be given to them, but Heaven is there to stop the push. Let's see if ALMGHTY can try to break this, or will DNS take over this?
Let's see if or not they are able to pull it off. ALMGHTY capping that A flag. DNS, they do have that C. They have to control this really well. From the second floor, finally the pressure goes down in towards that B flag. And Pei will be able to capture it. One final nade put in. Thankfully, Pei, the hit marker pops out. Not getting taken down. Manages to secure it for the side of Raptors.DNS. And now the fight comes down through. ALMGHTY going in for the challenge at control room number 2. A double stack coming through. And on that second floor, Shutup's just getting it done. Picks up a 2-piece for himself. Right round. Goes in for the distraction on the C flag. And this is going to be that opportunity to secure that B1 as well. But look at Raptors.DNS attempting a triple cap. Can they get it done? Prevention comes through. What a play from the side of ALMGHTY. But I'm loving Raptors. They are bringing on those aggressive plays finally.
Yeah, they're finally being very aggressive, not missing anything right now. iWife with that KRM pushes in 2 more players to beat inside. Allen below, but they don't have second floor control. They're just leaving it open, which is for that trip cap, AJ. And they're going to be trading flags here. Not the best idea, but you know what? They'll take what they have. And just like that, Dinosaurs will be losing B as well. Shutup gets taken out, and now ALMGHTY, they have control of that C flag and that second floor.
This is ALMGHTY banking quite a a beating here from the side of Raptors.DNS, but they might be able to squeeze it. Oh, what a prevention by Zonglun! Master player, but he needs to sneak away. Gets punished by Shut Up immediately. Shut Up now, trying to pull that B flag away. Immediately shut down. It's going to be Heaven with the Predator missile drop, and it's going to be a Dap who gets shut down by Bang. Beautiful plays coming through back-to-back from both teams, but it's Raptors.DNS who are a little bit more spicier. They need this. They deserve this. They've been tanking losses all throughout the competition, and finally we see fire. We see fire usually from Raptors.DNS towards the end of the competition, and we are getting exactly what we require. 52 to 38. They should be able to cap that A flag there and go in there for the pressure onto B, but they need to be careful. The sentry set up by ALMGHTY, the sixth man in that fight, it's not going to be easy to take down.
Yeah, this is Sentry Gun indeed, and Irfan J with the KRM doing some damage for ALMGHTY, and just like that, 56 to 46. Yes, the Dynasty still have the lead, but ALMGHTY can overtake it with this 2-cap. Trying to go for that 3-cap, but the defense is too strong for DNS. If you're DNS, stop pushing in the middle. Start going to your left side of your map, or even your right. Overextend. Stop bashing your heads in.
Absolutely, man. 16:54 now. Raptors.DNS still in front, but not for long unless they can cap this B flag. Irfan J holding on to a 2-piece there. Beautiful plays coming out from the guy. Zonglun, beautiful plays. One shot, one kill, but Zonglun punishes him with the MX-9. This is the opener from the side of Raptors.DNS, but immediately taken over. Zonglun traded out by Adapt, and Bang shutting down Shut Up. It is just the opportunity. 66 to 66 now. ALMGHTY going in, equalizing, and now running away with the points. Unfortunate for the side of Raptors. Amazing setup from the start, but the ALMGHTY squad, they managed to make it through before we reach that halfway point.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. And just like that, 75 to 70. That will be your half, and it's gonna be a close game, AJ. But this time, let's see what happens if you are on the other side. Raptors.DNS starting off down the bad side. ALMGHTY wanting that C side. Let's see what happens here. This is gonna be that second floor top control. You know, you need to get that, AJ. And if you're the Raptors, you gotta win those initial gunfights.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, it's going to be mainly about the B flag fight. ALMGHTY taking the straightforward approach, whilst Raptors.DNS, they are taking the second floor, jumping straight in. Hopefully, they go in for the reset of the spawns. It's just not going to be easy to flip ALMGHTY around. But with the backstab coming through from Bang now, he should be able to go in for the shutdown. But Irfan J is the one with the beautiful shots. Allen with the prevention. One final shot does not come through in time, and the players get shut out of the equation. It's going to be ALMGHTY aggressing fourth bay. One shot, one kill. Irfan J a little bit too sharp. 83 to 76. The Singaporeans actually look to run away with this now.
Yeah, they're looking to run away with this. The 2-cap comes in. 4 minutes left, and Shut Up just trying to spawn trap. You do see number 2 Heaven already fully streaked out on a 6-kill spree. Will drop the Predator missile, take out one player, but Heaven gets taken out as well. 92 to 81. Irfan J equalizer in hand, and just like that, they are now controlling this whole game. AJ, map control is with them, and Raptors struggling to find something here.
Yeah, man. I mean, hopefully the Raptors will be able to break this. They've been taking this straightforward fight, but now Gods of RNG give them the gorilla base. They should be able to cap the C flag. They should be able to take the backstep onto the sentry gun and put out a lot of pressure from the second floor as well. But they go into focus on the sentry before taking that C flag. Finally, they attempted, but cable car platform's been pulled in, and the triple cap from ALMGHTY just a little bit too good. And now the prevention at the C flag fails for the side of ALMGHTY. Raptors.DNS pull it, and maybe if they can cap B now, they still can keep it alive. But if it gets prevented by ALMGHTY, then game over, Jericho.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely game over, but now Raptors trying to cap B. One player to be Incendio on the flank. No help coming in there. We'll take out Allen as well. Good, huge plays coming in from ALMGHTY. 122 to 92. They have to start capping this AJ if they want to make this comeback. 125 to 93. ALMGHTY just running away with this, but here comes the sentry gun. 86 man coming in for Raptors.DNS. Can they make a play?
Oh, it looks like they might with the sentry in there. A double man push, almost capping that B flag. Yes, they actually did cap the B flag. My apologies. 98 to 131. They might have just been able to get this done, ALMGHTY. The numbers game, the IQ play, a little bit too good. And can Raptors.DNS now go in for the Juggernaut triple cap? Even if they do win their gunfights, ALMGHTY will just respawn on the other side of the map and cap that C flag. So this is just gotta be an absolute juggernaut of a pressure where they do go in for the split. One man has to hold on to Gorilla Base whilst the rest go in for that fight. 137 to 110 now. ALMGHTY just holding on to cable car platform to run away with this match.
Yeah, they just have to hold it down. The defense is going to be strong. This is going to be the push that they need. Here comes the push. DNS pushing and Zonglun gets taken out, but no trades coming in. Allen just holding down Beef like they have to push. They have to bring everything and invest everything. Here you go, AJ. They've actually made it through Zonglun's defense C as well. And now they're going to be capping Equalizer in hand, but Shut Up has that Annihilator, shuts him down. There is a sentry gun on AJ, and this is going to be the final push for DNS.
Oh, they need to make it, but solo play from Zonglun in here. Unfortunate for him, he gets shut down. The backup is almost eliminated instantaneously. Heaven just so sharp in those fights. 146, just getting it done with that one domination point now. Just with that A flag. 148 to 134. Raptors.DNS, what an improvement from CGI. What an improvement from day number 1. But they do not cut it at the very end. Almighty victory over Raptors.DNS.
Valiant effort for the Raptors, but Almighty just proving why they are the best team in Singapore and why they are the kings of Singapore, AJ. And just, they pretty much it was a scare, AJ. They almost lost that.
Yeah, they did, man. And Raptors, they stepped up. What a play. I did not expect them to be able to do that well, right? In Search and Destroy, they pulled an upset off. And in this domination, they almost got it done once again. Kalah tapa, style mesti ada. And what's their style from the Raptors.DNS team this time around? Absolutely yes. Can we see a hashtag Raptors.DNS in the comment section, ladies, German boys and girls? Stellar performance by them. It's so much of improvement, but even then, no matter how much they do come in here and buff up their plays, Almighty just a little too good, Jericho.
Yeah, it's a little bit squeaky good, AJ. 30 kills for Shut Up, 27 for Heaven, 19 for Adapt, 16 for Incendio. But in the other side, iWife, Pay, and Bang, 18, 21, 17. Zonglun, he did manage to get some kills there, but he just was struggling the whole time. I bet if he got in the kills that he would have gotten, they might have won the game.
Absolutely, man. 27-13, 30-21. Look at the KDs coming in here from the side of Heaven as well as Shut Up. Crazy plays. 150-55, 150-136. Almighty wins the standoff as well as Summit at Hardpoint and Domination. Search and Destroy. A crazy comeback from the Raptors.DNS to bag it with a stellar performance from Bang at the very end. Quite chaotic. But unfortunate for them, they did not manage to bag 2 matches in here. Even if they did, does not mean they'll make it through to the playoffs. Too many opportunities have been lost. And with the final series, thankfully, they managed to make a name for themselves before we confirm that Almighty makes it through. Raptors just do not.
Yeah, and now moving on to the highlights, AJ. This game number 1, pretty much the same story. It's kind of like that Rimo Sadewa versus Raptors.DNS, AJ. Wire-to-wire victory for Almighty. And, it was just a perfect hard point for Almighty. In the Raptors, they tried their best to rotate early, but yes, if they did try to rotate earlier, they were just not watching the angles that, Almighty, they love using those off angles, and they're just winning all their gunfights.
Yeah, absolutely, man. 43-22. At this point, it just felt like Raptors.DNS could still make that comeback through at this hard point, but it was just all-out domination, right? Because those were the only points that they were able to confidently take. Apart from that, it was just all out the side of Almighty. And yes, Raptors did manage to change it over at Granny's house, but when we moved on into its bakery, that was just a GG. But this Search and Destroy, very exciting from the side of Raptors.
Yeah, very exciting from the get-go. We thought Almighty was going to run away with this, but, they managed to get that 2-2. And then, slowly and surely back and forth they go. But when the clutch came in, the Raptors, they just had the better of it. And just like that, 3-1 here. But starting when Allen made that play, AJ, I think that's where it started, They were just starting to pop off here. Zonglun starting off with that Holger, getting 2 kills, make that 3. I think they got that 3. But, huge plays coming from the players. They were just playing on their A game. And right here, Heaven going for this 1v2. I thought he was going to play this perfectly, but Allen just got his number.
Yeah, and it was just to this was that final round. So chaotic. Bang escaping with his life. Shut Up turns around, shuts down Ellen, and Bang, unfortunate for Shut Up because he did manage to spot him in the corner of his eye, turns around, timing at its worst, gets shut down. But of course, when we moved in towards domination, it was a different story. And at one point, Raptors.DNS were actually running away with the points.
Yeah, they were running away with the points in that first half, but you know, it kind of took a toll on them. They were struggling to recover it once they lost it again, AJ, and they were just bashing their heads in, and that's where Almighty was shining, because they know what to do. If you are struggling, they're just gonna keep on applying pressure into you, getting you spawn trapped, just pushing all these off angles, AJ, and that's what happened in that second half. You know, Dinosaurs, they managed to make a comeback in the end, but it was just a little bit too late. The Almighty, they already had the score that they need. They just had to defend one flag, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, and Irfan J was just a stellar mechanic in there with that KRM. One shot, one kill all throughout. Even the shorties didn't really come out for the pop as much as this guy. iWife, for the side of Raptors.DNS, did manage to find a few of those accurate kills, but not as effective as he usually is. Not saying that if he was, they could have won this game, because Almighty just a little too good towards the very end, right? Heaven still bagging the MVP, your soldier of the game. Look at this consistency, Jericho.
Yeah, soldier of the game, 19 kills, 13 deaths, 5.40 assists, average score of 2,704. You know, Evan, he's pretty much always on top of the team. You know, I thought it was going to be Adapt, but I feel like Adapt struggled a little bit, AJ, but Heaven was just consistent, you know, calm, cool, collected, always getting fully streaked out, and always just doing the dirty work for the team.
And of course, that is our fourth series, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. To close the day off, we still have one more where Sharper Esports takes on Udo RSD. Sharper Esports aiming for that number one spot within the group stage itself. Udo RSD, on the other hand, unfortunately, will not be making it through to the playoffs. So Raptors.DNS have managed to come in here, take that opportunity. Remember what I said, kala tapa, style mesti ada. Now that same thing applies to Udo RSG. They are going out, they're not making it through to the playoffs, but can they impress us with one final stand against Sharper Esports? I feel like Rangers gonna be able to motivate the team to get that done, but you know, players like Derp, they really need to step up, man.
Yeah, they really have to step up indeed, AJ. And I mean, that's all we can say. Pretty much stepping up, you know, because if you are that team, that's all you can do at this point, AJ.
Yeah, exactly, man. And you know, we've seen Raven. He's been a stellar guy in the team so far. Eds has not been able to hit a majority of his games, but he's still there performing for the team. And we just need to see the likes of those just continuously get those frags, right? Ranger just needs to gather the team spirit and tell them it's this one last matchup. And even if they don't make it through, if they are able to bag a stellar performance against Sharper Esports, who knows, man? Take a 3-0. I think they'll still impress the heck out of the whole of COD community as they make their exit here, not making it through to the playoffs. But if they get shut down yet again, as they have been time and time again throughout the whole competition, Jericho,
I mean,
what do you think happened here to the team?
I mean, they just played really poorly, and I mean, I'm not gonna be surprised if I mean, hopefully it doesn't happen. Maybe a roster change might happen after this. I don't know, but I just think that might be the best option for RSG. But we'll see what happens here, AJ. But with that being said, guys, one last series and one last break. We'll see you guys later.
เป็น Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021
Major Series Season 5. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Is in the convenience store. He's not going to be able to fight him. And on the other hand, whoa! As yet, but with that takedown, this should open things up. Backstab from Zia.
Pesan-pesan untuk tim saya, jangan menyerah, terus latihan dan satukan pemikiran.
ช่วยตัวเองครับกูเก็บไป28คิวพี่บอลจะแตะได้30อยู่แล้วแล้วลูกตรงนี้เก็บเพิ่มไป
Rimo Sadewa 这里边
kill first，但打狙还是要小心，这个穿点直接把 Momo 给穿死。
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh,
They wanna get both. Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin. Game over.
The one gets the second.
I do it when I cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other. Going out with a bang. How you like
Another one. Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
game over? Ready? How you like me now? Game over. That's how I do it when I move over. You know I'm taking over. Game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now? Over.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Garena Regional Qualifiers Day number 5, presented by the Xperia 1 Mark III, the official smartphone of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021. My name's Mustachio AJ, down here with Triple V Jericho, and we are at our final series where Sharper Esports looks to put the final nail in the coffin for Udu RSG, who does not make it through to the playoffs. But Udu RSG, they have one final opportunity in here to absolutely stun the crowd and steal some hearts before they make their exit.
Yeah, pretty much it's just, I would say, a show match. I mean, I don't want to say it's as a show match, but I mean, you know, RSG, they have nothing to lose at this point. Sharper, they just want to get that seed at this point now. So, you know, Sharper, still a lot on the line here if they want to be that second or that first seed, AJ. And so it's gonna be a close one because we know RSG, they're not going down without a fight, and Sharper, they're coming in here with no mercy. So it's gonna be a close fight.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it being a close fight. Or is it just not going to be at all, right? Because there's just two ways this can go. Really, really good or really, really bad. It's not going to be half-baked. It's not going to be 50-50 because U2RSG, they are in a position where they don't make it. They don't even need to give 100% because even if they do, they will not be able to cut for anything. But at the very same time, all the more reason why they need to give their everything, right? Because a lot of fans backing up the boys from U2RSG, and they've carried that Malaysian flag all the way up to this point. They need to put on a good show here now, man. And we know, you and I both know, Jericho, with our history of this team, they have the capabilities of taking it all the way. Sharper Esports definitely will not be able to hold a candle to them when U2RSG is shooting at their best. But unfortunately, in this they are definitely not at their best. There's something wrong with U2RSG, and they are really suffering from that sort of style.
Yeah, it's really suffering. It's just really unfortunate that we're seeing the RSG that we don't want to see, AJ. You know, starting from that Malaysia Championship all the way here, they've just been struggling time and time again. And now, you know, a while ago, getting 3-0 by Omega, and you know, it's just really hard. And now they're gonna go up against Sharper, which is going to be really tough. And, you know, we do see the Sharper lineup. We have Soybad, and now in C1, Siren X, and Vinkster. These boys, they managed to pull one against Almighty, but I feel like they want to get this 3-0 against RSG.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they are looking for that because Sharper Esports, from day one, it just doesn't seem like they're playing any mind games. They don't care to show whether or not... They don't care about finding out if you're good or you're bad. They just want to show that they are here to win. And so far, they've been doing a damn good job at exactly that. They've been winning until they came across Almighty earlier on today. So maybe that would have been the spell to break the confidence of Sharper Esports. And maybe that's exactly what U2RSG needs as they set themselves up for this matchup. But Sharper Esports, on that note, will be looking to make a strong comeback at the expense of U2RSG.
Yeah, that is true. And that's a bad thing for RSG because they're facing a team that wants to win, that just lost against Almighty. I mean, it's gonna be really tough. And if you're RSG, maybe you could just have some fun here. But you know, let's see what happens here. Do you see the boys here getting ready? I thought they were gonna win that against Almighty, honestly, AJ. But it just came down to those map picks. Let's see what happens with these map picks. I feel like they're gonna stick to what they know now, AJ, and I hope they do that and not pick firing range again.
I love the names that have been switched over for the players. It's a good thing to see on the screen. Sharper Esports this time around as they take this matchup against U2RSG. Do you have a prediction, sir?
Oof, I just have to go with Sharper Esports here. I think they're just gonna come in here, and you know, if you're RSG, you just want some rest now at this point. I feel like. You know, you're just trying to finish this as fast as you can. So I'm going to go with Sharper Esports here, 3-0.
I'm going to go 3-0. Pain.
I'm sorry.
Pain. Alfari, Eds, Ranger, Derp, as well as Raven stepping on in to see if they can prevent a 3-0. I'm banking on them taking a victory here, 2-1 at the very least against Sharper Esports. If they can do it, good on them. If they cannot, it will be a heartbreaking moment. I myself am Malaysian. I'm expecting the boys to do good, but at the end of the day, we have to call it down the middle, Jericho. And U2RSG, they've been struggling all throughout the group stages. And once again, man, it's do or die. But even if they get it done, they still die. So I don't know. It's a tough position to be stuck in.
Yeah, I mean, like, look what I said, AJ. Look at these guys. They're just enjoying now. I mean, they know they're already out of the tournament. Might as well just go out in style. I told Ranger a while ago to use a different kind of gun, you know, just to give us a good show, AJ. But here comes Derp. He wants to fight and they're ready. But you know, if you're RSG, you got nothing to lose here. If you're Sharper, if you lose here, it might cost your matchups for that top 8, AJ.
Absolutely, man. I'm just wondering how is Derp seeing anything in front of him because he's got his little hairband tied around his eyes. Funny guy. Unfortunately, we catch a little peek at his boxes. Not so great. MVP walk us through, man.
The MVPs, we have C1 with 16 kills, 14 deaths, 5 assists, and 2,130 score. And for RSG, we have Eds with 15, 12, 2, and 2,000. Same numbers all around. You know, both these players doing a lot for their team, but expect them to step it up here, especially C1. You know, he needs to do more here. He's been struggling in the S&D, but when it comes to respawns, he's always on point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, the Sharper Esports, they'll be looking, and a breath of, you know, relief from my side, because I'm banking on U2RC picking a 2-1 here. And they win the coin toss. They will remove Crossfire from the equation. Hopefully, they've secured takeoff for themselves, because Sharper Esports might be looking for the punish on that map, right? And we can see Summit being removed from the equation here. Sharper does not want to play hardpoint in that one-sided map, which we can understand. U2RC, they definitely do play really well on that matchup. Hardpoint, let's see exactly where the boys from Malaysia walk us into, and it's going to be takeoff. Beautiful. I love this. Confidence walking in through here. It's going to be really good, or it's going to go super duper bad. Hopefully, fingers crossed for the Malaysian boys, it goes super good.
I mean, I think at this point, it's just going to be for fun now, AJ. But takeoff, I like it. I like the confidence coming in here, AJ. And Hackney Yard, Sharper, they saw what happened to RSG and Hackney Yard, and they're going to take that. But this time, RSG, they're going to be taking the defensive side again. So, I mean, I don't know what happens here, AJ.
As long as Derb can hit those shots, I guess they are all right. Take off Hackney Yard. What better way to start off the final series in Group A? And of course, we move on back into firing range. Why would U2RC do that? But never mind. I think they should. I think they've got a plan in here. Clearly, I do not know what it is, because I think they just gave firing range away to Sharper Esports. What are your thoughts, Jericho?
I feel like firing range is just gonna come down to they just want to. It's like a rank game at this point for them, you know, AJ. It's not even a proper map pick for RSG, in my opinion, AJ. I think they're just really just trying to get away with this, and you know they're giving Sharper a run for their money. They're trying to play it on their map as well, but we do see the Annihilator and Sparrow being banned, so Death Machines, Equalizers, Gravity Vortex are gonna come in here, AJ, and it's gonna be a fun match, AJ.
It is going to be a fun match, but unfortunately, production forgot to show our faces.
Yep, that's not me.
That's definitely not me as well.
There we go.
There you go. I'm a little worried with the map picks. I'm not sure what U2RSG is playing at, but hopefully it goes their way, because I was banking on them winning. After those map picks, I've got my questions, man.
I mean, yeah, I do have my questions as well, AJ. But we're going to find out in this takeoff game number 1. Let's see what happens here. You know, we do see RSG opening that things up, getting control already. But we do know that Sharper, they want to get that scaffolding control, AJ. And so far, they are doing that quite well.
Yep, but on scaffolding, you're still not able to pull the hard point away. It seems like U2RC winning a majority of those fights. Oh, and Fountain shutting down control room as well. It's fine. One gets to set up the hard point for themselves, but from the back, Sharper Esports just snuffing out the players from U2RSG, and this will be their opportunity. But immediate contention for that hard point comes through, and U2RSG just not letting this go. Finally, their players do fall, but immediately taking it right back. It's going to be Raven as well as Ranger this time, the duo with the plays, and C1 gets shut down. U2RSG raging on at the takeoff.
Yeah, that's early lead, 21-4, AJ. We do see Sharper Esports a little bit struggling here, but they finally managed to get that scrap time, and Ed's already inside that next one, but it's going to get taken out. Sharper Esports has control of that whole launch center, AJ, and here comes the push coming in from RG. 4-man push on the left side of your screen, AJ. Can they do it? Yeah, takes it out. Derp and Ranger gets the trade. 2 more players to beat. Ranger comes in here, gets taken out. 21-13 here. Control comes in to Sharper.
Yeah, this boys from U2RC, they need to make a play for the second hard point right now. 21-19, Sharper catching up, and they should be able to blaze on 4th. And the fight from the top should be a little bit more easier. They've got the vantage point, looking down, snuffing out those plays, and now U2RC finally making a play of their own. But unfortunately for them, it's just going to be a Nawin winning his gunfights, jumps off of the hard point, allowing the rest of his players to do the heavy lifting. And Nawin goes in for the backstab, manages to catch Ranger out of the spot. 36-21 now. Sharper Esports running away with this at that second hard point. And the setup coming through at the third one for the side of U2RSG. But it's way too early, isn't it, Jericho?
It's way too early, but I believe they just want to get that control to everyone that comes in here. But finally, Raven gets taken on that power position, a very early rotation, and they're all losing it. But Ranger, the shorty with the help there. And now let's see what happens here. They have control C1 at the back of your map, and it's all going to be RSG, but they spawn out. Spawns are going to give it to Sharper. They have control of that P4. You see number 4, AJ started next, setting up already where usually players with the Holger step up there so that they can get those spawns. But let's see if RSG can hold this down.
Yep, 26 to 59. Sharper Esports, they want to get it done over at the third hard point, but Udo RSG, they hold on to this well. 40 seconds to go. Can they stave off the boys from Sharper Esports all the way back to back? It's going to be Derp winning a majority of his gunfights. Finally gets taken down by Sarun X, and Sharper Esports, they take over the hard point. No sentry setup coming through. Those score streaks are not going to be able to be played because Udo RSG just weren't winning the initial gunfights, and they haven't raked up any of those points for themselves. And now this opportunity to take this hard point back will arrive, but a 3-on-1 situation shuts down the players from Udo RSG. What a pressure play from Sharper Esports.
Yeah, the way they were using their operating skills, not at the same time, one by one it falls. Now they're going to be reaching that 90-point mark in a while. AJ and Vinkster with that shotgun is in a power position, not the best way, but manages to take out one. And now Sharper, they have control for that next one, AJ. They're just going to be holding it down. But if you look at the map, Raven and Derp already on that rotation, going to be winning those gunfights, AJ. Let's see if they can hold it down. Yes, they do. RG manages to get that control. One more player to beat Vinkster. Last alive. Can he make play?
Yeah, previous hard point, Udo RSG, they just did not have the spawn over at Generators, and now the Generator spawn still on the side of Sharper Esports. Even as Udo RSG, they do go ahead and die here, they will be spawning back at range, and that just gives them the opportunity to continuously flood in. They should be activating their streaks here. Eds already has the death machine to bring online. 30 seconds to go, and it looks like he will be keeping it to go in for the play over at the first hard point on the reset fountain. 94 to 60. Sharper try to pull this hard point back to run away with it now, but the backstab coming through. The setup on the side of Udo RSG gets outdone by Sarun X as well as his LMG.
Yes, our next beautiful play coming there, but 61 to 104. Final scrap time is going to come into Sharper, and they have control of this hill. But here comes the flank from Captain Raider. Gets one. Can he break the hill? Gets the second. No, Vinkster takes him out as well. And it's going to be a 5 versus. It's going to be a 113 to 61. It's going to be the next set of rotation now. But here comes Ed with his death machine. Can he do something with this? We'll try to do something, but the sentry gun is already set up. AJ and Sharper are running away with this.
Yeah, they most definitely are, man. And now Udo RSG at the hard point. But this is just going to be a sticky situation which Sharper Esports just does not need to care about. They've got the sentry setup coming through, and the rest of the players from the side of Udo RSG will get taken down in a couple of seconds because they have to stay away on the other corner of that fountain. And this backstab now, Sharper, together with the scaffolding hole, is not able to find Eds, but the backstab from the other hand gives Sharper Esports the hard point. And now for the guys to run away with this. 30 seconds at this hard point should be more than enough for them to wrap it up, but the challenge from Udo RSG needs to come through right now more than ever.
Yeah, it has to come through. They need to contest this in order to try to make a comeback here. But looking like this, AJ Anao is just making, he's just having his time here with RSG, just taking them down one by one. Manages to break the hill, AJ, but the setup is coming through for the next one. Rotations coming in here. Anao all alone here. We'll try to make some big plays here. Takes out Raven. We'll give the call and Eds, but RSG, they have control of the second of AJ. They just have to win all their gunfights now.
Yeah, absolutely, man. But they do go ahead and lose 3 of them, as you say that. Sharper Esports will be able to move on towards that launch center. Hunter Killer drone being sent out as well, but unfortunately finds absolutely no one. Udo RSG fighting back for their lives. 53 seconds to go now. Raven finally pulls out the death machine, slicing all the way through, manages to get a knockdown, but unfortunately for him, Anawin shuts him down with the MX-9. Stepping up, Anawin can pull out the death machine on his own now, manages to get that done, and should be able to take over this hard point for himself. 135 to 101. Udo RSG with that fight back, but the score streaks being used to perfection on the side of Sharper Esports. 141, and they should be able to run away with the game now.
Yeah, it's going to be 5 seconds left. 4, 3, and 2, and 1. This should be one of the contestants in Derp and friends. They're going to be able to make it. AJ not yet over here. 104 to 140. One final push for Sharper Esports, but RSG still here. And Derp, that was a mistake by Derp. I think he should have just stayed in the hill, but he wanted to go for the flank and ended up for Sharper getting that game number 1.
I think it was a great play coming through from both teams, but Sharper Esports just outdoing Udo RSG with those gunfights. Rotations were quite good on the side of Udo RSG, but Sharper Esports, once again, one step beyond them each and every single step of the way. Those spawns were managed much better by Sharper Esports, especially when we look at the third hardpoint. Aurora launch, we did see Udo RSG go in for those early rotations, but they piled on in there, and Generators just got swarmed by the side of Sharper Esports. They started winning their gunfights, spawning out of Generators, easily took over P3, and continued the run into P4 as well. But overall, it was a great showing by the Malaysians, but just not good enough, man. 107 to 150, Jericho.
Yeah, 107 to 150. Just being dominating, you know, Anam with 28, Sarun X with 17, Vinxer with 19, and then yeah, and C1 with both with 15. It was an all-out slaying galore for the other team. And for RSG, I mean, Raven, yes, with 22 kills, Eds with 19, Ranger with 16. It just didn't cut off. I feel like it's just a little bit of the gunfights in the end that would have won them the game if you were RSG. But Sharper just had the plays, and they were just really playing well, AJ.
Yeah, and I mean, questionable plays as well, right? The power positions at the very first hard point when we opened up the game, UDRC just weren't playing that. We saw Sharper Esports pulling 2 players into scaffolding. Yes, we did see UDRC try to make that play much later on, but scaffolding was already protected by Sharper Esports by that point. And although, you know, RSG, they managed to pick up a few of those initial points, it is all about those power position plays. And as soon as Sharper got onto that power position, it was, you know, pretty much easy for them to take over those situations. And that was the exact thing that they kept focusing all throughout the matchup.
Yeah,
focusing
it was
on the spawns, focusing on the rotations.
Yeah, pretty much just focusing on. You were right, AJ. That's on point. Pretty much that's it, especially in that P3 and P4.
Yeah.
Yes, the P3 was really bad for RSG. They were first there too early. I agree with you early. I agree with you. It was very, very early. But in the P4 one, they managed to break it for a while. But
yes,
I feel like just the miscommunication. They were looking at one side too much. They didn't watch the flank, and it just really costed them because, you know, on Sharper, they made them pay for that mistake.
Yeah, and you hit the nail right on the head with that last play by Derp, right? He should have just held on to that hard point a little bit longer. Even if he had lost, what's the worst case scenario in that scenario, right? I guess he thought nobody else was there on the side of Sharper Esports, but it doesn't matter. Search and destroy. 11 rounds potentially. Let's see exactly what the Malaysians have for us. Alfari now should be able to take a now-win, but he punishes Alfari instead. Beautiful play. Alfari going in. Derp shuts down. Yeah, but immediately gets traded out. The numbers on the side of Sharper Esports, 3-2 now. Sarun X should be able to catch Raven out of the equation, pulls out the shorty, gets the speed boost. Unfortunately for him, Raven a little bit too sparse with the MX-9. Raven now pulls out the shorty for himself, switches the gun, but shut down. UDRC with one final player, Captain Ranger. Let's see exactly what he pulls off in his sneaky play.
Let's see what happens here. 1 versus 2. There's going to be 2 players right here. Ranger does spot one. Will get no one actually, but no, they both tagged up, but his aim just went left and right. Unfortunately, AJ, that could have been a round for RSG, but Sharper, the duo is coming in there, the 1-2 combo, and just like that, round 1 goes to Sharper.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a bait and switch, but they just went in there with a double bait, man. Both of them getting tagged, neither one dying. But, you know, smart plays coming through from Sharper Esports. UDRC, I guess, you know, nothing else Captain Ranger could have done in that position. He didn't really have the range with his gun. Pincer, quick onto Eds, and immediately it just seems like it's going to be on the side of Sharper Esports. 5-3, the numbers don't look good for the Malaysians. Derp, lucky for him, he backed away. That would have been a one-shot, one-kill right there.
Yeah, that could be a one-shot, one-kill right here, but Ranger on the flank will take out one, will take out 2, but oh, Vinxer takes him down, and Sarun X takes out Raven as well. Derp stuck in a 1v4. Not the best option right now. AJ has that shorty and that DLQ. We'll spot one player in scaffolding. Misses that shot, but Soybad will notice that. We'll try to peek, but takes him out. Just the better sniper right now with the better angle. 15 seconds left. Can Derp clutch this? It's now a 1v3.
Yeah, it's an impossible clutch, but I want to see him at least take down 2 more players. He should be able to get the rotation over on the left-hand side, punish Sarun X, who might be able to, you know, turn around. Call of Duty timing, maybe. Sarun X does turn around, but Derp misses his shot, and now the backstab. And the time runs out, saving Derp from annihilation. But either way, UDRC loses it. Round number 2 goes over to Sharper as well.
Yeah, now let's see what happens here, AJ. Round number 3. Let's see if RSG can answer back. You know, they're just really struggling. Now they're gonna be full forcing A again. But look at Sharper. They've been doing 2 rounds in a row. Now gonna switch it up already. It's gonna be a B push here. Sarnex gets that information, and RSG gonna be playing for that retake. Soybad takes out Alfari. 4 versus 5. Bomb is down. Let's see how the retake goes for RSG.
Yep, it's going to be a good push in here so far. Defending side, a lot of pressure on them because the bomb has been planted already. The gameplay needs to be headed in towards that B bomb side. What a switch around coming in from Sharper Esports. Edge shuts down Soybad, and it's going to be Yeah who goes down as well. The numbers still don't look good on the side of the Malaysians. Derp now with their shot onto an Anawin. Oh, goodness me. Makes one small mistake and punished immediately by an Anawin. Edge trying to look for that kill. MX9, but Winston snuffs him out from the back, and it's going to be Esports with the third round running.
Yeah, third round already, and RSG just looking very, very weak in this S&D. Same story against Omega. They chose defense again, and they're just really struggling over and over again, AJ.
And it's going to be a 5-man stack from Sharper all the way towards that warehouse. Bomber just waiting a while, not over-aggressing, paying a lot of due diligence as well as respect to the boys of U2 RSG. Vincer once again with a smooth takedown, and it's just going to be a tough situation for U2 RSG to make a comeback from. Sharper Esports just seems way too good on takeoff, and I guess U2 RSG does good on this map, but it was just way too risky of a pick. I don't agree with the... You said they were playing around with this final series. I don't agree with that mentality. I feel like they should have given it their all after not being able to show up in this competition, Jericho.
Yeah, and finally they did show up here. One round in already, AJ. Finally get that first round in the board. But as you can see, 3 the mistake there, but I like the retake coming in from RSG. They hit the backside, AJ. Just the second hill, they went all the way there, and now it's going to be 1-3. Let's see if they can ride that momentum.
Yeah, absolutely, man. 3-1. U2 RSG making one round back in here, but they need to be sharper. They need to be very careful with that Vincer push. Potentially, the pressure onto the warehouse play will come through again. Yep, Sharper Esports dropping in towards warehouse real quickly to take this fight. And the bomb's going to get planted from early on. 3 of the players over at office. They are lost. They need to make that rotation, perhaps pull a long flank and surprise Sharper Esports. That's going to be a good play if they can manage to execute it.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to try to do that, but Derp in the middle with that shot, with that sniper, takes out one, with that MX9, but Derp takes him out with the shotgun. Not the best idea to reload their agent, and Derp takes out another one. 2 in a row, it's going to be a 2v3 now.
Oh, beautiful plays by Derp, but unfortunately pressured and punished by Vincer. Vincer looking for Raven, will be able to find him, slides away 2-on-1 situation, and Soybad punishes him. It's going to be Sharper Esports with the 4th round now for themselves as we switch sides.
Now it's going to be defense for Sharper and offense for RSG. Let's see what they're going to do here. They were struggling also on offense, AJ. They finally got 1 round on defense, and now can they get 5 more in offense? But here comes the push. Actually, it's going to be a V push, but Vincer is going to be there. The trades are coming in there. Vincer is still alive, AJ, but Soybad gets taken out by Derp. It's now going to be a 3v4. They know where they are. They're just going to be holding this down. Raven takes out Anawin. Now it's time for a 3v3.
Okay, Nate gonna get popped in here as well. Bomb on the ground. And U2 RSG, they don't need to aggress forth, so they back away. Captain Ranger, smart with the hold at the corner, will go ahead to expose himself. Those leg shots not going to be able to do anything, but Vincer sees him coming, literally, and takes him out of the... Going in for the punish as well, leaving just Derp alone once again.
Yeah, Derp again in a 1v3 again. I think this should be a winnable situation for here, unless he's gonna get double push. Never mind, gets taken out by a shorty, AJ. And just like that, it's 1-5, 1 away from winning this game. Number 2 is Sharper Esports.
I had my hopes up for U2 RSG, but it just looks like they're getting annihilated, and there's nothing we can do much about it. And I still question the map picks, man. I still question the map picks. I feel like Sharper Esports is a team that U2 RSG can beat on one of their best days. But clearly, this is not their best days, and if they don't show up serious, they are going to struggle. Derp with a beautiful opener. Ed's taken out by Soybad to equalize the numbers. 4 versus 4, but it's 5-1 in terms of closing out this game. Sharper Esports on that match point, Jericho.
Yeah, match point indeed. 3 versus 4, AJ. Man advantage, but Raven takes out not yet over, AJ. Bomb is down on site, AJ. But let's see what will RSG do here. Soybad trying to get away with his life. Will get spotted by number 4 Ranger, chasing him down. Raven takes out Vincer. It's now a 2v3. Soybad, the spot Ranger will take him out, and just like that, it's now going to be a 2v2. Stunts for days, and now Siren X will spot one more. Raven will go down, and now Derp stuck in a 1v2. Derp takes out one. Saru next. It's Sniper versus Sniper. AJ 1v1.
Come on.
Who's gonna take this home?
It's gonna be Derp. Come on, Derp. Derp versus Soybad. This is that 1 versus 1 that we've been looking out for quite a while. So, my lord, Soybad was just watching him for 3 years before taking that shot. 6-1, Sharper Esports. What a shutdown.
Yeah, that ends game number 2, AJ. And just like that, Sharper Esports up 2-0 now, AJ. Gotta get that 3. They're on the way on that 3-0. And, you know what, RSG, they're just really having a hard time at S&D. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why choose Hack the Yard. Choose Raid or something.
I don't know, man. I am very, very, very stunned by the performance from U2 RSG because it's not like they cannot take a game away. And let me assure the audience, U2 RSG dances toe-to-toe with Almighty as well as Smart Omega. And now they can't even play a proper search and destroy. I think the boys are just having a little bit too much of fun in here. Granted, Jericho, just like you said, they don't make it through. But it's for me, it's all about the fans, man. For me, it's all about the enjoyment out here. And they have what it takes to take these rounds, especially in the search and destroy. I think that they could have turned it around. Derp was definitely showing up. But everybody else just wasn't. Remember what we were saying. In that search and destroy, if Derp shows up, the probability of the team winning is definitely high. Finally, when Derp steps it up, the rest of them decide to as well. I think that was just given away to Sharper way too easy.
Yeah, just way too easy indeed, AJ. They just gave Sharper that 2-0 already, but finally, it's going to come down to this one, AJ. Are they going to try to get this dub on Fire Range, or are they going to go out with a double donut in this last day, AJ? That's the storyline for me. Donut or breadstick. Pretty much that's it, AJ. And RSG, I just really feel sad for them, but, it is what it is, and, we have to call it like this.
It is, man. It is what it is, and unfortunately, U2 RSG in firing range. I think this is the matchup that they perhaps can win back, but only if they are 100% there, present in that matchup to take it all the way through, right? Because they are able to win some of their gunfights, but I feel like they're being way too cheeky with this matchup. And over at Hardpoint, it was a situation where they could have played it, but they were not playing those power positions, which they have played in takeoff at all. They have played those power positions. They have gone in for those perfect rotations time and time again, and hence why they perhaps went in there for the takeoff pick. But them not being able to really hit as hard as they usually do, and that poor performance on search and destroy makes me really worried for this domination. I still want them to pick this game up, and I think it's do or die. Clearly they're dying. I just want them to get I just want them to get it done, man.
Yeah, I mean, but at this point, they're just playing for, for style points at this point, AJ. But let's see, let's see what happens. Game number 3, it's going to be Fire Range domination. Sharper Esports versus RSG. Final game of the day. Are we going to see a dub, or will Sharper bring it home?
Oh, Sharper Esports starting things off, but Ranger and Derp, they snuff back, and U2 RSG, it looks like they want to rise up to this occasion. Let's see if or not they will be able to pull that back. Sharper Esports clearing off the marker at that B flag as they take down the U2 RSG boys. A 3-man setup now should be able to bag this B flag on the side of Sharper. Prevention coming through from the side of U2 RSG all the way through Branch Road. Ranger gets taken down. Eds gets shut down as well. Unfortunate for them. They lose that B flag, but they immediately retaliate at A and punished at C. This is back and forth. Not going great for U2 RSG once again.
Not looking great as well, AJ. And here comes the trip cap. Yeah. Trying to put some pressure here. We'll take him out. And the trip cap is going to be open, AJ. As early as now, Sharper, they're going to be getting that lead, AJ. And that's what you need for Sharper. The pressure is always there. Trip cap is in, AJ. And now let's see how long can they hold this.
It's going to be 2012 triple cap coming through from Sharper Esports, punishing the boys from U2 RSG. Is this the way the boys want to exit this competition? I don't think so, but I don't think they'll be given any other options because Sharper Esports, they want to get it done. 31-12 now. Predator getting dropped. Is it going to get a double? Yes, it does. Derp and Raven taken out of the equation. The cap does not come through. through for them, and it looks like that clearing area will be dominated, defended. And look at the boys from Sharper Esports spreading themselves out very thinly all across that map. They're not going in, throwing bodies like Raptors.DNS. Each and every single solo player holding on to those sides, and it needed a triple play from the side of Yudu RSG just to pull back Barracks Hut. And unfortunately for them, that Predator missile snuffs all of them out of the equation.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. Just a little bit too much there, AJ. The Predator missile, so many cheeks coming in from Sharper, and then again, another trip caps coming in here. But now RSG, they're trying to hit C here, but there's going to be one player to beat there, which is going to be Sergeant X. Sergeant X without Holger. But here comes another death machine from takes him out. Second one makes that number 3, shutting down RSG chances, and this is
oh my
already,
lord.
AJ.
What is going on? Yeah. This guy is a freaking aimbot on the prowl. He just takes down each and every single player from such a far distance. 75 to 16.
16.
Oh, slap my face and call me. Don't call me anything, man. I'm gonna cry. You do RSG. I really wanted them to take this victory. I wanted them to take away at least one game. 75 to 16, Jericho. You take over. I want to wipe my tears.
Yeah, and I mean, pretty much this is a GG, guys. Another double cap coming in here. They haven't even captured.
Oh my lord!
They're
what?
Spawning below AJ.
No, you do.
Yeah. On skill streak as well. I mean, this is pretty much. This is what it is. You know, we do see Siren X pushing in everything they want. Sentry guns ready, double Predator missiles, death machines going out, RSG just going out with a bang. But I mean, 86 to 16. This is gonna be really hard. Ed's tries to do something here. Alfari finally captures C. Gotta get their first points in the second half, AJ. But it's looking really, really bad.
Yeah, and unfortunate for the side of Yudu RSG, they're not really making the stellar plays, but now going in with a double cap for that B flag, and they drop the bread in as well from Captain Ranger, but unfortunately, it does not take out more than one. C1 goes in with the snuff, and Sharper Esport managing to protect their B flag. Derp with the stellar plays, gets a double for himself just to make this play all on his own, but gets punished from the back, and this is what we want to see from Yudu RSG. If they can put up this pressure, they can turn things around. 24 to 103, definitely a tall order to make a comeback from, but I know these boys can get it done if they put their minds to it. Let's see if they can actually pull it off. A double sentry setup from White Warehouse just to tickle the Malaysians. Oh, goodness me.
They have 6 and 7 players already on the map, AJ. But here comes A. They're going to try to capture this, preventing it. Finally gets taken out. A Predator Missile should be able to drop there, but the wall bang with the dead machine prevents them from capturing it, AJ. And 190 to 33. Slowly but surely, this game is going to be over, AJ. But here comes the double cap coming from RSG. Is the comeback going to happen?
I think the comeback's going to happen, man. Yudu RSG, triple cap all the way through. Sharper Esports trying to pull back the Barracks Hut, and the Charlie cap, the clearing area gets pulled away. Triple cap in the hands of Sharper Esports once again. Yudu RSG. I don't even want to say it.
I mean, it is what it is, AJ. Fixer just popping off. You know, I mean, pretty much Sharper just really dominated from start to finish. Another trip cap. RSG is going to be part of the 50-point club. Unfortunately, I have to call it like that. And they get a double donut today. It's just a sad day to be an RSG fan right now.
Yeah, you got that right, man. Heartbreaking moment. 150-41.
Wow.
I did not expect that, and I definitely did not foresee that coming, man.
Unfortunate.
I'm rarely wrong with my predictions in Call of Duty Mobile, Jericho.
Yeah.
Thanks, you to RSG.
Well, I mean, we call it as it is. They lost. They tried their best, and Sharper just came out to be the stronger team here, AJ. But that has been the run for RSG and for Raptors.DNS. I mean, pretty much it was that it from the start, from the get-go for that domination. It just something felt wrong already.
Yeah.
You know, everything was just going in
Map
for
pick
Sharper.
sounded wrong, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, map picks sounded wrong. You know, Raven going 5 and 19, Derp 11-21. It was just really hard to watch. But you know, that it happens to the best of us, and I believe,
It
the
does.
RSG boys, once they lost at Omega, they knew they had nothing to lose here, so might as well just try to do something. But unfortunately, Sharper, they didn't care, no mercy, and they won it 150-41.
Yeah, it was a heartbreaking game to watch if you are a Udo RSG fan, if you are Malaysian, if you wanted to see them in the playoffs. I guess, the dream got crushed a little bit earlier on when they could not pick up those points, but kalau tak pas style mesti ada this time round. Unfortunately, even that style just did not come through. I expected to see, Derp rage on in this game as well. Unfortunately, I think he was a little disappointed after that search and destroy, where he did quite a number of the heavy lifting. There was no support as they lost 6-1, and now 150-41. I did not see that coming. 100% I did not see that coming. But when they went in there for the takeoff pick, I was like, okay. And that was quite a GG already.
Yeah, it was just really hard to watch, AJ, the map picks coming in. But, it is what it is. They played very poorly in this tournament, AJ. Coming in from Malaysia Championship, they just started struggling, AJ. And, I didn't want to say it, but I feel like once they lost that to, once they had a bad day too, it was really hard to come back from there.
Yeah, man. Unfortunate. We are... I can't say we are. Well, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. There's just nothing else I can say. Speechless with the performance. I expected them to be able to, at least to the very least, make that comeback on firing range, but the boys just did not show up in that final matchup. And and I think I've got the right to say that because we've been able to call it against all of the other teams when they do show up 100%, when they don't really show up 100%. And Udo RSG, they started off takeoff quite well. That I can definitely say. They had the fire in this matchup.
Yeah, they had that fire in that matchup, AJ. That first two hills was pretty good. But once it came to that third hill, AJ, things started to look really bad for them. Sharper, they got the most time there in that third hill. But, they made a comeback in that fourth hill, AJ. Yeah. But once the reset came in, AJ, that's when things just went all Sharper.
Yeah, and, all the way through 71-38, even at that point, I still had the confidence that the boys would be able to make a comeback. And at the fourth hill, they did show us some of those good fights. Ed was making, quite a bit of kills and pickups of those points, but they just, could not hold on to it all the way through. Because as soon as those generator spawns started working for the side of Sharper Esports, they went in there with their firepower and they started winning it. And the moment Siren stepped in, it was all over for the side of Udo RSG, and they couldn't pick up any more from that. And that was the best push from them, I can say, at that fourth hard point.
Yeah, that was like the best case scenario there. But Siren X and Anawin just really being annoying for Sharper. They were just pretty much just doing the dirty work, and RSG had no more answers for them. I'm pretty sure the fatigue played the part here, AJ. Just being really tired, and Anawin 22 kills, just having his way with it.
Yeah, man. And there's just no other way Sharper Esports would have had this series. Once again, they have, looked like the team that just didn't care about the hiding the strats or whatsoever, not looking at the smoke screen at all. They've been in here to prove themselves from day number one, and they've not held back from even one of these series, except for that matchup against Almighty, though. I'm a little iffy with that one. I'm not saying Almighty did not deserve the win. Clearly, those boys were doing everything out there, and they were tremendous series. It was a tremendous series between the two of them. But I feel like Sharper Esports could have shown up a little bit better there. I mean, in comparison to the series number 3, where they really played at 100%, the boys from Udo RSG, they could barely do anything, albeit it might have been sort of a decision from their side to not really do much in that final game. But Sharper just seems so much better in comparison to the other series that they've taken in this competition so far.
Yeah, they look really good, AJ. The only reason I feel like that's why they lost in Almighty, map picks. But this one, they just asserted their dominance against RSG. The S&D right here, Soybad versus Derp. Yeah. You were calling for Derp, but Soybad already had... It's just hard to see, AJ. I mean, look, this is the one right here.
Yeah.
Gets taken out, 6-1, AJ. And then in domination, I mean, I don't know what to analyze here.
Yeah, in domination there, I don't know, man. This match really just didn't do it for me. I was thinking that, one final stand perhaps, but they just got outplayed by Sharper Esports. The triple cap. How long did Sharper hold on to that? We went from one highlight to the other, and Sharper still has the triple cap on the screen. And they finished this off, what, 75-16 to the end?
75-23, I believe. And I think 75-16. I think you're right, AJ.
Yeah. And then
it was that bad.
Yeah. After that, it was RG just making a double cap for themselves, but not much through that. Vincent definitely deserves the Soldier of the Game title. A solid player out there. He was doing a majority of the slaying. Sharper Esports, they sure as hell turned up. And this was something that we were discussing earlier on as well, Jericho, where they've taken the defeat against ALMGHTY. There's no way in hell they will not show up 100% here. They're desperate for a win. They needed all of it. They want to just jump right back up to that #1 spot. And oh my, show up they did. They bagged the 3-0. Such convincing matchups in this final series of the day to close off the group stages for Group A. And Sharper Esports, they just get it done, man. Let's see exactly where the teams stand.
Yeah, now we have our first place. We have Sharper Esports with 11 wins and 4 losses. Total points of 11. ALMGHTY with 10 and 5 with 10 points. Omega with 10 and 5 with 10 points as well. And Rimo Sadewa with 9 and 6 with 9 points. And RG with 3 points. And Raptors.DNS with 2 points. And that was the one that RG needed to win. If they won one game at Sharper, it could have been a 3-way tiebreaker, AJ.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate it did not go that way. But this is the grand finals bracket as to how Group A will slot themselves in. Sharper Esports sits down in that first matchup. Omega Esports, they will be in that second game. Rimo Sadewa, ALMGHTY in the fourth. This is going to be very, very, very interesting, sir.
Yeah, very, very interesting indeed, AJ. Now that we have this first 4 teams, I'm looking forward to those matchups, AJ. We might even see an Omega Blacklist matchup for the first round.
Oh, I'm definitely looking forward to it. I'm not going to make any predictions as to how the teams go in here and drop in that finals bracket. Let's just let that unfold tomorrow organically, as the excitement definitely will be pumped up. You guys can count on Jericho and I for that. And what is the schedule for tomorrow that we can expect, Jericho?
Yeah, tomorrow, this is going to be the last day for Group B. We're going to start off with AFN Gaming versus WDC Free Slot. Right after that, we're going to see Blacklist International Ultimate versus M42 Esports. Match number 3, we're going to see the return of the 7-9 Boys versus Dunya Games Esports. And WDC Free Slot versus M42 Esports for the match 4. And to close out the day, it's going to be Blacklist International Ultimate versus AFN Gaming.
Crazy stuff. AFN getting to perform twice tomorrow. WDC Free Slot with 2 games as well. You guys can expect this at the start of the competition. You called it out, Jericho. Group B, the group of death. I didn't really agree with it. Now I changed my mind. You were right, sir. This is definitely the group of death. Each and every single series is gonna be absolutely hot tomorrow.
It's gonna be definitely hot, and don't forget, guys, it's gonna be on Facebook and on YouTube as well, guys. And we're gonna catch this there. It's gonna be a crazy day number 6, and it's the last day, guys, because right after that, we're gonna take a short break for 3 days, and then we're gonna jump right back into the playoffs, guys.
Oh, I'm definitely looking forward to the playoffs. I mean, if the action at the group stages alone has been this crazy, at the playoffs, it's gonna be best out of 5s all the way through. It's potentially going to be longer days, more crazier days, potentially seeing some of these teams go all the way into game number 5. Actually, you know what? Since there's only that one slot that all of these teams are fighting for, I'm hoping and praying, and I'm making the call right now, that we see... Okay, I can't make the call, but I'm hoping and praying that we get to see 5 games for all of those series. I don't mind going all the way with you, Jericho.
I mean, I'm okay with that one. I'm down for that one, but the one thing that, in my opinion, is all these top teams that made it through, that all these dominating teams, if they lose that one series, it's bye-bye.
Yeah. And it might be able to set up a great competition for us, but a lot of upsets, right? Clearly, the first set of upset has come through today, as we see Raptors.DNS as well as Udo RSG leaving us within the competition. Tomorrow, we get to find out which other teams from Group B leave us as well. And it's not going to be fun at all because, like we just discussed, Group B full of talented teams that all deserve a spot at the playoffs, but only 4 can make it through now, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. Only 4 can't make it through, guys. It's going to be a crazy day. It's been a crazy day it's been a crazy Group A. I mean, pretty much from day 1, 2, and 3, it's just been really, really crazy. And Group B will not disappoint tomorrow, guys. So hopefully you guys can join us tomorrow. And AJ, that's it.
Absolutely. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that is it for the action in day 5. Tomorrow, day 6, the final day of the group stages. Jericho and I will be back. You guys take care. Good night and goodbye.